the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
8 minutes past the hour. Welcome in to the kickoff hour. Good time gang settling in. We are live in studio, and we thank you for being with us. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us in 1 hour from now. Well, we have a world champion to recognize in Major League Baseball for the first time in franchise history. We'll hit that. We got a lot of updates, personal stories, and we'll just look through the news with you as we sit around and get ready for the day. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Hey, now.
What's happening?
What up?
What up? What up?
I think you two will be very proud of me for something.
Oh, boy.
Oh.
Can't wait.
Very proud of myself.
I think you'll
I'm
be.
very,
I'm not proud of myself.
Very proud of myself.
I think you two will be proud of me. Okay. I was kind of a little ashamed of myself.
Ashamed? Okay.
Didn't know really what to think. Witnessed a wreck yesterday and did not call 911.
Good.
What?
Because you probably already
You think
used
we're proud of
your
that?
911 calls
Yeah,
for the.
I know. Y'all get on me about calling 911.
Well, not if you saw a wreck or something. I'm talking about like you'll just
Well, let's
call
count.
them for
You
no
probably
reason.
how many times this year you called when that girl faked that baby on the side of the highway?
Right.
I did not.
Yeah, from his house. He
From
just
his
wanted to
house.
let him
He
know.
heard about it.
He wanted to
Greg,
let him know he
not
saw it on the
true.
news.
Oh,
So that's
true.
what we're talking about.
So,
Stuff like that.
yep, I sure did.
So
And
you
I
didn't-
wanted,
was it
wanted
a
to
bad
call.
wreck?
Did they need help?
Wasn't good.
Well, what?
That ain't what you know.
Buddy, this is not what we're talking
Where
about.
were we at?
I'll keep it.
Well, you really don't want to.
Good
tell me.
night.
I don't because
Where was it at?
it was over there close to it was in I guess Lincoln.
Okay.
Good night.
Yeah. I'll tell you where it was at.
You ain't
And
get out and help.
And you think we're proud of
There's
that?
no sense in there's nothing I
Everybody
could do.
was fine.
Was there somebody already there?
Oh, there's people everywhere.
Oh, okay.
good
Well,
night. Now, why
it
would
wasn't
you
like
call?
it wasn't like I
I
was.
thought you said like you witnessed it and
Oh,
it
I did
just
witness
happened
it.
and there was nobody there or whatever.
I witnessed it, and
You figured they
and
had a handle.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
See, now you're learning from me. Like I told you, they got it.
Yeah, they got. Well, if there's people all over the place, then 911's obviously
You wouldn't have
been
cared.
called.
You'd have busted up in there with your flashers on.
No, not if it looks like it's been handled and it's obvious that somebody's on the way.
Speedy's
then-
over grabbing a gurney.
Move out of the way. Let me get in
Let me
there.
get this guy.
Watch out. Huh. I love
Did
it.
you
I love
cause
how
the
he
wreck?
thinks.
Is that why you're being so funny?
Oh,
about it? You actually
I
caused
didn't
it.
saw it in the
Caused the
rearview mirror,
wreck.
kept going.
Yeah, I
He-
did see it.
he
I
pulled
did
out
see
in
it
front
in
of
the
everybody.
rearview mirror. That was one of those.
Oh, well, even better.
Yeah, I did see it unfolding
Mm.
and loud too.
Oh,
Loud bang.
I don't like wrecks.
But you know there was people around just because there was people. I mean,
There's traffic everywhere.
oh, okay. Boys,
Oh, yeah.
Keeps. Okay.
Yeah, it was. I mean, people everywhere. Everywhere.
I thought they were like standing around, but you actually saw it happening.
Why,
and they
why
kept
would
going.
people be standing?
Well, like
around?
the wreck had
it's
happened and people were
Oh,
there.
no,
looking.
I watched it happen.
Oh,
like
okay.
witnessed the crash itself.
Okay. All right, and then you kept going.
Yeah,
Interesting.
yeah.
What's behind him?
It was behind
Right.
me.
Was he going U-turn?
Well, buddy, you can't weigh in on this. You run from
mean, it'd be
like
different if they were on
elderly women
two-lane
falling in a parking lot. You run.
Well, she would have been embarrassed.
I hit my brakes and I thought about turning around.
And if you'd have been on that two-lane and nobody was around,
the first
maybe.
person I thought about was you two, and thought
That's-
if I called 911, they're going to make fun of me.
Yeah, well,
That
you
was my
saw.
first. It shouldn't have been my first thought. Is what I'm getting at.
It was covered. Like
It
I said,
was
if you were
covered.
coming down
Plenty
that
of people.
two-lane, then there's a lot of them, and that had happened, then that'd be different.
I know we do
I
self-evaluation a
still would have
lot.
kept going.
What is the most
It took me like 6 miles
embarrassing
to get over
911 call you've
6
made?
miles?
it. I've never made an embarrassing
Not
911
like when you
call.
look back and go,
Yeah.
okay, that was I shouldn't have done that.
Yeah.
I can't find.
Is it
that.
the one time that car kept passing in front of your house?
Probably. Yeah, I'm still convinced. I'm still convinced.
You remember that one?
Come find out the guy just lived there.
There's a white car.
But they were knocking like they were coming to our house, and they kept knocking on the door and all that, and it was weird. And I'm convinced that it was a.
Is just a man lost?
Yeah.
But and I think his brain was lost.
He was a little out of it.
Yeah, and I think he was in and
called
out
him.
at times. Is what I think was
Okay.
going on.
Well, maybe he helped. Maybe you helped
You called
find him.
911?
Maybe he was missing. You know,
Yeah.
you hear about that. That's sad.
It is. It is.
He called 911 when he heard about Bobby Knight.
He did. He did. Which
I
is
was saddened
interesting.
by
And some of
that.
this just from his house.
Yeah.
You know,
He just hears a
And you-
tragedy and he calls.
right? Watching the news.
You too. Something
Well,
else.
I'm just saying. I love how he thinks we're proud of him.
I just like drove for 3 or 4 miles.
Said it took him 6 miles to get over it.
It did.
I just want to be. I want to be
second guess yourself for 6 miles.
Yes, I did.
Oh, I should have called. Well, maybe not. Well, I should.
And then I got to looking at the people that were behind me.
It was covered.
Here's what made me start feeling bad. There were people behind me that were even closer, and they weren't stopping. And I'm like, you might have even been part of it. What are you doing? And then I thought, should I go back?
In his mind.
These people,
now you considered going back.
I was thinking, so y'all were not. Why are you not stopping?
Did you go down Riverside exit and turn around?
Y'all were there. Y'all were there. Why are you not stopping?
Was it like really, really bad?
It wasn't bad. It was
it obvious that that's a bit, but they're okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Because I want to be on the record. You should help somebody if it looks like it's a bad wreck.
If the car,
you don't drive off.
If the car had airbags, they definitely went off.
Okay, pretty good lick.
Wow. It was a good lick, but I don't think anybody.
Was it somebody trying to cut across the lanes, turning lane?
He's acting weird.
There was a truck.
I know something's up.
There was a truck. Well, I don't know what the rules are on when you.
If he was in the room with me, I'd have him broke.
I don't know if you can you get in trouble for witnessing a wreck and not telling anybody.
Yes, you can.
No,
okay, well
can you? No,
I don't know. I've just made it up. Leaving the scene of a wreck.
Well, if you caused it, that's a problem.
Well,
yeah, that's a big problem.
I think he might have the way he's talking.
So
or you can act
got
like
me
you didn't know
you
caused it.
So
how about that?
There was a
train reaction.
There was a bridge involved, and
a bridge.
There was a cement truck. I think it was a cement truck.
Oh no!
Oh well, that was covered.
That was that was going across at the same time as like an 18-wheeler, and the 18-wheeler. He didn't realize how tight, I guess, the bridge. First of all, I-20 was shut.
Oh, I know where you were coming.
Yeah.
That bridge.
Yeah, so I-20 was shut down basically
yesterday. Did you get that on the way?
Yes.
I got it too, and I got off. Thanks for the warning.
And so I was so worried about the wreck, I couldn't text
it happened on the way?
It was on the way?
It was on the way.
Oh.
So
listen, I went that way to that bridge, and they had it stopped.
That's why the wreck.
He didn't tell you. I'm sorry, buddy. There's 2 things he needs to apologize for.
So
you didn't tell me.
So I-20 was shut down.
Yes, it was. They had one of the lanes shut down.
And all these trucks that really shouldn't be on that bridge. By the way,
yeah,
it gets tight.
It gets real tight. And so that's what happened is I had just come off the bridge, and I was probably 250, 300 yards down. And there's this big 18-wheeler and a cement truck, and the cement truck
tried to pass
panicked because he thought, "Hey, I can't go if this 18-wheeler's on this bridge."
Yeah.
And he locks his brakes down, and the guy behind him runs right into it.
Oh, wow.
Just, I mean.
So it was on the interstate?
No.
I'm trying to picture where it was.
You got off.
I'm saying
you've probably never been on this road.
I know exactly where it was.
You were on the way to Jacksonville State.
Correct.
Yeah, but he was diverting, taking a back road to miss the interstate.
But I've done that before. Y'all don't have to talk down to me.
Yeah.
Where was it?
Lincoln.
The bridge that goes across the river.
Yeah, if you got off at Riverside and hung a left to head towards Lincoln, there's a
I know exactly where it is.
Bridge.
I know exactly where that
and
is.
It's
you don't have to pretend like you
don't think I've known. Y'all don't think I've ever been diverted?
Listen, so what time was it?
10:30.
Yeah.
10:45.
So when I got there, I jump off. I'm going to do the route, go around, and all of a sudden that bridge is backed up. But they got it cleared enough for. I only sat there like 10 minutes.
Well,
I really have been that way one time,
buddy.
One time.
You could tell that
we were going to eat really some.
It's not far from the Ark.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's where I went to go eat. Do you remember that time I went to go eat after we went shooting in Talladega at that shooting range? Yeah. We went that way to eat at the Ark.
Okay.
So see, I have been there.
This was a perfect example of why these big trucks they stay on the interstate and they don't get off of
that
these
bridge
roads. And I know they're all going to the Honda plant. I get that.
Yeah.
But they go to the next road first.
Yeah. Anytime I go over that bridge, if there's a big truck coming, I have to draw up.
I did too. I actually on the bridge every time because I'll do that way just to change it up sometimes because I like that scenery.
Yeah,
different.
Oh yeah.
It's a tight bridge. It's a tight bridge for cars, much less big trucks.
Did you think about calling Greg to let him know about it?
I was thinking about Greg, but it was because he was gonna make fun of me for wanting to call 911.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who Order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95. Go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Why not take care of your holiday shopping now before the crowds and packed calendars make shopping a total nightmare, especially when Raycon is currently offering 20% off everything on their site with select products up to 50%. So beat the crowds and save now because you don't want to miss out on Raycon's early Black Friday sale. Hurry now to buyraycon.com/Bubba to get 20 to 50% off site-wide. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. buyraycon.com/Bubba. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. A crazy schedule can make it easy to fall back into your old recipe rut, or you could keep mealtime exciting with HelloFresh. Over 40 recipes to choose from each week. There's always something delicious to discover and love. Save on flavorful fall dishes, crowd-pleasing eats, and more when you sign up for America's #1 meal kit. Take 50% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. The code Bubba. That's HelloFresh.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? Why would you do that? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands. Auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year. That's 4 times the rate of inflation. And when you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up. We appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, and we get to choose the mechanic we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba. Okay, I'm not here to nag you about all your diets because I don't always eat healthier either. But I will share this. The Mayo Clinic says if you want to prevent heart disease, lower blood pressure, and cholesterol, eat 5 servings of fruits and vegetables every day. Folks, I don't do that, and you probably don't either. So I use Field of Greens, and I really like it. If you don't always eat right and exercise, join me and take Field of Greens. Get 15% off your first order at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code Bubba. Fieldofgreens.com, the promo code Bubba.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
This fall, as you settle back into a busier routine, your home may be sitting empty and defenseless. Simply Safe's revolutionary home monitoring innovation, 24/7 live guard protection, helps stop crime in real time. If an intruder breaks in, monitoring agents can see, speak, and deter them. Get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or you can visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. This new innovative MyPillow has a brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Now, core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. Available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Head to MyPillow.com/Bubba to buy one, get one free on the new MyPillow 2.0.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. All right, so getting a lot of emails on the situation, Helmsy. A lot of folks saying there's not a lot you could have done about it now that you explained it a little bit more. So I think you're clear on that.
All right, so Helmsy caused a wreck and left. We got that.
The reason I'm being so shady is I think somebody that may have been involved kept going.
If you were eyewitness,
that's why I didn't. That's why I was a little concerned. And again, to their defense, I don't really think it was their fault either. They were just
they didn't want to back all that,
and they would have too. So I don't know. It was an interesting ordeal.
Yeah. Well, Greg appreciates the call.
I completely forgot about that. I'm sorry.
Like you were in the middle of a tense situation. I obviously went that far behind you because
I mean, I had a women's basketball game to get to, Greg.
Well, that was definitely
started at 11:30.
Interesting.
It was an emergency.
I was snapping you some pictures yesterday.
Yeah, I got them late, but looked like there was a lot of fun.
A lot of basketball for me yesterday. A lot of basketball, a lot of tennis, and then a little basketball before I left. The Gamecocks, the women played at 11:30. Nothing like a great, women's basketball game to bring a bunch of elementary kids in for free and let them scream for 2 hours. Sometimes us as parents, we leave our house to get away from the kids, not to go to hear thousands.
But I always put
it's a great idea for the schools, and I love that they do that.
I always put myself where the kids are and think how much fun they were having.
Oh, they were
it's like, you mean we ain't got to be in class?
Yeah. Oh, we'd go to anything, much less a basketball game. We'd have loved that.
Let's go.
And they love trying to find an opportunity.
No snake show, but it's good
to get on the big screen.
Yeah,
and dancing. A lot of dancing yesterday with the kids. Kids can dance.
Kids, because they're not scared to dance.
They're really not. And so you had that, and then we had tennis for a few hours and conditioning, workout, stuff like that. And then the men played last night too. So I caught a couple minutes of it before I got on the road back to Birmingham. Both played well, both won. It was just exhibition. I can't believe basketball season's already starting. We kind of talked about that yesterday.
I'm telling you, time's flying.
It was fun to be in there. I like when gyms are loud.
Yeah.
I like y'all know how I am about atmosphere.
Yeah, and that's one thing about basketball, that the crowd can really. I
like the basketball intros too.
Yeah, that was okay.
I like those. Greg, I thought about you last night because, Speedy, you know how he is about different handshakes and stuff, and you know how
that choreographed crowd.
Yes.
Now, if it's just hey, I'm excited and it's just happened, that's one.
Well,
thing.
basketball have them when they call out starting lineup.
That's what I was getting at.
But when you can tell they've sat down and practiced it, it reminds me of those little girls used to do Mary Mac, all dressed in black. You know what I'm saying? You look like.
Well, that's what they do now, Greg. They've been doing it for a while. It's not new. But I thought about you last night as they were calling out the starting lineup, and they would go do their little handshake with whoever before they went to shake the opposing coach's hands.
Yeah,
referees. So
I'm glad you had fun though. I know. We need to develop that. Maybe that's something we should do at the beginning of every show.
Yeah.
Let's just welcome each other with a handshake. Huh?
I mean, now they'll take it just ridiculous.
Yeah. And then they have
to do feminine.
Jump.
A little feminine to me.
Little feminine.
I didn't see any yesterday that you would have thought would have been feminine.
Yeah.
A what?
Feminine.
Well, you were still traumatized from the wreck, so I'm not going to trust your opinion on anything.
Right. Just, completely dropped the ball on so many fronts. That's all right. So, I mean, we could just come up with a little something. Like maybe
don't have to be.
Maybe
bam,
we slap
bam.
hands and then I slap you and then we start.
Okay, how about then I flip you off and we.
Well, see, there you go.
You want to have a hand motion? I mean, I'm just trying to get in on it.
Yeah. Greg, I know how you don't like Thursday night football.
No,
I'm sorry.
No. Correction. NFL Thursday night.
Right.
I like college on Thursday. Took me a while.
Not really, but kind of. Not really.
It got where
you don't like college on Friday.
And I
Friday, really, and Thursday
Friday.
Makes him mad too. You've ranted on it.
Let me tell you what's happened. Thursdays came out at first, and I thought, well, that's ridiculous. But then they started having really good games. Well, now they're backed off.
They have been.
They don't have. I mean, for a run there, they would have. I mean, monumental conference games.
Yeah. Difference makers. Yeah. Tonight in the NFL, you've got the Titans and the Steelers.
Two teams I liked, but
No.
I'm not watching, especially because it's on stupid prime.
Right. Okay. You got 3 games.
Al Michaels don't want to be there.
3 games for college football. Okay.
On
FS1, you got TCU and Texas Tech.
Yeah, that's okay.
ESPN, Wake Forest, and Duke. And in the state of Alabama on ESPN2, South Alabama and Troy are playing.
I would watch that one over all of them.
Those are 3 college football games. Then you got now baseball is over because the Texas Rangers.
Thank God, about time.
The Rangers win the World Series for the first time in franchise history. They did it in 5 games. I'm sorry, Bubba. I know you wanted it to go 7, but they did it in 5 to win the first title in franchise history. Of course, Corey Seager was named the MVP for his second time in his career, and they win it all.
See, in the old days, they wouldn't even have been in the postseason.
You're right, Greg.
Okay, here we
go.
go.
But now the world champions.
That's a great point.
What did Seager do last night? Anything special?
Yeah, there was the Diamondbacks had like a no-hitter going into the 7th, I think. The starting pitcher for Arizona had a no-hitter through 6, and Seager got a single to break that up in the 7th, I believe, and then he got knocked in. Kind of started the rally. And
Arizona's one of those teams I can't acknowledge.
It's hard for me, too.
Well, they changed their colors in the middle of their – I mean, what's that about?
They ended up winning 5-0. So they win it for the first time. And look, yesterday we started talking about the Rangers and have they ever won it and who they were. It's really interesting to me on where – certain franchises started.
They spun out of what they spun out of.
Oh, I had it yesterday.
I remember it was part of your dad's trivia question, wasn't it?
Yeah. No, I don't think
that was it. The Rangers. I thought the Rangers were somehow tied into that. Maybe not.
Maybe so. I don't know, but
indirectly,
right? But we let's see, where was it? The Texas Rangers were the second incarnation of the Washington Senators. The first Senators team moved to Minnesota and became the Twins. They moved to Arlington in 1971 and became the Rangers.
Okay.
So, anyway, a little trivia there. But congratulations to them. So, anyway, it's just football now. No more MLB for this year.
Basketball.
Basketball's kicking it off.
Yep. But tonight.
Or tipping it off.
Yeah. All right.
It's never too early to start your holiday shopping, and why not take care of it now before the crowds and packed calendars make shopping a total nightmare, especially when you can shop Raycon products and save up to 50% off because their early Black Friday sale is going on now. Raycon first made a name for themselves in the audio space, and this past year they've expanded their entire business with the introduction of Raycon Home and Raycon Power Tech. Raycon is known for delivering high quality and thoughtful features at half the price of the other premium tech brands. It's no wonder their products have racked up tens of thousands of 5-star reviews. Raycon is currently offering 20% off everything on their site with select products up to 50%. So beat the crowds now and save. Because trust us, you don't want to miss out on Raycon's early Black Friday sale. Hurry now to buyraycon.com/Bubba to get 20% off site-wide. buyraycon.com/Bubba. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week Quick Start Pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week Quick Start Pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands.
That's true, and auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year.
If an unexpected breakdown happened today, would you be ready?
If you had carshield.com/Bubba, you would be.
If your car is just over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. We all know our daily drives are more than just getting from point A to point B. Traveling by car is a way of life.
When you enroll in a protection plan through CarShield carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up.
That means for as long as you own the vehicle and the mileage increases or how many claims you file.
They offer plans starting at just $100 a month with no long-term contracts and options to fit every budget.
Now, we appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, choosing the mechanic that we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Get coverage today and save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. Have you tried the Innovatives Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix sleep quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. The number 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we thank you for being with us. So today, I got something that Terry scheduled for me.
Couples massage.
You know what?
Oh,
that'd be
boy.
nice. I think that's the last time I had a massage. It was on a cruise ship, and it was a couples massage.
Oh boy, on a cruise ship.
Yeah.
Did you get naked?
I think they were playing Enya.
Excuse me?
Huh?
That's an artist.
Oh, good Lord. I thought that was some type of move they do when they're massaging you.
Greg Burgess. It's funny how where your mind goes, you nasty little thing.
I thought that's what you were talking about.
But anyway,
you didn't help matters.
Well,
okay.
That's the name of an artist.
I did. Nobody knows that.
I didn't know that. Nobody knows who that is.
Well,
Did they put any hot rocks?
Well, you know how
on
they do the little, like
you
get soothing music.
I've never had a massage.
Yes, you
Don't
have.
want one.
Not like that.
You sure
No,
have.
I've never
Not
had
like
any.
that. I hadn't had.
Well,
I've had the one. That's
Y'all made me do
a
it
chair.
one time on there. One time made me, and I hated it.
I've never laid on a table and let somebody work on me.
Naked.
You okay today?
No, but that's what they do.
Is it the
They put a
cold
towel
weather?
over you.
Cold weather's got you a little
Were
froggy?
you naked or not on the cruise ship?
No, I was down in to like
To
some
your
shorts.
undies.
Okay.
Anyway,
They rub oil
I'm
all
not
over you?
getting a couples massage.
They grease
today.
you up.
They grease you up with some oil.
And
They put them hot rocks on your spine.
she said, "Hey, I scheduled you an eye exam," and I said, "What?" And she said, "We're the last two.
Yeah, I'm due.
We're the
I'm due
last
that.
two of the family. All the boys have had them. They're up to date." And she said, this was yesterday. I've got one today. You got one tomorrow. I'm like, what? What are you talking about? What, a couple's eye exam now? Is that what you
Just
got
like
me
you
doing?
did on the massage.
Make that nasty. How you can do that? How you can do that?
So people don't get massages naked. I made that up.
So anyway,
they do, Greg.
I guess, man, on TV they do.
She came back to the house. She said, "Oh, it's a breeze," and she said, "Take 30 minutes, whatever."
Ain't no big deal.
And
they gonna dilate them?
And no, unless they find. I guess I don't know.
Find the line you can read. Okay,
I think this one's just a basic, like where are you, whatever, and having the family history that I've got. You want to do that, and I've that's one area. When it comes to the dental work and it comes to our annual physicals and all that, own it. Skin checks, everything. I do neglect the eyes, and I do need to kind of get a one-over on, like, where are you?
I try to go once a year.
Get the pressure checked in your eyes and all that. That's important to do. And so today I've got that, and for some reason it's on me. I don't know why.
Exam's easy.
When's the last one you've done?
I'm due one now, but it was last year.
You do a yearly eye exam?
Year, yeah.
Do you really?
Yeah.
I'm sorry I went high pitch on you because I think you're lying right now.
No, I do.
For some reason, I think you're making it.
No, I remember he went through all that contact stuff.
Yeah, that's
when
I did the contact thing that I hate.
Right.
But to your point, a bigger point.
When's the last time you
That's
went?
what I was going to say. Now, you talking about somebody's I'm about to make you feel real good.
Okay.
You talking about somebody that's
blind.
neglected it. When I was 25 or 26, I had LASIK. And
you have had that?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I had 25 or 26.
Yes, you do, because he was legally blind before he had it, he claimed.
That was the whole story behind that.
He wasn't legally blind?
No.
Yes.
Just
couldn't
had
see
bad
anything.
eyes.
And so
okay. Well, I didn't know you had LASIK to improve that. I didn't know what it was.
Yeah.
But,
so I had that when I was 25 or 26. I'm 45 now and have not been back.
Oh, wow.
So I think I went a couple times after the surgery they were like, next couple of years, just get you an annual visit, whatever. And I guess probably about the time I was 28 or 29, I just said, you know what, there's nothing wrong with my eyes. And that's not the way to think, by the way, because there's other things other than your vision that can go wrong with your eyes.
Sure, of course.
And so I really should be going, to your point. I'm neglecting it.
Yeah. Yeah, especially since you've been legally blind before.
I hope you come tomorrow. What if he come back tomorrow with a patch?
Craig, don't have him with a patch.
And kind of find out there was nothing wrong with his eye. He'd start to look good.
That was my look. But that's today, and again, I know it's not a big deal, but it's just on me. Yeah. I don't know why. Now, the last time I went, and it's been probably, how time gets away from us. We think something's 3 years, and it's been like 10.
8th grade.
But I had an opportunity to do a endorsement for someone that does LASIK surgery, and I had to go get my eyes checked as part of that endorsement, and we pulled Tyler into the eye exam too, because they were like, I don't care if anybody in the family needs it, it'd be great for you to talk about the testimonial of them going through the procedure during the spots and stuff. And so at the time, Tyler was the only one. He wore contacts, played ball and all that, and complained about it. And so I went and got the eyes checked, and through that eye exam, they just said, you just have aging of the eye. You're not really because I started having to have readers, I got 1.5s now that I use. And if you watch on TV, if I start looking down at the laptop or I'm trying to read copy, I've got to have them on.
Oh, yeah.
And so anyway, so it never worked out. And Tyler, they said that because he had a little stigma in his eye and he was so young, the eye it changes a little bit. So they're like, if we do something when he's this young.
That's why they waited with me.
Yeah, then it could be.
I battled.
He could be a little bit off once he gets to his mid-20s and up. So
I battled all through a couple years of high school and then all through college with battling the irritation of contacts and especially in college. And finally they came out with some decent, cool sunglasses that were prescription that you could wear in the outfield and wear hitting.
Yeah.
That I would in college I had kind of dialed that in when I couldn't wear my contacts, but. Man, I would have loved to have had LASIK done when I was 17 or 18.
Yeah.
But to your point, it just really wasn't.
Yeah, and that's kind of his age. Yeah. His age was around then, so I guess it's been about 8 years. Greg, you'll love this because you had the same thing happen to you. So the dailies, how the daily contacts, they're so flimsy and so thin, and they're so hard to put in your eye.
Contact world.
Yeah. So when he was playing, the wind and stuff would burn his eyes because they would get real irritated. And during baseball season, it's cold and windy for the first half of the season. And so he was complaining about them, and they recommended, hey, instead of going from the normal ones, let's go to the dailies, and you can change them out more. And that resolved the problem, and they weren't near as irritated and stuff. But, hey, him trying to figure out how to get those dailies in, it was so frustrating.
If I would have stuck to it, this thing right now, I'd be wearing them.
Yeah. Because there's a method to the madness. But
my kids both have had contacts since they were teenagers,
right?
And they can pull them in. I kept having to go to Chandler's house to get her to pull them out of my eyes. I couldn't get them out,
right?
So I'd have to drive down the road, and she'd yank them right out of there.
Yeah, well, there was a lot of moaning and groaning from the mirror in the bathroom.
And they fold over.
Yeah,
I
ruined that one. Dadgummit, I dropped it. And we went through a sleeve, but we finally figured it out. And because of his stigmatism, each eye there's a different one for each eye. So hey, which one goes left, which one goes right, and all that. But that's the last time I had them checked. But today's
good luck
the day.
today. I hope you don't come out with a patch.
Well, everybody in the family's had a clean bill of health. Okay, we have Tyler. Hey, you got contacts and everything. JC, his eyes are fine. Reese, his eyes are fine. Yesterday, Terry went and they said, hey, you're doing fine. Stay with the 1.5. She started to need readers, but your eyes are fine. The pressure's fine or whatever. And now it's me. And now it's my turn.
I can tell my.
Don't be such a baby about it.
I'll come out with, what if I had to wear glasses or something?
Oh, I hope so.
You do? See, I knew you'd want something like that.
I wear them, but I don't wear them in here.
I'm fine far away. I just can't see right here.
I can't see. I can see up close, but I can't see far away.
Yeah, I can see. The LASIK has changed.
And I was 20/20 most of my life.
Yeah. Well, you were legally blind, and now you can see.
But the up close, I can tell is deteriorating. However, it's not to a point where I need readers.
Well,
when I put the readers,
overnight.
Everybody says that, but I keep it. It seems gradual.
How old are you?
45.
Yeah, I didn't.
You don't have to squint so much.
Did you see that?
I didn't have them then. My eyes were good.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden one day I get up and I can't see.
Isn't that weird? Literally, I woke up one morning. I'm like, why can't I read that?
Yeah.
Amanda's a little fuzzy.
Amanda's 44 and she does have to wear them, but it's the 1.5.
Okay.
But now here's the thing: when I get the 1.5s and put them on, it actually does magnify and I can see better, but they make my head hurt. So I'm like, I can't. I can see fine without them.
I lost my sight and my hair about the same time.
Yeah.
Seriously.
This is from my dad, who really is legally blind. He says, join the conversations. That's the way to go get your eyes checked. He said, please, people, do not take your eyesight for granted. Only when you lose it do you realize that you should have done something earlier.
How you feel about that?
So how about that?
I did something early.
Yeah, you did.
You haven't been back since you were 24.
Yeah, I'm concerned about that.
Yeah, and most insurance policies,
they'll pay 1 year.
They cover the 1 year exam. So you should read into your policy, figure that out. But today's the day. We'll see. I just want my pressure in my eye to be all right, and I know you don't.
That's what's on his mind.
Which is so concerning.
That's what's
for
got you.
I'd like to see them dilate you. I think you need to be dilated.
They put like a tire gauge on.
Why are you smiling when I say stuff like that?
I don't know.
Rick and Bubba.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop to opt out. Terms and conditions apply. Visit ISSA online for details.
Tired of the 9-to-5 grind? Looking for something different that's flexible, fulfilling, and pays well? How'd you like to get paid to work out? Now you can with ISSA, the global leader in personal fitness certification.
There's a huge demand for certified personal trainers right now. And once you get ISSA certified, they guarantee you'll get a job. Trainers can make as much as $200 an hour. Yes, I said $200 an hour. And with ISSA, you can be certified in as little as 4 weeks. Just text TEAM to 323232 now to get started for free. You do everything at your own pace and 100% online.
Pursue your passion in specializations like yoga, nutrition, or strength training. Live your life on your terms. Get certified and train like you want. Start your own business, work at a gym, or make health and fitness your side hustle. Whatever works for you. Just don't wait.
Get started today and be certified in as little as 4 weeks. Just text TEAM to 323232 right now to get started for free. Text the word TEAM to 323232. Text TEAM to 323232.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that is MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for health care can save many families up to $500 a month, and that is huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The member satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years. Members have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. So see what you can save. This is a very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. Call 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE, 855-51-BIBLE.
From pumpkin spice to apple pie, fall is hands down the most delicious time of the year. But it's also the busiest. So this time around, get HelloFresh and treat yourself to the best of the season's flavors without the stress. It's simple. HelloFresh does the shopping and the planning for you so you can relax. Not only do their chefs create fall-perfect recipes to enjoy, all the ingredients arrive fresh and pre-portioned, so whipping up a home-cooked meal is easy. And make sure and check out all the fall flavors. A new limited-time lineup of easy autumn-inspired eats from HelloFresh Market, fresh on desserts like apple cider cake with caramel sauce, or please a crowd with appetizers like the barbecue pulled pork nachos. And just as always, everything you need to get cooking quick is delivered right to the door. How easy is that? Join America's #1 meal kit today and get 50% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. It's never too early to start your holiday shopping, and why not take care of it now before the crowds and packed calendars make shopping a total nightmare, especially when you can shop Raycon products and save up to 50% off because their early Black Friday sale is going on now. Raycon first made a name for themselves in the audio space, and this past year they've expanded their entire business with the introduction of Raycon Home and Raycon Power Tech. Raycon is known for delivering high quality and thoughtful features at half the price of the other premium tech brands. It's no wonder their products have racked up tens of thousands of 5-star reviews. Raycon is currently offering 20% off everything on their site with select products up to 50%. So beat the crowds now and save. Because trust us, you don't want to miss out on Raycon's early Black Friday sale. Hurry now to buyraycon.com/Bubba to get 20% off site-wide. Buyraycon.com/Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
9 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the kickoff hour, and we are live, and we thank you so much for tuning in to the show today. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us right after top of the hour for the main show, and we appreciate you more than you know. There's some days that it's just we're all over the place. And then there's some days where Greg says, if we don't get to my story by top of the hour, I'm walking out. And so today he said, I got us a headline.
You know, I'm a fan of headlines.
Right.
You know, because we talked about it. Some are misleading, whatever.
Right.
Here's a good one. Booty Patrol gets red light after causing chaos on Florida streets.
What?
Excuse me, Shunny.
I forgot about that.
Excuse me, Shunny.
The driver of the Booty Patrol truck, he has been impersonating law enforcement in Florida and causing chaos on the streets, has been apprehended and issued a ticket. Now,
what?
They've wrote him a ticket for impersonating an officer, but they want people to come forward that I guess that he's pulled over, and so far nobody has came forward with it. That he, I guess they're going more charges. He has been given a ticket for having. You can't have those lights.
He
wasn't. I'm sorry, the ticket went for
can't impersonate an officer.
But I think just having those lights is against the law.
But his
and it sounds like they're trying to build a case against him, but nobody's coming forward who have been pulled over by Booty Patrol. And you need to see the truck. I mean, it looks
official.
It looks official.
It does.
And what's his goal? What's he doing?
Well, he doesn't say what he does when he pulls you over. It's just he's the Booty Patrol.
You know how
I can find some booty.
I love it.
That's what's weird. It said no one has come forward about being pulled over by the driver. I guess somebody saw him just with his lights and turned him in before he pulled in, or whoever he pulled over is not. So, guys, I'm looking at it. It looks like
here's what it looks like. So if you've ever been on a beach and saw a patrol truck or SUV on the beach, and where it says it's got all the official logos and whatever. And then on the side it says Beach Patrol.
Yeah.
It instead of Beach Patrol, it says Booty Patrol.
Okay.
And it looks so official.
Yeah. But he has been given a citation for having those
Play
lights.
that clip one more time, Speedy. Right. This is what he plays over the.
Shunny.
Do what now?
This is what he plays over the loudspeaker when he pulls after he pulls somebody
tell
over.
you get from the car.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Got it.
You know where I can find some booty?
Where did you get that?
Who is that?
Huh? It's just from a song.
Okay.
Got it.
But that's another very interesting headline. I just thought it was. I mean, you don't see that a lot.
You don't. You really don't.
What if you're the guy with the citation and someone brings it up and you go, they got me. Why? Well, I got this truck. I mean, he's took time and spent some good money. First of all, it's a fairly new truck.
Yeah.
And the decal job is it ain't like somebody just come out there and took poster board and wrote it on it and taped it on the side of the truck.
Right.
I mean, this guy really serious about the Booty Patrol.
So you're saying he pulls...
I'm like you. I'm not sure why he pulls... What would make him pull someone over?
Yeah, so you're saying he goes... So he does that first, and then he plays it off the loud system?
Yeah.
It's tough to type.
It's
really hard to type.
You tried it. But anyway, that's enough. We're going to overdo it and say it too many times. But yeah, that's in a Fox...
Excuse me, Shunny. Do you know where I can...
See, that's a Fox
headline.
headline.
I can do it, do you?
I just read the Fox headline. Okay, that's what it said.
That is the headline.
That's the headline. So
good night. Some people.
Hello,
so when he wakes up every day, that's where he is dialed in when it comes to that.
Wow.
Good gracious. That is insane. People nowadays, I mean, they're crazy.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
Y'all, they're crazy. All right, go ahead.
I'm trying to think of something that we could put on our trucks.
Okay.
Hello. Not that.
Not that. Let's not do that.
What could we patrol?
What are we patrolling?
Yeah. If we were going to put BIP patrol,
BIP
that's a good one.
I would like to
BIP patrol.
I would like to patrol
Dumbass.
slow left lane drivers and pull every freaking one of them over. Sorry.
Oh, a lot of passion there.
Mad about it. Hello, Sonny.
Let me do that. I got that. And then when they look over at you like you're the problem, or because they've got some ego, they go 10 miles below the speed limit, and then when you go to pass and they speed up like it's a competition. Well, no, just get over.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway.
Okay.
But I could do that.
Are you done? I like that, and I like BIP patrol.
BIP patrol.
Yeah, BIP patrol. I'm all about.
We really honestly do BIP patrol every day with the phones.
We do.
We don't have an official vehicle, but you're right.
Yeah. I'd like to put that on my truck. BIP patrol.
That would be so awesome. If I could have like one of those little magnets I just put on my door. Yeah. BIP patrol.
Yeah. BS patrol when you call somebody out for that. A lot of that goes on.
Y'all chew gum much?
No, I keep buying my cheek. My gum.
When you chew gum, I
go mints now.
So okay.
I mean, I would like to, but I honestly keep biting the inside of my cheek.
My question was going to be,
I like
when
gum.
you chew gum, do you you get these little pieces? Do you do just one piece or you do multiple
If
pieces?
it's small, I do multiple.
Okay.
I normally do one.
Now, if it's a Hubba Bubba, something like that.
Yeah, that's not
one
what I'm
will
talking
do.
about. I'm talking about these little mint things you get out of the little jar.
When I was a kid, you milled the debate. I call them ballpark bubble gum.
Yeah.
You had the apple and the regular
Grape,
and,
yeah.
yeah. And we would see how many we could put in our mouth. It
Love
was
that.
ridiculous. And we'd all, because we wanted to look like we had a child. I'm sorry, bad influence from major leaguers, but we all thought it was sharp. They had chewing tobacco in their mouth.
Yes.
Until we actually tried it and we realized it was pretty horrible. But we would get them, what was it called? But anyway, the little individual packs came in a big tub, and we would see who could stuff the most in their mouth.
Is Big League Chew still around?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
it is.
You talking about trying to act like your dad who had Levi Garrett and Redman? They did it. They did it just like it.
Do you remember? And I know we've talked about.
I
this
would
on
take
air.
it out of the
This is a
pouch,
repeat.
just like-
I get it's a repeat.
Right.
The documentary about Kurt Russell's dad on that minor league team.
Yes.
He played on it. Was a player. One of those players actually invented Big League Chew.
Really?
That was on that team.
That's good.
It was in the documentary.
That's a good factoid there.
Guys, we just ignore the fact that Kurt Russell's dad owned the minor league team and Kurt played on it.
Yeah.
They were independent league. But anyway, but I remember. I don't know why I remember. Somebody from that team actually came up with Big League Chew.
I thought you had gum in your mouth yesterday, but you were chewing on floss.
Floss, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll chew on some floss.
Dudney left floss here the other day for everybody, and I've noticed.
Yeah, but it was in our little bags.
I know.
Like we all have a little
But Greg
bag.
got his out, and it's been in there. Matter of
Yeah.
fact, what's weird is Rick actually asked me for floss,
I saw that.
and I was like, you know what? I think there's some in the.
Well, you
phone
never know when you
screening room.
need it.
Evidently.
I mean, what's wrong with that?
I've actually used it since it's been sitting in there. I don't floss enough.
No, I don't either.
Not the way I'm supposed to.
I
use those floss sticks all the time.
My
but
wife flosses immediately after she eats.
Every time.
Yeah. Actually, I'm like, we'll be at a drive-through. I'm like, can we leave? She was like, I got floss.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
that quick?
That quick.
It's funny.
I hear you, Lisa.
Me, not so much.
We got time maybe for one more.
What where y'all at on? Did y'all ever have silk shirts?
No.
Silk shirt.
You remember there was a phase.
There was
there
a
was
phase.
a phase.
I think
that
I had
'70s.
one. I think I had one.
Wait a minute. Let me think back. I may have.
It's tough when you get cold.
It was kind of in the 80s and 90s too.
When I saw John Travolta with his in Saturday Night Fever, I kind of wanted one. What about
Yeah.
them stacked shoes?
What about silk drawers?
You ever
silk
have,
drawers?
you ever
Smooth
have-
as
you
silk
ever-
drawers.
You ever
heard
have
that?
silk bed sheets?
No, I have not. 'Cause
Yes.
I wasn't like some weirdo with a waterbed with silk bed sheets.
Would you get a massage on it?
Me? No,
Yeah.
I just asked if y'all have ever had one.
Naked.
And really, that's what I was looking for right there from that one. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, good. Well, here we are, ready to go for another day. And, boy, we have a lot to cover. I did make an executive decision after looking at the state of Frenchie last night that he needed to sleep today. He's
I was going to ask you, have you just run Frenchie into the ground?
He's a go-getter. I will tell you this. Now, he will fish every single day. If you
He likes that fish.
If you want him to. He was even yesterday. I had to shut him down. We're not fishing again today. And but he's I did cook for him last night venison, and he enjoyed that immensely. He ate that like he was given something he'd never had before, and he loved every minute of it.
Oh, good.
So
Good.
we made.
This is how that went. Hey, Frenchie, how do you like that? Yes.
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 You like that deer meat? Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Cooked him that last night with a little fresh squash and some onions and a little cantaloupe.
Yes.
Little cantaloupe. It was
Yes.
good. It was a good meal. We enjoyed that. So,
Oui.
and I did injure him yesterday working out, so he's now injured.
Rick.
Come.
Yep, he's injured.
Hurt his back.
Really?
Or just something on his leg.
That boy.
He keeps rubbing on it.
Rick.
He didn't finish the workout. He had to go.
Oh, we got to have it.
He didn't finish. It
Had to
was
pull
that
up.
bad.
When he's up, when he's down.
Yeah. Oh, I
I know you're kind of
Wait,
mumbling that. Are you going to be in trouble?
I didn't know. I thought he was a
Muscle pull.
I thought
The
he was.
Book of Blame's coming out.
I thought he was a triathlete. That's what I was told.
You going to send him home limping?
Probably.
But that's swimming, biking, and running. That's it. I mean, some of the stuff you do
you're
with
right.
that thing.
Yeah.
different.
Good point.
What part of the knee is?
I can't tell what he's talking about. He keeps pointing at something.
Where's he pointing,
Well,
Rick?
he keeps pointing at the top of his knee or around his knee,
Oh.
and I've got him to roll out the IT thing, and that seems to help. I think that's all it is. I just think he's
That's Rick. Rick is going to fall to that.
Yeah.
I always go to the IT man.
Let's try that.
That's his duct tape.
I think he was asking me to find him some of that Ben Gay last night, but I can't figure out what he's talking
Whoa,
about.
watch it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
You got offended for just a second.
Yeah, I did. I said, "Hey, what'd you say?
What's your problem?
What'd you say?"
Hello.
He kept doing a rubbing motion on his knee and asked me if I had some of this, and I didn't.
Liniment.
We don't keep that around.
I need some liniment.
So what I did is I told him to go get some of that marijuana oil.
Oh yeah.
CBD.
LMNOP.
I told him, CD. I said, if you can do that and wear a magnetic bracelet, you'll never hurt again. rub a little emu on you or something. You know what I mean?
The blue emu.
Yeah. Well, we always look at the end of it all.
Copper out.
Hey, look, all this was covered on Mayberry when Miss So and So needed her pills.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know. Remember that?
Yeah.
And Ellie was it? Wasn't Ellie?
Ellie
name?
Walker.
Ellie Walker. Ellie Walker's gonna shut that down.
Mm-hmm.
Andy
Remember,
said,
she'd see her trying to sneak in her little hat with that flower on it.
and Andy was like, just give her pills.
Yeah.
And of course, they went to the pills. She just thought it helped.
Yeah.
So if you think it helps,
Once Ellie figured out it was just sugar pills.
yeah, right. Yeah.
So I got to ask a question. Did you let him sleep in because he needed to rest or because he's hurt?
He's
laying at home right now, clutching his knee, crying.
He simply said that he wanted to sleep in this morning was the directions to Bubba's lake on the way by the house, and I said yes, and I said I can come by here and get you. That's fine.
Well, we won't work him too hard today.
Yeah.
It'll be
Well,
it'll be totally R&R today.
Yeah, I told him that.
So if you can just limp him and get him to the boat and sit him down, you'll be good.
Right. Yeah.
Prop it up, buddy.
You talking about we're in the middle of
Rick,
something?
is he on crutches?
He's not on crutches, but was he
doing squats?
All right, that's why he's not here.
Or he's squatting weight or something?
He looked over at me in the middle of the workout and said, I must stop. Oh, wow. And then he went over there and limped away.
You know, what was he doing?
What
was he doing when he hurt it?
It's hard to say when it happened, but when
you're not on trial, buddy.
When he left,
well, you can't prove it.
When he left, we were doing well, yeah, that was probably we were doing like where you take kettlebells and you walk with them up here,
Mm-hmm.
and then when you come back, you had to do like a shuttle run and all that kind of stuff, and
Poor Frenchie.
he didn't make it through that.
I'm going to stop.
And it's fine. I mean, I looked at his little legs; they're just little bitty things.
You said, are you hurt? He goes, yes.
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 But I mean, he's got little bitty legs.
Have you used Google Translate any to, maybe talk a little more in depth on?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
How do you say ouch in French?
One of the boys, I forget which one of you just brought it up. Is he laying in bed crying?
Mm-hmm.
Is that okay?
No,
he's not that bad.
He never cried. No, we watched a show about Alaska last night. He seemed fine. Huh?
Did you ice it? Did he ice it?
Well, we iced it. And I keep trying to get him to take Relief Factor. He thinks it's some kind. He's scared to death of Relief Factor. I'll look, and his packet will be laying over there, and like he won't open it. I'm like, take this.
He's the same way about sauce.
He keeps saying calcium to me. Is it calcium? No, it's not calcium. What does he mean by calcium?
It's curcumin.
Yeah. Resveratrol.
Rick and
My
Bubba,
carrot.
Rick and Bubba.
The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. A brand new hour has begun. We got a lot to do on another Rick and Bubba Show today. Here's the national anthem. It is 7.5 minutes past the hour. Hey, a brand new hour of Rick and Bubba underway. Here we go. Unpacking the stories of the day, taking your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. The archive for yesterday's Bible study is available. If you didn't catch it yesterday or haven't yet, it's on our YouTube channel or our podcast archives. We're almost done with the walk through the Revelation. I mean, we are mere verses away of being done. 11 months we've been in the book of the Revelation. So if you missed yesterday's archive, grab that. Today we record another edition of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. That's other extra content for you. Letters from the audience this week, as Bubba and I read letters from you and try to answer your questions in Rick and Bubba University, the podcast today. We'll record it, and then it'll be out this afternoon. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy have done a kickoff hour for you. The YouTube experience has been enhanced because Eddie Van Adler now settles into his seat, and he'll drive us the rest of the way. We're missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. Come on in. Let's get it started.
Cool the engines. Engines, baby.
Cool the engines. Cool them down.
You know, I've got a few Boston purists that are friends of mine, and they don't like, Greg doesn't like the album Third Stage, but they'll go as far as to say they don't like the song Cool the Engines. And I'm like, I have to disagree with you.
Yeah,
I think Cool the Engines holds up.
Why did they not like it?
I don't know.
Because it sounds just like them.
It does. That's why I like it, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it has their sound. It's not like they went off the ranch and did a disco song or something.
You don't ever hear Boston people, if you'll throw it around, I mean fans of the group Boston, not the city Boston or the teams Boston. If you ask a Boston rock group fan, hey, throw out your favorite Boston songs, it's like Cool the Engines gets nothing. I love the riff. I like the hook. I like Cool the Engines. And it's to your point, it's the same format of all the other Boston songs that we like.
I mean, you just hear the music and you know who it is. Yeah. You don't even have to look.
So anyway, so glad we're starting another one. I mentioned some of the things that have happened since the last time we're together and some things that are coming up this weekend. Looking forward to answering some of your questions and letters from the audience on Rick and Bubba University. That is one of my favorite series that we do. I enjoy letters from the audience because it gives you and I a chance to reminisce and also understand that there's some things that people may be thinking, hey, I wonder about this. And we're able to answer that. I know yesterday we were all talking and kicking around on the Team Rick and Bubba group text the earthly death of Bobby Knight yesterday.
Yeah, how about that?
83 years old. And I really lost. I didn't know what happened to Bobby Knight after he was, had the tantrum that finally kind of ended his career, and then I remember, they brought him back to Indiana for some sort of tribute, and he looked really feeble then. Do you remember that? And for some reason, his nose was purple.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that was the vessels. Was that the vessels in his nose had burst or something? And his nose was purple. And I remember he could barely get around. And,
we had a story before that where they had some kind of shooting incident, at a bird hunt. Remember, he had a neighbor was unhappy that he got peppered with some gunshot, or Bobby was unhappy. It was somebody was unhappy. They got peppered with some bird shot.
Well, Bobby would be unhappy.
He could pitch a little fit. He did. We'll break that down. He's got some pretty incredible numbers for his coaching.
Yeah. So 83. So he went on in,
And so
we got a new
Do
World
we?
Series champion, the Texas Rangers.
So the Rangers won. Well, how
First
about
time ever in 5, and I can explain why that didn't go to 7.
Can you?
We'll
Okay.
break that down a little bit.
Okay.
I do need to ask the audience, Rick, and you guys. It's that time of year where we need to go shopping for the 12 working days of Christmas, and we need to get some ideas on how we want to, go with that this year.
Oh yeah.
Donna Kelsey, the mom of the Kelsey brothers. Did you see the applause she got on the airplane this week?
I did not know.
She's turned into a celebrity.
Oh, of course. I can definitely see that. So
we'll talk a little bit about that. And Rick, a new segment. What did you think was going to happen?
Right.
Okay.
I like that
I'm
one.
really shocked at people this day and time who are grown-ups
Mhm.
who put a scenario together and then they're surprised at the outcome. I'm like, what did you think was going to happen?
Right.
And I witnessed some of these on some of these neighborhood apps, and I was fighting with every ounce of my person not to get on there and answer them in a smart aleck way. But fortunately, other people beat me to it.
Also, we yesterday we're all taken back just a little bit. We do have to once again explain that just because someone goes by the name Bubba doesn't mean it has anything to do with us.
Yeah, wasn't he?
As we will.
Was that real? That can't be real, can it?
It's in the news today.
bizarre.
And we will put this under the life of the secret life of small town mayors.
Slash pastor.
Well, the slash pastor is a biggie, and
You thought the mayor was weird.
Well,
right.
Yeah.
I think that box is checked.
Yeah. Wow. Can you? I was thinking when that story came out yesterday, and there were some people that we know that were kind of a little more connected to it, and they said the mayor part is certainly a surprise. The pastor part, they said, was a really big surprise, especially to the organization called Alabama Baptist.
Yeah.
So the town of Smith Station turned upside down a little bit today. So we'll delve into that one. You know, you would think anybody that goes by Bubba, you just wouldn't think of that.
Usually, if you're gonna allow yourself to go by Bubba, you there's certain areas you just veer out of.
That's right. Aren't there certain commitments you're making?
Yeah, I feel like
you're
there
right.
is.
So we got a lot.
And the rest of us Bubbas would like to say thank you.
right. Yeah, we'll
just heard from T. Bubba Bechtol.
He's not thrilled either.
Look at that.
All right, we'll be back. We got a lot to unpack today.
Wow. See, you think being a ham radio operator is weird. How about that?
Yeah, that's
you need another hobby, sir.
I'm with you. This is one of those. If you want to relieve stress, let's do something else.
Yeah.
How about fishing?
How about pickleball?
Yeah, right.
Oh, wow.
We'll be back.
Dominoes.
Rick and Bubba.
Deal or no deal? I don't wear a toupee. It's my hair.
You know, we started watching it because when the show runs live, it did begin, and this is the and there were many people that were saying that the derangement that we now see in the Democrats, that they're so obsessed with their fury against Trump that they're not even thinking it through. It's like they're just running like reckless and out of control, and they don't realize that some of this stuff is just going. They keep getting caught in their own traps, and I think what we're going to play for you now is what some of the people said, even Democrats. What's about to happen to Mueller is what they were saying the Democrats were opening themselves up to.
And just quickly, I told you yesterday this was going to be a bunch to do about nothing, and it was. It was actually less than nothing if you quote Trump.
Thank you.
But Mueller was a very respected investigator and head of the FBI. I was shocked when he got into this. I was shocked the length that this went on. And he did not come off looking very good at all yesterday. Some stories are saying he destroyed his legacy as an investigator. And here's an exchange with him and Jim Jordan yesterday. And it's about 3 or 4 minutes long, but try to follow this.
The gentleman from Ohio. Director, the FBI interviewed Joseph Mifsud on February 10th, 2017. In that interview, Mr. Mifsud lied. You point this out on page 193, volume 1. Mifsud denied. Mifsud also falsely stated. In addition, Mifsud omitted. 3 times he lied to the FBI, yet you didn't charge him with the crime.
Excuse me, did you say one? I'm sorry, did you say 193?
Volume 1, 193. He lied 3 times. You pointed out in the report. Why didn't you charge him with the crime?
I can't get into internal deliberations with regard who would or would not be.
Charge a lot of other people for making false statements. Let's remember this. In 2016, the FBI did something they probably haven't done before. They spied on 2 American citizens associated with a presidential campaign, George Papadopoulos and Carter Page. With Carter Page, they went to the FISA court. They used the now famous dossier as part of the reason they were able to get the warrant and spy on Carter Page for a better part of a year. With Mr. Papadopoulos, they didn't go to the court. They used human sources. All kinds of, from about the moment Papadopoulos joins the Trump campaign, you got all these people all around the world starting to swirl around him. Names like Howe, Downer, Mifsud, Thompson, meeting in Rome, London, all kinds of places. The FBI even sent a lady posing as somebody else, went by the name Azra Turk, even dispatched her to London to spy on Mr. Papadopoulos. In one of these meetings, Mr. Papadopoulos is talking to a foreign diplomat, and he tells the diplomat, Russians have dirt on Clinton. That diplomat then contacts the FBI, and the FBI opens an investigation based on that fact. You point this out on page 1 of the report. July 31st, 2016, they open the investigation based on that piece of information. Diplomat tells Papadopoulos, Papadopoulos tells a diplomat, Russians have dirt on Clinton. Diplomat tells the FBI. What I'm wondering is, who told Papadopoulos? How'd he find out?
I can't get into the evidentiary file.
Yes, you can, because you wrote about it. You gave us the answer. Page 192 of the report, you tell us who told him. Joseph Mifsud. Joseph Mifsud's the guy who told Papadopoulos. The mysterious professor who lives in Rome and London, teaches in 2 different universities. This is the guy who told Papadopoulos. He's the guy who starts it all. And when the FBI interviews him, he lies 3 times, and yet you don't charge him with a crime. You charge Rick Gates for false statements. You charge Paul Manafort for false statements. You charge Michael Cohen with false statements. You charge Michael Flynn, a 3-star general, with false statements. But the guy who puts the country through this whole saga, starts it all for 3 years we've lived this now, he lies, and you guys don't charge him. And I'm curious as to why.
Well, we can't get into it, and it's obvious, I think, that we can't get into charging decisions.
When the FBI interviewed him in February, FBI interviews him in February, when the special counsel's office interviewed Mifsud, did he lie to you guys?
Can't get into that.
Did you interview Mifsud?
Can't get into that.
Is Mifsud Western intelligence or Russian intelligence?
Can't get into that.
A lot of things you can't get into. What's interesting, you can charge 13 Russians no one's ever heard of, no one's ever seen, no one's ever going to hear of them, no one's ever going to see them. You can charge them. You can charge all kinds of people who are around the president with false statements. But the guy who launches the guy who puts this whole story in motion.
20 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. As we are back, thank you for being with us today as we unpack the stories of the day. So Bobby Knight, we mentioned that. Bobby Knight, legendary basketball coach, Indiana, Texas Tech. Before that, I know he was with which one of our military schools?
He was with Army.
Army?
Yeah, him and Bill Parcells were there at the same time.
Can you
one
imagine?
doing basketball, one doing.
I bet he got that
football. Did he do something else? Football.
He got that job when he was 24 years old.
Yeah,
and only had coached high school for a couple years. So pretty impressive.
Yeah. So here we go. He is 83 years old, and I think we have to before, and then we can discuss after. Do you want to start with the top 10 Bobby Knight rants of all time?
Well, let me say this, Rick. When we were in high school, if I wasn't necessarily a fan of Indiana basketball per se, but if Indiana was on, we stopped and watched it because all we wanted to see was Bobby Knight pitch a fit and get technical fouls and hopefully throw something.
Yeah.
And same thing with the Yankees and Billy Martin. I mean, Billy Martin would fight. I mean, he would fight the umpires. He would fight his own players.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, when him and Reggie Jackson got to fighting, I think it was the greatest baseball game I'd ever seen.
Yeah.
So it was always exciting. Now, he's from era past, that's for sure. I don't know that he could make it today. But
no, Bubba, I will say no.
I read the book Season on the Brink, and the author traveled with him for one full season. And wow,
wasn't that when he was coming apart? Toward the end, or was
it
that
may have been right before that?
Right before that happened. Yeah. So because eventually,
now, the chair incident had already happened.
Okay.
Because he got mad because somebody brought it up. But yeah. But some of the stuff is just hilarious. I'm gonna get a book and read it again.
I love that man.
Yeah, I love watching him. I don't know that I'd want to be on the team, but it'd be rough.
I would have liked to have played for him just to give it a run. I think I'd like some of it for sure.
I'll tell you who didn't like it. That was Larry Bird.
Yeah,
I didn't realize that he actually signed with them.
Yes, he
originally.
did. Yes,
really?
He did. Oh yeah.
And he ended up in Indiana State.
Yeah. And ended up nowhere before Indiana State.
Yeah.
Like there was a time where Bird was done. Like I'm not going back to college.
Oh, wow.
And the Indiana State coach kept pressuring him to come back.
Okay. How about that?
Yeah.
Adler?
I'll read books. That's all I wanted to say.
Well, that's not really on the intellectual.
He's getting on Greg about saying he read a book.
I think that book doesn't fall under. Like,
I'm a reader.
It's not up there with Faulkner.
I'm a learner. So
I can read.
So this clip is Sports Center top 10 from like 12 years ago. Bobby Knight's favorite soundtrack.
No, it's beeped out. It's
some of them can't even hear
him. Some of them also going to sound like is a sound clip of beeping. Yeah, here we go.
Sounds like Morse code.
Let me answer that. That is an absolute crock of you people in the news media, all of you dwell on some negative piece of like that. And I don't know how Steve feels about it, but it just and you don't have to bleep one single word of this. I had a friend one time that said, why had he become so popular after he became 85? And he said, because I outlived all those sons of that didn't like me.
That's one way.
Just remember, when you're at a game and you see grass, it's the opposite side of the ball. But if you see hardwood out there, it's the other end of the floor. Try to help you young guys in this profession you've chosen that's 1 or 2 steps above prostitution. This is without question the most comfortable red sweater I've had on in 6 years. I can't tell you.
Going to Texas Tech.
If it amazes you, then you don't know anything about basketball. You're illuminating your relative lack of knowledge of the game with a statement like that. Let's just start all this again. Now, I'm not here to argue the thing with you. I'm not going to debate things with you and people from television. You want an answer from me, you get the answer. You don't like an answer, then don't use the program, okay? Probably no motivational device I've ever come across is as good as this. Boy, this is really good. See the blood drip out of it? You watch that. See that?
Oh, wow.
Patrick Knight is my all-time favorite Indiana player. We only got 2 people that are going to tell you I'm not going to be here. One is our SID and the other is me. Who the hell told you I wasn't going to be here? I'd like to know. Do you have any idea who it was?
Yeah, I do, Coach.
Who?
I'll point them out to you in a while.
They were from Indiana, right?
No, they're not.
No, weren't from Indiana, and you didn't get it from anybody from Indiana, did you?
Could we please?
No, I'll handle this the way I want to handle it now that I'm here. You it up to begin with. Now just sit there or leave. I don't give a what you do. Now, back to the game. In my entire adult life, I've never used the expression game face. I have no idea what it means or what you're supposed to do.
He's making a face.
When my time on earth is gone and my activities here are past, I want they bury me upside down and my critics can kiss my
And there he is. The one and only, of course, now dead.
Yep. Yeah. I wonder if they buried him upside down.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Well, and as we all said, 2 things are going to happen to each and every one of us. Our earthly body is going to end its ability to function, or the Lord Jesus himself will return, and on that day, we will all face an opponent that we certainly cannot overcome.
Yep.
And we will give an account for everything that we have done, good and bad.
So anyway, and hopefully, the Lord was gracious and gave him enough life at the end when he knew he was about to die that maybe he could get all that set straight. Hopefully, so we'll see.
I'm sorry.
You go ahead.
Do you guys want to see the chair? The chair.
Oh, we got to see the chair.
That's a legendary moment.
The legendary chair, and of course, the choke is what got him. But
right.
Yeah.
Quick clip here.
Steve Reed, an excellent free throw shooter, will have the honors shooting the technicals. Looky here.
Look at here.
Knight just threw his chair clear across the free throw lane.
Through his chair.
what
about hearing the announcement? I threw a
Look
chair.
at here. Look, when he started coming apart, actually probably becoming mentally unstable toward the end. When he headbutted the guy, you're coming in because you're so mad. You get so mad.
And didn't he kick his son in the shin or something?
I don't remember that. Yeah. But then he choked the guy at practice, and that's the one that got
There's so many legends of Bobby Knight. I don't know what actually happened and didn't. I remember the chair thing, but I knew he had some other colorful comments that one of them that got him fired, I think, from Indiana.
Right, yeah.
Or pretty close to fired.
Well, Greg, it didn't make the top 10, but Greg loves to tell the story, and it is a dandy where he corrected the person, and he used language, of course, and we can't say it, that it was the dumbest, blankety blank question he'd ever heard. And he told the guy just to stop the camera, start over, and try it again. And the guy rephrased the question. He said, "Now, that's a good question." He said, "Don't put that out and embarrass yourself. Let's try that again."
Yeah,
so,
he was something.
So you wonder, does he fall into the category of the hard-nosed coach that his players would die for him because they also knew that he loved them as much as he would correct them and demand excellence? Or does he come across as just the one that you hated, you didn't think he cared about you, but you won a lot of games?
I don't know.
I think if you talk to his players, probably the vast majority of them loved him.
Yeah.
Because they knew they were going to war with it.
Well, these kind of coaches, the ones that are great, that have that attitude, and I agree with you, that may be likely that the majority are this way, especially the ones that never played in that later era where he was kind of coming apart mentally. Right. You can be hard-nosed, but do they also know that you would fight just as hard for them?
That's
and that they love you, and you would defend them the way you defend the program and the way you demand excellence.
Yeah.
Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
You can't charge him. I think that's amazing.
I'm not certain I agree with your characterizations.
Well, I'm reading from your report. Mifsud told Papadopoulos. Papadopoulos tells the diplomat tells the FBI opens the investigation July 31st, 2016, and here we are 3 years later, July of 2019, the country's been put through this, and the central figure who launches it all lies to us, and you guys don't hunt him down and interview him again, and you don't charge him with a crime. Now, here's the good news. The president was falsely accused of conspiracy. The FBI does a 10-month investigation, and James Comey, when we deposed him a year ago, told us at that point they had nothing. You do a 22-month investigation. At the end of that 22 months, you find no conspiracy. And what's the Democrats want to do? They want to keep investigating. They want to keep going. Maybe a better course of action is to figure out how the false accusation started. Maybe it's to go back and actually figure out why Joseph Mifsud was lying to the FBI. And here's the good news. That's exactly what Bill Barr's doing. And thank goodness for that. That's exactly what the Attorney General and John Durham are doing. They're going to find out why we went through this three-year saga and get to the bottom of it.
Jim Jordan, that is probably as clear. He did it well. He had 5 minutes. He used it. He made his point. This is where it all began. Everybody else who made false statements, you've prosecuted. You don't even go after him at all. And he started the whole thing. And the only people you went after were connected to the president. This guy does the same thing, and not only does it, his lying starts the whole thing.
And Jim Jordan is quoting from Mueller's report.
It's in his own report.
That's not a he said, she said. That's what Mueller said.
It's like I turned in a report to you that shows that I had bias, and you're looking at it. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
So we have we got to talk to Adler. I mean, Adler's back from. In the wilderness, I've been living off the land.
Wow, hot showers, guys. Hot showers are amazing.
Yes,
Let
they
me
are.
just say that.
Yeah, they're not able to get that smell of smoke off of you, but eventually they will.
Y'all, it's still in my hair right now. I still smell of campfire right this moment.
My goodness.
Which I'm not complaining. It's like anytime I want to go back, just
I'm back in the
back
outdoor.
in it.
Yeah,
And
hair
a pimp.
long enough to pull to your nose.
And thus, that's
yeah.
where the term somebody's woodsy comes from.
Yeah. Yep. And you've been woodsy as long as I've known you, buddy.
But it was awesome, guys. I lived in a van for a week.
Down by a river.
I lived in a van.
How about that?
So I fly to Denver, pick up a Revel. That is a Sprinter van that is upfitted by Winnebago. So you know those big old Winnebago, bus-looking things or whatever. They have now gotten into
Look at it.
the 4x4 camper world. Yeah, there you go. There's your Revel right there.
Yeah, baby.
And up front, you got your normal cab. It's just like the normal cab of a van. And then that middle window right there, that's your kitchen window right there. And then all the way back, that's where you sleep right there.
Wait a minute. You know what this is? It's the vehicle version of a mullet. Business up front, party in the back.
Yeah, baby.
It's a rolling mullet.
Look at that baby
Guys,
right there.
I took it off road. It was so awesome. It was so awesome. We're just
Hey, buddy.
and you're just getting thrown around. You're just getting thrown around.
Hang on,
and
baby.
you're going as fast as you possibly can without like ruining things. Trying to be responsible adult and
Right.
stuff like that. We found out Aaron does not like off-roading.
So your wife, not a big off-road.
A lot of
I
bouncing.
thought she loved the outdoors.
You'll get car sick
Just not
in a minute.
off-road.
Yeah, she started complaining about a headache.
Yeah.
So
Come on.
Yeah.
So that put an end to that. But it was awesome, guys. So I pick it up from Denver.
Well, you don't want her with a headache, that's for sure.
That's right. And so I drive to. I did a couple check-ins with you guys. That was awesome.
Yeah.
I sat on the dinosaur at the gas station.
Yeah,
that
that
was
was good.
honestly
That was
one of the
awesome.
highlights for me of the trip.
Yeah.
Hearing you guys laughing on my phone while I'm sitting on a dinosaur in the middle of nowhere.
I didn't know there was still a Sinclair station
I
out
didn't
there.
either.
Y'all,
I loved it.
Sinclairs are everywhere out there.
Well, see, they were everywhere here when we were kids,
Yep.
and they used to even give you green dinosaurs. I remember getting
Yeah.
those as a kid.
Of course, we've discovered probably not what fossil fuels are, but that's fine.
Well, some
Fossil fuels. But
There's more plants, they think?
it's everything.
it's everything.
It's everything.
It's
Okay.
leaves, bugs, everything.
Big sky country.
So-
big sky.
Aaron is on a road trip with her dad. He marked off his 50th state, by the way, on this
Way
trip.
to
That
go,
was
Dad.
a fun
Good
daughter.
job, Dad.
Daddy
Bucket
daughter
list.
moment.
Montana.
And we're trying to get to Yellowstone at the same time.
Is our number, mypillow.com/Bubba, the sponsor. Yesterday, Sherry and I, we were running around town, and I've noticed Christmas trees already up. Especially the retail folks in the stores. The brick and mortar, they're trying to get you stirred up and get you fired up. And so I know, but we're going to go through Thanksgiving first. That's the way we work. But if you're wanting to go ahead and say, well, I do need to go ahead and start thinking about, I'll go ahead and do my Thanksgiving decoration, sure, and I'll enjoy November. But if you'd like to pick up some deals on tree skirts for the Christmas tree that you will eventually put up, stockings, throw blankets, rib knitted hats and scarves, they have those at mypillow.com/Bubba. And if you buy early, and of course you realize when you look at the calendar, buy early, that phrase is going to go away pretty quick because it's not going to be that early here before too long. But you can go right now to mypillow.com/Bubba, get 25 to 35% off. Now, on the men and women's sleepwear, this one we call a Speedy Special, 80% off. 80%.
Now we're
that'll make Speedy reach for his wallet.
There we go.
And also we've got the King and Queen MyPillow 2.0s are 50% off. So go right now to mypillow.com/Bubba, mypillow.com/Bubba, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So we were talking about the earthly death of legendary coach Bobby Knight and all the antics and the temper and hard-nosed and we were discussing as we were kind of hitting that hard break. There's coaches that are anybody in leadership that all they do is ride you, and then they consider the response to you doing it correct or the way they want it done. They just give you silence. And the only time you ever hear from them is when you're doing it wrong. And then if they don't say anything, then you're supposed to deduce, oh, I guess I must be doing it right.
Yeah.
And then you have, and none of us want to play for that person or be under that kind of leadership. But then there's those that are very, very hard and very, very difficult. But when you do it right, that same enthusiasm is given to you as encouragement and affirmation, and that's what I'm talking about, and motivating you to go forward. And I was telling Bubba once we'd already hit the break, I think over time, now sitting here at 59 years old, I've realized that if someone is one of those leaders, is that person demanding excellence from me for their benefit only or for my benefit as well? I want you to understand how much you can do. And I have noticed that the ones that I consider to be the kind that you would go through a wall for.
Right.
They're the ones that you realize, there were days that he was on me, or if you play female sports, this woman was really, really giving me a difficult time, or maybe it's a teacher that gave you a difficult time. But I realize now, looking back, that what they were trying to show me is that I was capable of more. They got the most out of me. Yeah. And I remember this phrase was said about another hard-nosed coach. Remember, a lot of these coaches, and Bubba, you just mentioned it, a lot of them, unfortunately for our society, I'm talking about the good ones, not the ones that are crazy or, maniacal or whatever. I'm talking about the ones that we would just consider to be, they do it right. They can't do that in today's society.
Right. Right.
And I think that's a negative on society, not a negative on them.
Right.
And so, but
like they're coaching a beauty contest now.
But I go back.
Can't hurt nobody's feelings.
And this is the kind of influence, and some of you probably heard this before, but we all, because of the state we live in, we know a pretty good number of people who actually played for Coach Bear Bryant. And the statement that was always made about Coach Bear Bryant, and there were many that were like him. I would say, Greg, our dad was kind of from that mold, and Bubba, you played for a coach that was kind of from that mold. But and Helms, you did too, and Speedy, you did too, and of course Adler, you did too at YMCA when you were on that team and made that shoestring touchdown saving tackle. But what it was, they said the thing that was these kind of leaders is that even the custodian did a better job.
Yeah.
That cleaned their facility. Yep. Everybody within their influence were all excellent, not just the team.
Right.
Everybody.
Yeah.
The coaches, the manager, the trainer, everybody. Yep. They just had that influence on everybody around them. And I think the key is, if you're trying to be in leadership, you can be hard on people when they don't do it right. And I think there's nothing wrong with that. I actually, those are the people that usually help me in my life. Mm-hmm. But you can't just abandon and be silent and not communicate that when you also are very, very pleased when they do it right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
To tell people you appreciate them, but tell people they did a good job. You can discipline, but you have to encourage at the same intensity.
Yeah.
And I think those that can pull that balance off, and they have to fear your authority. There's nothing wrong with that. Those are the ones that usually do really well. Mm-hmm. The ones that nobody fears their authority. I've even had this said before, and I know you have too, Bubba, because you mentioned some of that in the break. No names or anything. But I've had people tell me, no, this guy's a great, great man. Yeah. There's no doubt about it. And he is a good guy and love the way he lives his life. But the team is not afraid of him. He has they don't fear his authority. So they kind of run over him a little bit, and they don't and he's never going to be successful because the team doesn't fear his authority.
Well,
he's trying to be their buddy, and that doesn't work either.
There's different styles,
yeah,
and obviously at different levels, you have to be different ways. We've seen that even with some of the best coaches that have ever coached anything. Sure, pro is a lot different than college, and different sports are different. I've had some that were kind of the authoritative, quieter coaches, and when they said something, it was like E.F. Hutton. Everybody stopped to listen.
That's good.
And I've had those that were closer to the Bobby Knight style that were a little rowdy.
Yes.
And I loved them. I enjoyed all of them, and just appreciated the chance to compete and get out there. But the meaner one got more out of me. I'll say.
No doubt. And I think of
Wish it
Coach
wasn't
Abbott.
that way.
I think of Coach Abbott immediately on this. And no matter how rough it got, and let me tell you, it got real rough. I never left thinking he didn't love me.
Mm-hmm.
That's
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's
right. That's the difference.
Yeah, I can. Like I say, our dad, and getting to play for him in high school, and people who played for him. Now, there's people all over this country that will die for Dad. I mean, they'll run through a wall for him. I mean, the influence he had on players all over the country, and I'm sure there's some that didn't like him, but the reason why they didn't like him probably says more about them than it does about the coach.
Yeah.
Because he would always say, those of you that don't like the way I do things, y'all can go sit in the stands and tell everybody how great you could have been if I wasn't such a horrible person and mistreated you. But the key is, this is usually it. Anytime someone maybe doesn't like a person, I always try to first of all figure out what are they like. Because sometimes somebody's dislike of somebody says more about them than it does about the person.
Right.
But if they're a person that you go, well, I hear this a lot, and these are people of character, then you can say, well, yeah, I guess that is a character flaw. But a lot of times, just because you don't like a style doesn't mean that, that the person lacks integrity or character. It just may not be your thing.
Yep.
But I will say that I can remember, and Greg, you said it best, those that coach like Dad did, he would take you to the brink where honestly you would think, I cannot stand you, and if I didn't think it would be even worse than me, I would leave this field right now. And then within 24 hours, you would say, "I will die for you. I will put me in. I will make a play." Because they were, and plus another thing that Dad taught us, and the great ones can do this. I don't know that Bobby would fall in this category yet because I'm not sure he cared, but you have to realize that. Not talking about team rules. Team rules apply to everybody. They must be consistent. You must punish people, severely and consistently, and everybody's by the same rules. The superstar to the third-string punter, okay, if you even carry 3 punters. But now how you motivate each individual player varies wildly.
Yeah,
what
don't work all
what
on
works for
everybody.
one player will destroy that player. And what would motivate this player, that intensity, if you tried that low of an intensity on this one, then you can't get anything out of him because he'll goof off.
Yep.
So you have to figure out what individual people under your leadership, what makes them work. Now, I'm not talking about different rules. I hope I made that clear. I'm talking
you
about
lean on some, it makes them better. You lean on some, it shuts them down.
That's right.
It just depends on the person.
Well, Dad said, even with you and I being from the same mom and daddy, he said, the way I motivated Greg and the way I motivated you, completely different.
And that's really true. That's true with parenting too.
Yeah,
all your
every
kids
one of my
are
kids are
different.
different.
Yeah, every one of them.
Absolutely.
And it's important to be fair to your point, Rick.
Yeah.
And not just criticize your kids all the time, but when they do something well, to
Always.
make sure they know that.
Well,
because you see a lot that just hammer on them and never, you know what I'm saying, that never really praise when they do something well.
Yeah.
Just out of
we've
the blue.
seen that parent.
Yeah.
In the stands.
Yeah, and then you have the other parent that's delusional and thinks their kid don't do anything wrong.
Yeah.
There's a medium somewhere.
And they also miss red flags when they're flapping in the wind.
That's right.
And they don't address them because we count
I call that parent goggles.
Yeah, but anyway, Sherry and I even talked about this. Even in the last 4 or 5 years, we had the discussion. I said, now look, remember, encouragement is what works with that one. Now this one over here, we got to keep an eye on.
That's right.
You know what I mean?
That's right.
This one right here, it needs to fear us. That one needs encouragement. You know what I mean?
That's so true.
Right. We'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Bobby Knight has gone on in. Somebody did text me and say that he's been kicked out of hell for being too mean. We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Because there's no cell phone reception, and we're signed to our camp area, but not our actual camp site. So that would have been a whole headache thing. I think it was a God thing. At the same time, we get Erin's been on a road trip for a week with her dad, and we were trying to make it happen.
And you
at the
synced
same
it
time,
up.
and we synced it up. We got there at the same. I was just like, oh my goodness.
What's the quote from the A-Team, Bubba? I love when a plan comes together.
And so she was happy to see me. That was good. She wasn't disappointed or anything like that. The rest,
no, he's back.
Right. Oh, this guy. I forgot. I live with this guy. This is terrible.
I did marry him. It's real.
So the rest of the family gets there, and everybody's here. It's awesome. We're hanging out. Erin and I are in the van, and then Erin's parents, or actually just Erin's mom and 2 sisters are in the lodge. And then they actually kicked Erin's dad out because he snores.
What?
He snores. So he slept in a tent for 4 nights in Yellowstone. Yeah, yeah. He actually does this. He does like hiking.
He doesn't care.
He does like hiking from time to time, so he had all the gear and everything already.
So
but
he's hardcore.
Because of snoring, they kicked him out, and he slept in his tent. Yeah. It's different for the guys, am I right, y'all?
That's right.
Us men know what we know what we're talking about.
Can we not get your father-in-law CPAP?
Yeah, he probably needs it. He really probably does.
Yeah,
Kind of built like
little thing to be inside then.
Yeah, yeah. He's kind of built like Bubba, so we need to get him looked at.
I think so.
So we do, y'all.
That must have been a big tent.
Yellowstone.
Sleeping bag.
It's a 6-person. I'm not joking. It's a
Bubba's
6-person.
right there.
Well, that's the way it should
It's
be.
a 6-person tent. Yeah. By the way, those numbers on tents, a 2-person tent is a 1-person tent.
It is, yeah.
And a 3-person tent is a 1-person tent.
Yeah.
My goodness, what are we doing? So the natural features at Yellowstone were unbelievably amazing. I don't know if you guys have seen like Old Faithful.
Yeah. Well, I have pictures. I mean, and documentaries, but I've never been there. No.
Yeah, Old Faithful was amazing. The Grand Canyon of the Yellowstone is the biggest waterfall I've seen in my life. You can be miles away from this waterfall. Oh, that right there is Grand Prismatic. That is just a hole in the ground that's beautiful and blue and orange and green, and it looks like a rainbow. It's about I guess the size of a football field, and that's way up on a hill. We did a hike way over this gigantic rainbow thing, hole in the ground.
Can I ask you?
Adler,
Look at that.
can we go back to Old Faithful for just a minute?
Yes, yes.
Explain exactly what Old Faithful is to people, because I know there's some people who have no idea what you're talking about. Other than it's in the park. They don't know what it is.
Old Faithful, that's a shot of it all the time right there. It just steams all the time. It is a natural geyser that I think it's every 90 minutes or something like that. And that's why they call it Old Faithful. It's pretty consistent. Gives you a pretty good show every time around. And it goes off. It's a geyser. The earth heats water enough so that it boils up. And it gives you a couple like false alarms. You're like, whoa, and the whole crowd is kind of sitting around, kind of quietly waiting for this thing to go off, and then it goes nuts. It goes about about maybe 50 feet in the air, and it's warm. The air that comes at you is real hot and warm.
Very concerning.
It's you're in a volcano.
Yeah,
guys.
you are.
It's crazy, and there's a whole bunch of other things like that. Like there's this area where just like white clay looking the ground bubbles like. You know when you're making spaghetti and it starts to boil up, but it's only boiling at the bottom, so it's just kind of like weird bubbles coming up? That's what this ground looked like in white clay, and it's so shocking and amazing and cool. And I didn't realize that Old Faithful's not the only like geyser and like steamy area. Like there's just beautiful steamy things all over Yellowstone.
Did you ever relax in the hot springs?
I didn't get into any of the hot springs, but I think most of them will kill you.
You can't.
Yeah, don't want that. Don't want that.
Well, I know, but then they have some of these that people can get in somewhere around them.
They do. They have one where like a hot spring and a cold spring like meet, and so it's like not too bad right there. But I didn't get into that.
Can you explain? Because I have been to Yellowstone, but I don't understand how I was there. I was in Wyoming. I mean,
let's back up. Where is Yellowstone exactly?
Is it so gigantic that it's in both those states?
It's in 3 different states. In that top left corner, it covers 3 different states. It's just a thin strip on the top left and top right. And I think there's some kind of weird disputes going on with that still. Like there's a couple areas that it's just like we don't know what state or park or regulation, but that's kind of boring.
But you went to Montana. I sense like when I say, "Oh yeah, I've been to Yellowstone." Really, you been to Montana? No, I was in Wyoming. People go, I mean, is that kind of the second string?
Better.
No,
I
don't think
is that second string Yellowstone experience?
No, and I don't think so at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big, our number. Thank you for being with us today. All right, so under the you promoted this, Bubba, under the heading, what did you think was going to happen? So,
Rick, what did you think was going to happen? Now, we have, with Halloween now in the rearview mirror, we're having all this footage coming out of kids going up to a house that has a bowl of candy and emptying the thing out. We even have parents who were going and emptying bowls out, which I don't know what you're thinking.
Don't forget we were ostracized for having the audacities to suggest that this might be an issue.
Parents.
You know,
and then both. Like
and you get on these neighborhood apps, and people have video of people doing these kind of things and whatever. And I'm like, so you put a giant bowl of candy out there. What did you think was going to happen? Do you think people are going to come up and be respectful and take a few pieces and go on, or are they going to dump the whole thing out in their bag?
But I doubt you thought the parents would.
Yeah. Well, again, what did you think was going to happen? This is not 1950.
Yeah.
Scruples has left the building.
Yeah.
It is not what you can do for your country, but hey, what can I get today?
Right.
And the whole mentality has changed in America, sadly. But and then people get on these online things, and it's on all kinds of social media, and they're just tore up because somebody did this. And I'm like, what did you think was going to happen? One, and I'm speaking in general terms because there's different ways that things are done. But if you just put a bowl of candy out and then you leave, or you're not tending to it, or you're not kind of monitoring it, what did you think is going to happen? You know, I mean, if you're that lazy, you're not even going to answer the door.
Well, a lot of cases they have kids.
Shut the lights off and don't play.
A lot of times they have kids and they're off trick or treating and they just leave a bowl out.
Yeah, I know a lot of people do that so the kids do have something because they're not there.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Exactly.
Isn't it better to have somebody guarding?
It's really not on the homeowner either. It's on these sorries right here.
Yeah, well, that's the problem.
What if you take a brownie and make it look like a dog?
So look at
this is
this
Cody.
one
This is Cody Myers, and Cody is the lead guitarist for the group Whiskey Myers, and he caught this on his doorbell camera, I guess.
I like that one song by him.
And it's parents and kids.
Now these are adults.
Look at that.
By the way, look at the example for the kids.
Look at them.
She looked right at the camera.
That's a great bowl of candy, by the way. That's you said.
He went first class too. Now look, there's a little kid. There's a little kid dressed as Woody. I don't know what.
Look! This little kid wanted some, but the parents had already got it all. He didn't get any. The old yellow.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Look.
Wow.
And then there they go.
Grown ups.
No, those are grown people. And I will say this: you do have to be understanding of the times in which you live. To Bubba's point. So I do want y'all to know that if you put a bowl of candy out now for people to monitor themselves and police themselves, not only can you not count on kids policing themselves, not only can you not count on teenagers to not be trick-or-treating at all, you cannot even count that adults wouldn't take bags and fill their bags up with candy. You can't count on any of it.
No.
How about this was mostly adults?
It really was.
And it was Cody Tate.
Kids.
Cody Tate with Whiskey Myers. I think I said Cody Myers, but
you did.
Cody Tate, and he's in the group Whiskey Myers.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, this is ridiculous. To your point, guys, the parents are leading the way. The parents, instead of taking the kids around and then letting them do the candy and the trick or treating. They're in there.
And look at them. You can see they never once thought that this ain't the thing to do.
By the way, this explains why the Democrats keep winning.
Yeah,
it does.
It is.
It does.
And we scream kids today. No, it's parents today. That's the problem. The kids have always been that way. If you let them.
In a lot of cases, and there's always exception. As we said, the government, if you are in a constitutional republic, the government will always reflect the state of the people. Okay, the people they go out and elect. And there are exceptions. I know people who have parented wonderfully, and their children just said when they got old enough, not going to do that. Now, of course, when you're small like this, you don't really have a choice. Your parents are certainly in charge of how you act. But I think that most of the time when you see, especially young children and the way they act, that also reflects the state of parenting.
Mm-hmm.
And when you see these parents doing exactly what we would tell a child not to do, you show that the example these children have is not very good.
And if you asked, they're
being molded. They don't know.
Yeah. If you asked her why she did it, she go, "Well, you shouldn't have left it out."
I'll tell you why I did it. You put a bucket of candy out there, I'll get all I want.
Yeah. You shouldn't have left it out if you didn't want anybody to get it.
Yeah, it goes back to the thing about the whole thing with biological males and biological females being in the same dressing room and shower, and people will say to defend it, "What do you think? Everybody that's a transgender woman is a sexual predator?" Well, no, I don't think that. I don't think that every heterosexual young man is a sexual predator, but I don't want them showering with people's daughters.
Yeah,
no,
it's just not appropriate.
Right.
And somebody says, well, what's the big deal? That's not appropriate behavior. That's why it's not a big deal.
Yeah, there you go.
It's not appropriate. And it's okay to say that's not. We thought.
Why is it such a big deal to you that they have to shower together?
There you go.
Well, here's the other thing, Bubba, on the candy thing. We really have adults that don't know that behavior is repulsive and not appropriate.
Yeah.
Well, it's the same
apparently.
reason. It's the same reason that you have runs on supermarkets and everything else.
Yeah.
Instead of getting you a few rolls for you and your family, we've got to fill up the shopping cart because I was there first.
Well,
and now they'll just take it.
granted,
They won't even
about
check out with it.
Look at there, stuff in her old shirt.
They took the whole bowl.
Yeah. So when you put stuff out like that, I know that you're thinking we're not here tonight. We're somewhere else trick or treating with our kids. We're trying to be nice so people can get some candy. Honestly, I hate to say it, you can't really do that anymore because all you did would fill.
Old pal had to make sure there wasn't none left.
All you did is fill the bags of the first few people that show up.
Try to bring in a grandparent or something to guard the door.
Yeah,
work it till you get back.
Just don't have candy.
Yeah,
tough.
Well,
Yeah.
Or you put it out there, and you kind of like when all of us give to ministries and give to charity. You can also say, well, I put it out there for the right reason. I can't be held responsible for people not knowing how to behave.
Yeah.
That's what we did.
They'll have to deal with that. I did it for the right reason, so I'm clear.
Yeah.
And do I really care that somebody took all of it? I mean, I wish they hadn't, but.
And I bet you this.
I had already considered that candy gone anyway.
See, what I would love to have on that video camera is what we just saw and Bobby Knight come out from and explain to them why they have a problem.
Yeah, right.
I guarantee if you asked any of those parents, boy, do you feel stupid that they caught you on camera? They go, no, I don't care.
Oh, no.
Probably
Greg,
not.
Doesn't bother me at all.
Greg, shame, it hasn't just left the building. If we could see shame on Life 360, it is so far away from us. It's long gone. It's
lonely.
It's across the ocean.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we shame.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you're right. Yeah, you're right.
Shame.
You're right. We consider it to be a shame to be shameful.
Yeah.
But no, you would ask every one of those adults, they put it out there. I got a right to take it.
I don't care.
What's the problem? What's the problem? And I would like the fact that you don't know that that's inappropriate is
It is the problem.
I'm watching generational problems, and sadly, I see the little kids around you. You're just passing it on to them too.
Yeah, and then we wonder why we have elected officials that we do. It all works together, guys.
It does. Top of the hour, 866 We Be Big is the number. First phone segment of the day coming up next. 866 We Be Big. The real Greg Burgess takes the phones. And we will chat with you, America, when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What's different about Blaze News? I know you may be thinking at this point, it feels like all of us. How many times on the show in a week does the term "well, journalism is dead"? It's just over. I mean, true journalism doesn't exist anymore, but it doesn't have to be that way. You just got to find places where it still exists. And Blaze News has always been dedicated to bringing us the stories that matter to us. And now, look, we're going to expand on that, baby. We're going to expand on that a little bit. Things continue to be more chaotic every time we read the headlines every day. We're going into this chaotic election in 2024. So Blaze News wants to provide all of us with more tools than ever before, and that's why they're bringing you more analysis, more opinion, expanding into some investigative journalism. But no longer will Blaze News be held captive by the big tech companies or all these advertisers and companies that are trying to get, what is it called, the ESG thing? Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Trying to get that right, so they have to be against certain things so they can check a box. So if we want to have access to true journalism without big tech or the woke cancel culture in our way, we're going to have to go to subscription. So that's what we're doing. Subscribe.blazemedia.com. Subscribe.blazemedia.com. Now, if you are a Blaze TV subscriber, you already have Blaze News. That's part of your package, okay? And you get an hour of our show every day and all that. But if you want to just get access to the news on that website, subscribe.blazemedia.com, be informed, be ready to go, and all the chaos, true journalism still exists at blazemedia.com. Subscribe today.
I need to look at the state lines again because I thought I was in the same state the whole time, but I might have been in different states.
Well, trust me, you need to work on that.
So
I thought I was in one state and was in another, and it was not good.
Okay. Helmet laws, that's crazy. It's crazy to see a bald guy just like goes Speedy on a motorcycle, no helmet, no nothing.
Yeah.
Helmet laws in Alabama, you get used to them, and you're like, wow, that woman does not care about anything.
See, when you see people riding on motorcycles with no helmet, I mean, ask Gary Busey. It's not a good idea.
No, it's not. It's not trouble.
Just one mistake.
So the family time was great. The very last night in the park, I actually hosted the whole family at our campsite, and I did burgers. I did burgers on the grill, guys, and I did burgers on an open fire.
Look at
right
you.
there.
So you just laid a grate across it? Or
They're clearly rare on the inside.
Yeah.
No, they were good. I got them.
Were they good?
I lost 2 in the fire, though.
Yeah, it happens. Sure it does.
I'm like using this like junky plastic spatula that I just found in the RV, like so. But I made it come together, guys. Like they are
carry a
fruity.
good spatula with it.
God, you need a Ricky and Bubba's.
I know. I needed a Ricky and Bubba's.
Look, you did. Come on, that thing is fantastic.
So that's what I needed because the plastic one open fire. Like I don't have any
That's
hair
no
on my
good.
knuckles
No.
right now.
And your father-in-law saw you drop 2 in the fire.
But it was good. They are foodies, so the pressure was on. But everybody ate their food, and then we did s'mores over the fire. It was awesome.
So was the trip just fantastic?
The trip was just fantastic. It really was.
Yeah.
One problem with the RV.
Do we need to come back for that?
I knew it was
I got an RV question.
Did you do it again?
I could.
Don't say anything. Don't say anything.
Yeah.
This doesn't have to do with poop. So
Okay,
that's
good.
good.
Oh,
I'm thankful for that.
That's a plus there, Ed. That's good.
Of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Adler is back from Big Sky Country. Had a show enough RV. So tell us what you said. You had some things you need to tell us about the RV. We had any mishaps?
Well, everything was perfect. My last RV was older. The last one that I rented was older, and I had a slow leak in at least 1 or maybe 2 of the tires. So I was stopping at every gas station I could, and there are like 3 functioning air pumps in
Wouldn't
the
they
entire.
know that? Oh, I know. It's hard to find one that works.
It
The
is.
stem
So
is
true.
missing. The hose leaks something. The compressor doesn't work. It just makes a lot of noise, and you think you're putting air in your tires, but you're not.
Exactly.
So this was a dream in that this was a brand new Winnebago Revel 4x4 van. So I didn't even check the air pressure, guys, in the tires. I was like, feels good, rocking.
Let her ride.
Feels good. I'm rocking.
And my wife and I are at one of our campsites, and
one of our campsites.
We 5, 6 different places.
Oh,
Where we
nah,
we're on
bragging.
the road.
You have to reserve every one of those?
Some of them we did reserve, some we did not.
Okay.
At Yellowstone, you can reserve ahead of time. The campsite that we went to at Grand Teton, you just have to go check.
Family
Watch
show.
it.
You have to go check. Grand Teton National Park. It's a national park.
Hey, you know why they named it that?
Got to hear that loud and clear when I was
Did you guys? I should have given y'all a heads up.
No, I
on
knew
that.
about that. I got that in Wyoming.
Oh, okay.
I kind of had an idea.
When you point
Matter
at
of fact, one guy couldn't wait to tell me.
Yeah, right.
That's the trading post.
Right, sure. And so we're at one of our campsites, and I'm like, this thing has an awning that will come out. It's just kind of like a fin, kind of goes out the side, and you can chill out on the side, kind of like a porch.
Yeah, a little cover.
Little patio.
It is 6 minutes now past the hour. Here we go. All right, so phone calls coming in. I will tell some of you that baby brother was a little overwhelmed because the phones exploded. So if you didn't get answered, they're all caught up now. So looks like we have the other half of the lines are available, so you can try again. I think you can get your call now. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here for another hour. And we say hello once again to Bill Bubba Buster.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
To the phones we go. Caleb out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Caleb, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
How you doing, boys? Honestly, this has really nothing to do with anything that you guys have talked about. I've got about an hour and a half commute like Greg does every morning.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And honestly, just want to give Adler a shout out. Dude, the YouTube experience, obviously I'm not like watching it in the car, but it's about the only way that I can get it where I'm at. And Adler, dude, you do a great job. Love it. I hope you get enough appreciation. Love everything you do, buddy.
Hey,
Thank you.
buddy. Please don't be watching it now. Just listen
Yes,
while
yes,
driving.
Yes. And
please.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Is this Jake, Luke, or is this Brady?
Thanks, Dad. Have a good day, Dad. I love you.
Let's go, Adler. Lou, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Monkey grass, guys.
Thank you for the call, Luke.
Coach Knight, I think was very passionate about everything. Now sometimes he over peppered his passion, but the thing that reminds me of a coach that I had one time was that you can strive for perfection, but excellence can always be achieved. And the flip side of on the candy deal, hopefully there's some justice in the world that at 6 o'clock on Saturday morning, them little ones get that chocolate mouth and come in there and wake them up.
Yeah, or they get stirred up on sugar and they never go to bed.
Yep.
David in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. David, go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen. Follow up to your candy bowl hoarding. Jesse Waters had that on last night on Fox, and they actually showed a video of a neighbor coming back and putting more candy back in a bowl. So apparently that neighbor was aware of the thievery and asked his neighbor, and he was gracious to come back over and refill the bowl for him.
Gotta love that neighbor. Gotta love that neighbor.
Yeah, Cody put that on his Instagram story of his neighbor coming over and filling it back up. That was nice.
Let's go to Trent. Welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. How y'all?
Good.
I was just let you know I had a amputation on September 14th and doing good, but decided I don't do much Halloween, but decided this year I was going to dress up as Lieutenant Dan. Even though I only have one leg, I made the costume look where it was whatever. My wife took a picture of it, posted it on Facebook, and everybody seemed to love it. But yesterday I got some feedback or some pushback from some members of my church that thought it was a cruel joke and kind of give me some roughs at it. So I just going to I sent a picture of it to Speedy. I just want to see what you guys thought about it.
Well, here's what I don't know. You really are an amputee?
Yes, sir.
Well, then what's cruel about it?
I don't know. I just I thought it was just and you know I've been making fun of myself. It's kind of a coping mechanism, you know.
We're all about that.
Trust me, we're the same. I just don't understand.
The day of the surgery. Yeah, the day of the surgery, my wife was going to tell me bye when they took me back to do it, and I told her, I said, the next time you see me, I'll be a foot shorter.
That's but why would anybody be upset that you, a true amputee, dressed as an amputee?
Yeah.
What's cruel about that? I don't follow what anyone's upset about. Doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, look, this is some people are wound too tight. Look, we joke about the problems we have too. We cope with things that way sometimes to a fault, but I don't see any problem with it really. And if that's what you want to do with it, then go with it. We were talking about who was it? There was somebody who was missing an arm.
Greg was talking about that.
It was a female, and she at some party they were at, she went as a shark bite victim, and her boyfriend went as a shark.
And she also was an amputee without an arm.
And see, I have to go, hey,
that's hilarious.
That's
great.
That's good.
That's hilarious.
You got to work with what you got.
I'll go further than this, and I don't understand this. Lieutenant Dan is a famous character from a famous movie. If someone who's not an amputee was able to tie their leg up and still be Lieutenant Dan, that's not cruel either.
Yeah, I don't get what the deal is.
Let's go to Tennessee where Curtis is standing by. Curtis, go ahead.
Hey,
thought, man, we hadn't heard from the confused American in a while. I was just wondering what he had to say about something going on.
Well, if you last week, I think we had at least 2 confused American. Or maybe it was the week before. Yeah, we've had some recently. But maybe I think confused American is overwhelmed. You can't even do it enough right now. You have to do it 2 or 3 times a day.
Yeah, I'm afraid your eyes will get crossed and stay.
Let's go to Patrick in Huntsville. Patrick, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, that clip you played of Bobby Knight earlier where they beeped out all the bad words, I wasn't sure if that was Bobby Knight or a press conference of Greg falling to the attic.
That's good.
Yeah.
Byron, Alabama. Byron, go ahead. We lost Byron.
Hey, Byron.
Anonymous out of Montgomery, Alabama. Go right ahead. Anonymous caller out of out of Montgomery. Go ahead.
You there?
Yes, we are.
Yes,
sir.
go ahead.
Hey, I was going to tell you, I'm 75 years old, and when we used to go trick-or-treating, we just had the old plastic mask you put on your face.
Yeah.
But we stopped trick-or-treating probably when we were 14 years old. But when I was about 17, a good buddy of mine, we said, we're going to go trick-or-treating. So we no mask, no nothing. We were going door to door with an old plastic garbage bag or grocery bag and saying, trick-or-treat, we get candy. Well, we go to this old doctor's house. He's retired and everything. We knocked on the door. He came to the door and looked at us. We said, trick-or-treat. He said, boys, aren't y'all kind of old enough to be trick-or-treating? So, well, we're doing it for our brother. He broke his arm.
Oh, you're terrible.
To make up a story.
Terrible.
And he goes, yeah, I know it. Hey, hold on. He said, man, I'm sorry to hear that. I got something special for them. And he said, you do? And he said, yeah. Well, here comes the whistle, and 2 Dobermans come running around the corner, and they had a brick foyer. You could hear those toenails digging in, and we took off. We got out the gate. We got out the gate, and we were down the street, and we didn't have any candy. We dropped our bags. We took off. And that's the last time I ever went trick-or-treating.
I hear you. Where was that guy? We need him today.
Yeah.
Let's go to Mike in Dunwoody, Georgia. Mike, go ahead. Mike, Dunwoody, Georgia.
Yes, hello.
Yeah,
Hey.
go ahead.
Hello.
Yes.
Hey, I just wanted to, sorry about that. I just wanted to let the guy know that dressed up like Lieutenant Dan. I would say the fact that the character had legs and dressed up like Lieutenant Dan probably gives him a pass. If he's only got one, he can dress up like him.
Yeah, that's kind of what we just said.
Yeah.
So anyway,
It's a good thought.
Thank you, though.
Oh,
Seth.
you know what? There's a good thought.
There's a good thought. Seth, go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Green Acres.
Thank you, Seth. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, y'all talking about those adults stealing all the candy from a bowl. I got a pack of raccoons that do the same thing to my deer feeder every night.
Boy, me too.
Boy,
me too.
Mm.
I'm telling you, man. It's almost.
love it.
I almost feel like that they need to send me a thank you card or something.
Yeah, they're getting so fat they can't even get up in there.
I mean, come on. All right, we'll come back. 866 We Be Big is our number. More stories to cover on the Rick and Bubba show today. Wednesday's Bible study archive is there for you on our YouTube channel and our podcast channel today. A lot of you asking about this Rick and Bubba University sweatshirt I'm wearing right now. We have those at rickandbubba.com. Under the store, if things are getting a little cooler, get you some Rick and Bubba University sweatshirts.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Why not?
Yeah. And I clicked the button and it didn't work. And so that was kind of a bummer. Like, And I'm like, I tried it all different kind of ways. Engine on, engine off, all the, the inverter on, inverter off, all that stuff. And it just, it wouldn't work. So I was like, we're okay. So we're fine. That's fine. Don't think anything of it. Several days go by.
Oh, boy.
Everything's cool. I am 30 minutes away driving through the hills of Colorado, which are beautiful, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm 30 minutes from turning in this RV, and I've gone through all kinds of things, off-roading. I've been camping at campfires, under the stars, through canyons, over mountains, through snow, through mud, through ice. And now I'm driving through the hills of Colorado, driving along. My wife and I are about to drop off this RV, head home. And somebody pulls up beside me and honks.
That's never good.
No,
And I'm like, what's wrong with that guy?
It's his problem.
What's his problem?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, you got a problem? Hey, you got a problem with the man bun?
Right back at you. Right back at you. Now keep going. Get out of here. Another guy comes up beside me, honks like.
Now you know something.
Do they think you can't see over the steering wheel?
This is I think there's some of that. This is the guy that really got my attention. He's in a red truck.
Oh.
He's very skinny.
Mm-hmm.
He's very old. He's got a country hat on. No chin at all. If he's in a movie, he's gonna be the guy that's just like sitting in his truck and like the alien craft goes over his truck and he's just like, well, what the heck was that? And then he's done. Like you never see him again in the movie.
Right.
That guy.
Okay.
That is who honked at me, and he just goes, and he just points up at the roof. I guess he would be out his window, so he's pointing this way.
Yeah.
He just points up at the roof, and I know he's pointing up. He's pointing at me, and we're both going like 60 miles an hour through very skinny, windy roads. And I tell my wife, I have to pull over. Something's on the top of our van.
No.
Something's going on.
Bear.
And she's like, what are you talking about? Something's on the top. I'm like, this is going to be very bad. Whatever. People.
Yeah, this guy's serious.
That guy,
He's
saw,
credible.
They're trying to let you know.
He saw aliens earlier this month. What the heck is that?
Yeah.
And then he saw me driving in a van. What the heck is that?
Right.
So I pull over and I'm ready. I'm like, all right, I know this is going to be bad.
Something bad.
And I'm ready to open up, and I open that side door up, and y'all, the awning is just fully out. It is electrically pushed itself back out. And I'm driving through Colorado Hills, and it's like flapping in the wind like a sail, like a broken,
What the heck is that?
a broken, sad sail. And it's got two frail arms that hold it out. That's it.
And they're long gone.
And it's a tarp, and it's just hanging in the wind.
Oh no, Adler.
And
So you couldn't see that in your rearview mirror?
I didn't. I mean,
It's up high. Maybe you're just looking. I don't know.
Yeah,
Well, the wind had it up above it.
yeah, we
it's a
had
kite.
it up in the air, guys.
Old man River let you know.
And we have to get this RV back, and we have to catch
so
a
close.
flight. I was so close to no problems whatsoever. I realized.
You didn't think you could have something, did you?
I realized.
Did you think you could have something?
I'm trying to get this thing back into the van because it is out and extended and just raggedy and just hanging out there. I can't reach it, guys. I'm on the side of the road,
my
and
God.
I cannot push this awning back in.
Somebody
help me! And I'm like, I don't have a cooler.
Someone
I don't
help
have
little man.
I don't have a bucket.
Oh man, River, can you come back?
I'm not have to pull up to a guardrail or something. And I
want you to picture it.
I realized that I can step on the tire and hold on to the open door and then lean over while I'm stepping on the tire, and I'm telling my wife. And now, for some reason, the buttons are working on this awning. I go, in, out, as I'm trying to get everything put back together. I'm holding on.
No.
And then I have to go get a sock from my wife because my hand's on the edge of the door because my hand is like just being just toasted. And so I go, hey, babe, I need a sock because my hand doesn't bleed. And she was like, whoa, you're amazing. I love you so much. And I was just like, I love you too, babe. Let's hit the road. And I got it back in there. We hit the road, got the RV back, got back home. I didn't miss work. I wasn't like late or anything this morning. It's a miracle. I did get bit on my butt by mosquitoes a little bit, but that's fine. That's fine.
Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. As we work our way to another Rick and Bubba Show, and we are thankful that you are here today. So, I'm a little bit confused in so many ways of this story out of Smith Station, Alabama, right? Apparently, there is a small town mayor that ran on a platform that says in the story, you know, that he loved Mayberry and loved small town America, and I'm just paraphrasing, but that's the bottom line.
And then he actually is the lead pastor of a church, a Baptist church in nearby Phoenix City. And apparently owns a convenience store or something near one of the lakes down toward Salem. This all sounds fine, but what I don't understand is now that the story says they have discovered that there certainly is.
Oh boy.
As the mayor / pastor says, whose nickname unfortunately is Bubba.
Sorry, Bubba.
One way that he relieves stress in his life and to relax is to dress in drag, and unfortunately, in some racy pictures even.
Oh no!
Well, that's nice.
I'm sorry about that, but what I don't understand.
Good night.
Is this if this is something he's been doing? And they said that he posts regularly on Reddit, whatever that is. What is Reddit?
That's kind of a how to do it type site, isn't it?
It's basically a chat forum where people post things and they'll talk about all kinds of things. Like you can look at how to and car repair, and evidently you can look at how to dress and drag too.
Well, also it says he also operated a private Instagram account where he encouraged contact. So it appears what we've discovered is a small town mayor who happens to also be a pastor, and we'll have to use that word loosely right now. That he had a alter ego that was interesting.
I saw that yesterday, and I was like, I just had to put it in the category that just can't be true. And move on because I didn't want to deal with
that was
in my mind,
Well, Bubba, now you sound like whoever's in charge of the Alabama Baptist Convention, but that just can't be true. Right, and of course. He claims this is only a means of getting rid of stress, and he calls it a hobby.
And that's a good answer.
And a fantasy.
Oh,
there it is. And he said that the parts of it that are racy, and I would say, him being a pastor, from all accounts from Scripture, sinful, is purely fiction. But we're told in Scripture that it is an abomination to God for a man to dress and appear as a woman. And, of course, the things you're doing and saying on your Instagram while being dressed as a woman, they don't fare well in Scripture either. So I don't really know what to do with this. Other than
so he apologizes for the racy part, but even the part when he's just dressed and looks like the girl who's best friends that's got the great personality.
Great.
Come on, I mean, that's pretty offensive.
Perfume, a little.
Yeah, I've met some mayors. I wouldn't be surprised if they do this. This one here surprised me. Just seeing him.
You've met some that it wouldn't surprise you.
First of all, you've met a lot of mayors.
I'm gonna
what
leave
mayors
that.
are you referring to?
I'm gonna leave that there.
And I know one in particular that's driving right now is probably not happy with you.
I'm gonna leave that where it is.
Greg, I go back to I didn't realize Speedy knows a lot of mayors.
He knows a lot of mayors, and not just some that are kind of feminine.
Well, I'm gonna leave it there, but some no. So anyway, I just wouldn't expect this guy. You know what I'm saying? You look at him; he's this big old burly guy.
Yeah, but I got a feeling he's kind of swishy.
Greg,
he kind of glides.
Sure, we know what you're saying.
We
got
that look.
You don't have to keep saying you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
We do.
We got it.
All you have to do is say it.
I had it at swishy.
All you have to do is not say it.
I had it at swishy. I didn't even need glide.
We got it.
Now here, I got a question.
I got a question on this picture.
Yeah.
Wow. What we got there?
I think it's computer enhanced.
Is that a bodysuit?
Okay, everybody.
It's computer enhanced.
When he goes back to his other ego, it's going to be tough to hide those.
Yes,
Bubba, I'm talking about the scourge this brings on the nickname Bubba today.
I know.
Goodness.
Bubba's everywhere.
For that, sir, I'd like to thank you.
Right.
Golly.
All right. So
I bet if you know when others people go, I ain't surprised.
I was just going to go there. You beat me to it.
Sorry.
So when this comes out, and this is supposed to be so shocking, and everybody's like, can't believe it. Do you think there are people, and maybe there are, maybe there aren't, but do you think there are people going, didn't surprise me at all?
Have to be.
Yes.
Don't you think?
For those reasons I stated earlier.
Right.
I mean, what's the name of the transition?
You think there's been a rumor or two around the old city hall?
Well, I just don't know how this was. And now, someone who claims to be on the inside, and I don't know whether that's true or not, so I don't know how reliable they are on it or how much
somebody
said.
Said.
Well, it is a somebody said, and I want to acknowledge that. And this has nothing to do with me passing on
something that may not be
'Cause
true.
you don't know.
As far as anything, this is what it is.
Yeah.
But what you wonder is how did a article come out where he is commenting on
about
this?
how it relieves stress,
and it says that
he likes this particular blouse.
The quote is from someone who claims to know, that is involved with the Alabama Baptists. They said that when he did the interview and then begged that the article not be published. Now, why would you do the interview?
Yeah, what did you think they were interviewing you about?
Right.
And what's his name when he's relaxing? What does he turn into?
Brittany.
Well, it
So
looks
he goes
like
from Bubba to Brittany.
It has to be known, Rick, because it looks like from the Instagram or whatever that's been in existence since 2014.
Correct.
So,
but honestly, these pictures.
people have to know.
Well, but first of all, if you see him when he is Brittany, the curvy sultress, when you see that, if you didn't know him real well, you may not know that's him.
Right. You wouldn't think.
Yeah, you wouldn't just look at that and go,
You just
I
think
look
he's
like Mayor Bubba.
Yeah, that's Mayor Pastor
Or sadly,
Bubba.
Pastor Bubba.
Pastor Bubba.
Right, yeah.
Y'all,
Okay.
this sweater that
There's other ways to relieve stress.
Thank you, Greg.
This is
What about fishing?
There's a lot
fishing,
of good hobbies out there.
pickleball,
right?
Y'all,
Photography,
sweat-
rocketry.
The sweater that he's wearing, his wife has been seen in it. Like
his wife.
Stop it.
Wife?
It's,
Wife?
It's wife.
Okay.
Also known as beard.
That's her sweater.
All right. Apparently,
Well, they can share clothes. That's
so
good.
we know 1819 News. We know those folks pretty well. They're reliable. Says during the interview with 1819 News, Copeland, that's his last name, confirmed that he operated the account and was featured in the pictures. So it's not
denying.
gossip. It's not a rumor. He has admitted to this.
All right.
He said that only his wife knows about it. He
Maybe
said it's just
don't do an interview.
But here's the thing, though. Even if we all say, "Oh, okay, it's just a character that you play," none of us, I don't think not one of it. Well, I can't say this. Most of us, because there are people that would be okay with it. This is not behavior that we would find suitable for our pastor or our mayor. Mayor, maybe, definitely not pastor.
Yeah, that's an easy one.
Yeah. So because it violates the very thing you're supposed to be teaching.
Yeah.
It's
got a little
and it's not a
problem there.
stumble. You didn't have a rough day.
No.
You've been living this since 2014.
Not remaking Tootsie.
Perpetual, deliberately, which Scripture
Mrs.
speaks
Doubtfire.
that. Scripture would call you a false teacher because of that. But wow.
He commented on it and said, "I have nothing to be ashamed of. I've been
You do.
the victim of an internet attack, and this was an attempt at humor," is what he said.
No, you do have something to be ashamed of.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and until you get there, that's
Is the story not true? Or what?
yeah.
No,
He went far to have a little humorous joke.
Shame usually leads to repentance. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
When I was talking with Herbie Newell and we were talking about Stand for Orphans, I thought to myself, no way, it's been a year since the last time you guys were here. But then I see, especially your son, how your children have grown, and I thought, well,
About a foot.
Well, it has been a year. But I mean,
Inch a month.
As I get older, the years just go by so fast. So anyway, but it is. Here we are. Stand for Orphans. But let's do this because of all the growth of the audience, all the different technology we now have access to. People are literally catching the show for the first time this week. So when we throw out, hey, it's time for Stand for Orphans again, they may have no idea what we're talking about. So let's revisit the initiative and let's talk about what this is all about.
Yeah, so Lifeline Children's Services has been a ministry since 1981. And really what our goal is to equip the body of Christ to manifest the gospel to orphans. We believe that through the word of God, the Lord has explicitly given believers the opportunity and the command to care for the vulnerable, to care for orphans, to care for widows. And so as that, 4 years ago, my family went and had a lemonade stand. And as Ashley could tell you, it was just the obligatory summer lemonade stand. But that afternoon, they said, we want to give all the proceeds to orphans around the world. And so, one thing led to another. Ashley's brainstorming with the kids, and they said, what if we encourage kids around the world and especially around the country to do these lemonade stands and to give the proceeds to orphans? And so that first summer, they raised close to $100,000 just through matching gifts and through families and kids going out and doing lemonade stands. And so it's a way to get kids engaged with this call to care for the less fortunate, the vulnerable, and the orphan.
Well, they're back. You mentioned your wife, Ashley. Good to see Ashley again.
Hey, Ashley.
Caleb's here, Adler's here, and Emily. And we literally now watch them grow up every year as they drop by and say hello. And they started this initiative. In the last few years, the participation has been really, really impressive.
Yeah, it's been impressive to see how many families have participated around the country. From, I believe, 37 states last year, you had families that are doing this, and around the world where either expat families or even families have been touched through adoption. One of the cool things that we have the opportunity to do now is to actually help families in other countries adopt domestically. And so we're seeing Christian families in China and India and Colombia actually adopting kids there as well and participating to say, we'd love to give back.
Well, you and I were talking, and I know you've got a book that's we hope, comes out this fall. And this is one of the things I believe the church, I think there's always, those of us that are people of faith, we always know that God is orchestrating, he's sovereign. So I think there's these periods of time where he brings these biblical issues back to the forefront again and kind of takes like a father would the back of a child's head and try to make them see something. And you see the abortion issue is once again at the forefront, and people seriously considering, oh my goodness, what have we done and what are we doing?
Right.
Well, then the church, hopefully, says, well, we certainly believe that life begins at conception. And you kind of talk about in the book, I read the excerpt that you let me have, and we've talked about this on the show, and we've either had other guests that say, well, let's be real sure, church, that we're not just pro-birth.
Right.
That we're pro-abundant life.
Right.
Pro-life means you now take care of the children that you have been jumping up and down and screaming have the right to life.
That's right.
We certainly agree with that, but then you can't say, well, have that baby. And then she says, I don't know what to do with the baby. Well, good luck to you.
Yeah.
We have to be truly pro-life, and of course, could there be a better example of that than when we're dealing with the orphans?
Yeah,
and adoption.
And honestly, even that whole idea and concept was a part of what drew Ashley and I to this ministry in 2003 for me to come on and to lead this ministry. Ashley was working at Crisis Pregnancy Center, and she would counsel these women who were coming in and considering abortion, who found out that they were pregnant. And I remember at the dinner table every night, us just considering and praying for and being challenged to, if this young lady in her condition does choose life, well, one, that's a celebration.
Amen.
But what now?
Right.
What are we going to do now? And what is the church's responsibility? And that just was what started really breaking our hearts and saying, we've got to do more than just give her a pregnancy test, confirm she's pregnant, and tell her to choose life. We've got to wrap around her when she does choose life. And so I think for a long time, we've made this issue just about being anti-abortion, as opposed to realizing that if we get what we've been looking for and abortion were to become illegal, where are we now? What is the church's response now? And we've got to be on the other side of the maternity ward with open arms, welcoming these families into the church, into our care, and loving on them and caring for them in different ways. And one of the things that we talk about in the book is that manifests itself.
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thank you for being with us again today. So, we don't want journalism to be dead. What we just shared with you are all stories that are in the news. We know that 1819 News also covered it. We're familiar with them as a news source, very reliable. And it doesn't appear that Smith Station Mayor / Baptist Pastor F.L. Bubba Copeland is denying that he does this. He's just saying that it's not anything to be concerned about. When he ran and he talked about he loves Mayberry. I'm not as I know a lot about Mayberry, a lot.
Yeah.
I don't know as much as some of the fanatics, Mayberry fanatics. Greg would be sort of like this. They know every episode. I mean, I'm familiar with them, but I can't quote, characters and all this, but I think I'm familiar with enough. I don't recall an episode on Mayberry where anybody had a secret life where they portrayed themselves as a transgender, thick, curvy woman.
No.
So
now, if they had, it would have been Otis.
Yeah, Andy was never Andrea, right?
I don't think so. I don't recall that.
Yeah,
you know,
I didn't think so.
And I wonder when he was running for mayor. I bet he did, on his posters, his election stuff. I bet he didn't have him dressed up as the woman on it.
Probably not. And now when we get into Howard Sprague, maybe.
Howard Sprague, I'm always worried about Howard.
Mayor Pike and this guy looked a lot alike.
Oh, golly, Mayor Pike. I forgot about
They
Mayor
looked
Pike.
a lot alike.
They did. All right, so he addressed this with his church, and so let him speak for himself. So here he is, 6 minutes of addressing this, I guess, at the next service after this all came out.
Yeah, this was yesterday.
Yesterday.
This is Bubba.
First and last stanza.
This is Bubba yesterday.
Not our Bubba.
No.
Greg,
Sorry. That
Mayor
sounded
Pike.
Flannel.
Mayor Pike, you're right.
Congregation Church, people of Facebook.
Oh, boy.
I've been an object of an internet attack. An article that was written about my capacity as the mayor, capacity as a pastor. The article is not who or what I am.
Well.
Yes, I have taken pictures of my wife in the privacy of our home in an attempt of humor, because I know I'm not a handsome man nor a beautiful woman either.
What?
I apologize for any embarrassment caused by my private and personal life that has come publicly. This will not cause my life to change. This will not waver my devotion to my family, to serving my city, and to serving my church.
Probably should.
I'm thankful for the grace of God and the willingness to forgive. I have nothing to be ashamed of. A lot of things that were said were taken out of context.
Well,
in conclusion, I love my family.
Second hand.
They're number one, and again, I'm sorry for what my actions have caused. And I'm thankful for the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people that have reached out to me today in love. And I know that there are others that have not. But just know I love you, and Jesus loves you as well. You turn your Bibles to Psalms chapter 24.
All right.
Well, now,
So,
if he just posed for a picture being funny, that's one thing. But I mean, am I misinformed about this private
confused
page?
now.
I am
confused
too.
now.
You know, if that first picture you saw was just him goofing off, I mean, but that ain't the way it was portrayed, right?
well, Greg, I'm sitting here looking at the article, and it's.
Because according to him, he acted like he took a funny picture, and
well, Greg, I'm just going to tell you
Is
that.
he living an alternative lifestyle or not?
Well, here's the bottom line, guys. On this particular topic, I'm sitting here looking at 1, 2, 3, 4 different pictures that they have. It's not. These are pictures he took, and in these pictures, he's being lewd. He's being dirty.
Okay. All right.
And so what I'm saying is, this is not. If you just look at the pictures yourself, and I would not suggest that, but they're in the article. The portrayal that my wife and I are cutting up at home, and I put on some of her stuff, and I came in like I was a woman. She took a picture of me. Ha ha ha! It's kind of funny. And then somebody put those out to try to ruin me.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine, but that's not
What it appears.
what it appears. And I do want to say this, because I hear this far too many times, and it's one of the reasons, the scriptures speak really clear to this. Is this person beyond redemption and being restored to a proper relationship with his Lord and Savior if he is truly justified? And that's not my place to decide that. Then yes, the answer is yes. But that doesn't mean that you continue to be the pastor. Now, mayor, that's politics. That's a whole different thing. He can go and be a mayor all he wants if the people don't mind. But if you're a pastor of a church and pictures like this and things that are not up for debate come out, no matter how you may declare them not to be a big deal, the question is, does God deem them to be a big deal? And the answer on this, if these comments and pictures of him are accurate, and they are pictures of him as a woman, and it is not just being funny and goofing off with my wife, it just isn't in these pictures. And it's up to the church to get to the bottom of it and decide. But even though he may say
yeah, even though this is wrong and I can be forgiven, and yes, you can, and God is gracious, and I'm so thankful that He is. But you still step down as pastor. You don't continue to be the pastor. And then you come into the authority of the church and then hopefully be restored, back to a proper place in your relationship with Christ. And you may or may not be a pastor again. Doesn't mean you're going to hell and you can't be redeemed. But sin always matters, and you can't continue to dress as this woman or have this as something you did and you hid it and continue to be the pastor. You just can't.
Same night,
yeah,
we're preaching on a Wednesday night after this,
right? I mean,
Rick, and just so we have the record totally straight on
Thank
this.
you so much, Bubba.
Barney did dress up as a woman in order to bust a gambling ring.
Okay,
run out of
he
Floyd's
sure did.
barbershop.
Well, not only that.
Sure
Listen,
did.
Barney also dressed up, and thank you, Howard, for this. Barney dressed up to be a bride because the Darlings. Remember when Ernest T. was trying to marry the Darlings?
Yes.
And Barney dressed up in the bride to throw the whole thing off so they could actually have the wedding on the side.
They stole him instead of her.
He did.
Yep.
Yeah,
Sure
so
did.
I guess he is like Mayberry.
Well, it's just like Mayberry.
It's
guys.
just like Mayberry.
He's also asking want to chat. He's reaching out to in some of these posts. He's commenting on some horrific things.
Yes.
This is
if
dark.
all that is legit.
This is evil and dark.
Well, his
Not
explanation was just I took some pictures. Okay,
No,
that's
that's
not
not
a problem.
what this is.
Well, and all of us can speak to this. I know I can in my own life. I never repented of any sin until I acknowledged the seriousness of it. There's always an attempt to, well, it's no big deal, not a big thing. Hey, look, I mean, just cutting up, goofing off. See, based on the things that we can all see on this account that has been revealed publicly, we can all see that your description of what you're doing and what you were actually doing, they don't match up.
Mm-hmm.
That's always human nature to try to say what I did. And I've been guilty of it myself. This is not me casting any kind of, and you go, well, it's not that big a deal. It's no big deal. And then God's like, really? So that you get to decide that. I think until we get to the point that we're actually doing these things against God, the whole thing. Well, my family doesn't care, my wife doesn't care. Well, I don't know. Does God care?
Yeah.
That really, I got all kinds of people that probably would have allowed me to go on living the way I was living. It didn't bother them. But were they the standard? They really aren't. Nor are we.
And I will retract my statement. He does not seem very feminine.
Okay, you got to take that back.
Yeah,
you got to take
no
that
swish
back.
about that guy.
No, not a lot.
No gliding.
I stand correct.
Right,
and I haven't seen him walk yet.
I also think he might have been a little hard on himself. I think as far as a thick woman, he didn't do that bad.
No,
I mean, he said he wasn't much of, but I mean,
yeah.
I mean, he tried. How about this? He presented himself as pretty as he could.
Yes,
he did.
You know it. He did his best. No, Bubba.
I bet he put a lot of that flowery perfume on.
Yeah. But see,
give you a headache.
What we just heard, and we'll see if it continues, what we just heard was not actually owning it.
No.
It wasn't. That was the...
Did he not realize the statements and stuff are out there?
Well, what he's doing right now is, look, hey, it's out there. And then always this is the part. Now the people who are telling him don't worry about it, they're the people that really love him. And the people who say what he did was wrong, those are the people who don't love him. That's not always accurate either.
Right.
I'm still laughing at the fact that he gets up here and does that and then tells everybody to get their Bible out. Let's move on. I mean,
the verse that he went to was, "The Lord is my shepherd; I shall not want. Yea, though I walk," and all that. And it's like, sir, you kind of put yourself in the valley.
Oh, we're gonna
on
put
this one.
Oh, now he's going to be a martyr. Okay.
Yeah.
Gracious alive.
Sure.
Sir, you hiked directly into the valley of the shadow of death. That's why you're there.
Yeah, I don't think anybody put you in this situation but yourself, and I can certainly understand. All right, well, there it is. You heard from him. We told you the articles.
There you go.
It'll all work itself out. And then it's up to the people, and that's between him and God at this point, and the people who he serves. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba.
just in caring for orphans or vulnerable families, but it cares something I know that's dear on your heart, which is caring for the fatherless. It's strengthening men to have their rightful place back in the family so that families are stronger. We've got to really shift to having strong families and strong culture of families so that we can wrap around these moms who are choosing life.
Yeah, and like we said, that next part, and we talked about an organization talking about this, we believe in abundant life. Let's also get involved so that this child will also be in a situation that introduces the child ultimately to Jesus.
That's right.
You know, I mean, you certainly don't want to say, well, we brought a child into the world that he'll never hear about Jesus and good luck to him.
That's right.
I mean, that's not being a life, and it's pro-life, and it's not being pro-abundant life that Jesus said only he provides.
That's right.
So it's comprehensive.
Yeah.
And this is part of it. And as you've said so many times, and, you know, looking at what we have before us and James 1:27 and other parts of the Bible, and you and I, Bubba, were talking about this yesterday. Certainly there's gray areas in the faith that we all might have different sensitivities to, or we may see it this way. But then there's the black and white stuff that nobody can get away from, and caring for the orphan could not be more clear.
That's right.
I mean, it's just there. Now I understand. I've even been to this point where I hear the scripture. I hear, what am I supposed to do?
Right.
Well, there's certainly different things you can do, but one thing you can do is to come alongside others that are saying, look, what we do, we don't do for money, but what we do requires money.
Right.
And so that's getting involved in helping orphans, is giving what you have to them.
That's right.
And
and we want to encourage folks to know that this call to care for orphans is not a call to adoption, and it's not a call to foster care. That is a specific call that can be placed on several families.
We need to make that clear.
And so
now, don't dodge it. Don't use what we're saying now to dodge it. Sincerely ask the question: are you being called to either one of those two?
That's right.
But as far as being called to the orphan, we all are.
That's right. I mean, we're all called to be missional. We're not all called to pick up and move to a different country.
Right.
You know, there's specific callings, and that's the same thing with adoption and foster care. And I do think it can be dangerous when families assume that the only way that they can follow James 1:27 is to adopt or to foster. And there's so many other ways. And one of the things, even as we talk about abundant life, that's been so encouraging is our Families Count program that we've seen, which is wrapping around broken families who've lost their kids to foster care. And it's teaching them parenting skills, it's mentoring families, and actually seeing kids coming out of foster care back with their biological families. And that we need volunteers consistently to be mentors, to teach these parenting classes so that these families can come to wholeness. And that's a way to care for orphans, like reunifying them back with their biological family. The truth of the matter is the word orphan does not mean they actually lost both parents. The word orphan means they're vulnerable and they're without the protection of their parents. And so a child in foster care, I know we don't like to say orphan because they have living parents, but they are without the protection of parents. And we need to not just be looking at more foster families or how do we adopt all these kids in foster care. We also need to go back and say, how do we reunify, how do we heal, and how do we bring abundant life to their families so that we can restore these families?
All right, we'll come back. So we've laid out, this is what it's all about. And now we'll come back and tell you how you can be called to action. We'll talk about that when we come back. You can look at show notes. If you're going, hey, man, I'm getting out of my car right now. Where'd I get all this information? Show notes, rickandbubba.com. We have it all there. Standfororphans.org if you want to go directly. But we'll come back. You mentioned a moment ago about Jeffrey Epstein. One of the callers mentioned this. So there is an update. They do not they're not officially saying what happened, but all appearances are that Jeffrey Epstein, he was denied bail on this sex trafficking charge, meaning you will stay here until you've had your day in court, which takes time, and then walk through all that. And it looks like that he may have attempted to take his own life while there. So that was. And
you never know. Like I say, he's tied in with a lot of high-profile people, and the caller earlier was joking about the Clintons. That's not a joke. He really is. But also some affiliation with Trump and royal family in Britain.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's he's very well connected, and a lot of these people have been to his quote-unquote parties. So it's
been on his plane.
He's got international connections. I think the judge was very wise in denying him bail on that. And I haven't seen a story that said attempted suicide, but they said he was injured. He was found in this cell with a neck injury. So I think we could probably assume.
Well, and the fact that they've now put him on suicide watch says they think something happened.
Yeah, and they said he was blue in the face too. And all that.
So, pretty common sense.
So I think it is what it appeared to be. But people say we can't say official. But but it looks pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
And so,
but to the caller's point, there's probably a lot of people would like for him not to be able to testify or turn state's evidence.
It's 10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. Maybe you're catching the show right now. Maybe you're listening. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba on Raycons. I had somebody email me after the show. The last time we talked about this, say, hey, run that website by me again. I got to have them. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. About half the price of the other premium audio brands that are out there, and then we're going to get you even more savings right now. If you go to BuyRaycon.com/Bubba, we're going to get you 20% off site-wide, and we're also going to get you free shipping. All you got to do is go to BuyRaycon.com/Bubba, and you'll see that 20% off site-wide, and you can pick yourself up some Raycon earbuds and join the thousands of Rick and Bubba viewers and listeners that are listening to the show on them on our archives. Or you can also go there and set up sound profiles based on listening to music, listening to talk, whatever. Listening to the Bible study archive every week or the archives of the show. Also, you have noise isolation, meaning you could just kind of, shut out the world and concentrate on what you're listening to, relax, or awareness mode and be aware of what's going on around you. All this available. You'll love the way they fit, too. So much more comfortable and discreet. They've got customized gel tips for a custom fit. And they don't fall out if you're moving around or having an active day or just trying to do just a little bit better. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Bubba, we have a couple of clips today that we got to run through. Here's some stuff involving the current sitting president, Mr. Joe Biden. There's Joe Biden.
Where'd it go?
All right, so we're going back to June. Is that right? We're going back to June on this one. Is this a Biden flashback?
Flashback to June.
Rick. So we're back to June, and this
will set the stage for what we're going to hear next.
Yeah. So here we are setting the stage. Here's the president being asked about his involvement in his son's Chinese shakedown text message. Here we go.
President Biden, how involved were you in your son's Chinese shakedown text message? Were you sitting there? Were you involved?
No, I wasn't. And I don't.
Were you?
No.
There's angry Walter.
I said no. I said no. Get out of my yard.
Boy, he looks so much like Walter when he does.
He really does. So now we have Representative James Comer that is going to kind of refute this big no.
Well, the House is investigating the Biden crime family right now.
Right.
And you've seen the checks. I mean, there's direct evidence of checks going from China to his son, to his brother, to him. And they're putting all this together, and he'll explain some of it.
All right, here we go.
So this is a serious issue, and one reason we're concerned about the emails, obviously Joe Biden, in one of his many lies to the American people, said he had an absolute wall between the government and his family. That's not true. Many of those emails went to Hunter Biden and Hunter Biden's business associates. We know that. And the other concern is we fear that one of the emails on Hunter Biden's laptop, where he was emailing back and forth with Ukraine, where they were wiring his family millions of dollars, one of those emails reads like a government email. And it has all the characteristics of a classified government document. We want to know from National Archives, was that document one of the documents that Joe Biden mishandled between the vice presidency and the presidency? So we have a lot of questions for National Archives.
Yeah, 82,000 pages they're going through?
Yeah. It's they've got some really incredible documentation that they have got from these banks on this. It's pretty interesting, and it's still unfolding. Rick, also we have Josh Hawley, the senator, and they're having hearings in the Senate right now, and he is questioning the Secretary of Homeland Security on a couple of issues here, and Josh Hawley never pulls any punches. He's tough.
Yeah, and boy, when we get to 2C, you're gonna see why this is important. So here's Josh Hawley talking to Secretary of Homeland Security. Here we go.
Mr. Secretary, what's going on here? Is this typical of people who work at DHS? This is an asylum and immigration officer who is posting these, frankly, pro-genocidal slogans and images on the day that Israelis are being slaughtered in their beds. What have you done about this?
4 things I'd like to say to you. Number one, your question to suggest that that is emblematic of the men and women of the Department of Homeland Security is despicable.
I'm sorry, what have you done? This person works for the Department of Homeland Security. Have you fired her?
That was one of 4 answers.
Have you fired her?
One.
Have you fired her? Don't come to this hearing room when Israel has been invaded and Jewish students are barricaded in libraries in this country and cannot be escorted out because they are threatened for their lives. You have employees who are celebrating genocide, and you are saying it's despicable for me to ask the question? Has she been fired?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
After the consumption of Senator Hawley's time, I'd like to speak.
Has she been fired?
Because I will
We
not
would like
be,
an answer. Would you?
Because I will not be given the opportunity.
Has she been fired?
So that individual has been placed on administrative leave.
So she's not been fired?
Number two.
Why has she not been fired?
Number two, the individual was hired in 2019.
Why has she not been fired?
Number three, I cannot speak to an ongoing personnel matter.
Why has this person not been fired? Your answer is you can't speak to it? This isn't sufficient to fire her?
I am not in a position to speak to an ongoing personnel matter.
This isn't sufficient to fire her? That's what you're telling me?
That is not what I'm saying.
But she's still on your payroll as we sit here today.
Well,
Is anybody clear whether she's been fired?
You're right.
Shame you can't get a yes or no answer.
Right. So in 2B, and I know we're running out of time, able to get to 2C. Should we just jump to 2C?
No, stay with the 2B
right,
because it's good too.
Yeah, here's DHS.
Are there HSI?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. If he's going to explain it, I won't have to explain it. Go ahead.
Okay.
Are there HSI special agents who are currently at the border having been pulled away from other cases? Yes or no?
Combating the fight against fentanyl, yes.
How many agents are currently at the border having been pulled off of their other cases?
To fight the scourge of fentanyl, I'd be very pleased to provide you with that data.
That's not what the special agent is alleging. That's not what she said. She said that they're being taken off of fentanyl interdiction, off of child exploitation cases, off of their other investigations into criminals to make sandwiches. That's her quote. You're saying that this is a lie, that she's wrong?
Senator, we have a number of law enforcement priorities with the resources.
Is making
we
sandwiches
have.
one of them?
We have, of course not, Senator. We accomplish a tremendous amount.
Is she wrong?
Because of the tremendous talent and dedication of our personnel, including Homeland Security
Making
investigations.
sandwiches for illegal immigrants? Is she wrong? This is one of your agents. Is she wrong? She says that there are 600 at least special agents pulled off of other cases, sent down to the border to babysit illegal immigrants. Is she wrong?
Senator, our personnel, we use our personnel to achieve the maximum law enforcement objective possible. That is what we do.
So you're not going to deny it?
And I'm incredibly proud of what our people do
Well, this is
every
news.
single day.
This is news.
So there you go. And all we had left was just showing you the largest massive caravan ever.
We can come back and look at it.
Headed to the U.S. border.
Yeah.
Bigger than the one.
A new record.
Yep. Bigger than the ones we've already had.
Rick and Bubba.
I mean, a lot of, and it's all over the political spectrum. Okay, this ain't a Democrat or Republican issue.
No. There is, like you say, that's a lot of powerful folks that may not want some. And I'm not saying he may have just gone in there and said, "Look, I'm at the end of my rope. I'm busted. I'm not coming out of this." And he went into a place of despair. That's certainly likely. But you also go to Bubba's point. You guys, this guy's not just connected to. I mean, he's connected.
Guys, you can
across all political boundaries and all of it.
You can get a few guys around and make it look like a suicide.
You can.
Okay.
You
I mean,
can.
that's not.
There it is. Helms is saying there it is. You can.
I mean,
I know.
There it is.
Them doggone Clintons.
Of course, there's video of him and Trump just dancing with the girls.
Oh,
See that?
sure. Yeah. Sure, of course.
And they had records come out as they started. Clinton said he hadn't seen him in so many years or whatever, and they produced some of the log books, and he actually visited Clinton in the White House. So kind of blew that story out of the water, too. You got Prince Andrew?
Yeah.
That was seen with one of the girls who has come out, who's one of the accusers now, telling this. He's got places, Rick, he's bought his own islands in places and built places. It looks like he's trying to stay out of, everyone's attention, out of the law and all that. So this guy's a bad puppy, okay? No doubt.
Well, and so
that's Prince Andrew right there.
So help
the royal
me.
Family.
So, well, I hate to state the obvious because the obvious.
Andrew, right? Isn't it?
I think
is
so.
that Andrew?
Yeah, but here is
the one's married to Fergie.
Yeah, I don't know my.
I think so.
I don't know my royal family.
Yeah, my flow chart's down on that. Yep.
But what
somehow I'm blaming Camilla.
So the reason why all these people want to be around him is he was wealthy and had the women. Is that the attraction
through the parties?
Yeah,
he was
money
a
and party man. There's young president.
There's young Donald Trump.
Money and power, Rick.
Yeah.
Money and power.
So yeah,
was he a hedge fund guy? Was that what he was? Made his money.
Yeah. Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Financier. That could be a number of things.
A lot
I'm sure.
of money.
Yeah. Well, and so
not helping him in the current situation.
No. He's not in good shape now, and But I mean, is there anything you don't know? Is there anything that he would produce that could be damaging other than, hey, at one time in our life we all partied with this guy? I mean,
well, he's
you hope you're not at those.
Yeah, he's known for having these underage girls, and that's the thing.
When you get to the illegal stuff,
and a lot of them over the years. I mean, I forgot how many people's come out now. I mean, it's getting Bill Cosby level. Who's come out and said, I was basically used as a sex slave for many, many years, and then you look at the people at the parties. It doesn't look good.
There you go. Yeah, you have the I'm a hound. Then you have the I mistreat women. Then you have I mistreat women who are underage.
Right.
And it just gets worse every time you turn another page. And, and if you can be tied to, oh, yeah, and by the way, when you were hanging with him, he had underage girls that he was bringing to you. Yeah. And
because now their defense is, hey, we knew him, we hung out with him, but we didn't know he did that.
Right.
But now if he can say, well, yeah, you did.
And that could get you choked out. That could get you choked out behind bars.
Sure.
But
we'll see.
Well, can I tell you, even though we don't know, and I'm being very clear about that, and certainly I guess there can be attempts that don't work out, but even the fact that it didn't work out almost lends itself to the conspiracy theory too, because it's almost like somebody can get the job done, or but again, certainly we know there's been attempts for people to take their own life that didn't work out, thankfully, and they were able to get back on their feet. But as far as this situation, it's a bad situation, and picture that old helpless feeling. If you're one of these people and you did know what was going on and you participated in it, and now that person that can point everybody to you is now in jail with nothing to lose.
And you're like, uh-oh.
Other than my information might minimize my punishment. That is not the place you want to find yourself.
No.
Let's all once again say out loud to everyone.
Especially when one of them's the Clintons.
Yeah, hey, be very careful who you hang around.
Yes.
Yep. It's Yeah, so you can definitely see the motivation from a lot of powerful people.
And I'm confused because, again, I haven't followed the story. He went through all this earlier and got, obviously, a lighter sentence. That's why they got rid of Acosta, what his name is, because he was, I guess he handed the sentence down when it happened. I don't remember. But are these new charges, or they just find something else tied to the old stuff that they can try and
I think these are new.
These are new.
Yeah, these are people who have come forward since then.
Yeah, it's
not the same case that Acosta dealt with.
Yeah, okay. It's new. It's something.
Yeah, I'm looking to see if where we are now, because I did think new things started coming up. Because you know how it is. Every time you start,
he got convicted, but he got a real light sentence out of it and had to register or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, he still went to jail like for a year and some change or something.
But it.
Oh wow, they got him where they had. Did you know that they've got him in the same place where they had Chapo?
Yeah, Chapo.
Mm-hmm. So,
but he's just been held there now, right? Because he hasn't had his trial yet.
Yeah, I do not see.
Chapo's headed to Super. He's at Supermax now, isn't he?
Yeah, this
boy, that's a lineup of all stars. Isn't it? You go down that hall.
This story says nothing about. All it's about is attempted suicide.
Yeah,
it doesn't go into.
You know, this is not a news story as far as that is, but the rest isn't. I didn't get into details on it.
Well, it seemed like to me, if I remember it right, you started out with, hey, bad guy, really bad guy, wow, bad guy. It kind of started deteriorating.
I just wasn't sure where the new charges came from.
I don't know. Might be the underage stuff. I don't know. Or has that always been
I think
there?
that was there the first time.
It's
Oh,
new.
really?
It's new victims.
Just different.
I'm pretty sure it's new victims.
Same song, new victims. Yeah. Is this the guy with the? 6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here today. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast coming out this weekend. Today, our third installment, we'll record it, letters from the audience. So if you fired a letter to speedy@rickandbubba.com, your letter may make it this weekend, so catch Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, when it comes out this weekend. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
We call Rick and Bubba. So continuing a couple of other things involving the border, as I know we all felt great about Josh Hawley and the answers he was getting from our Secretary of Homeland Security. Makes me sleep tight at night. Wide open southern border. We've had massive caravans already that have come to the border because somebody, is getting the word out. Hey, the door's open.
Yeah. Well, George Soros is spreading the word all over Central America.
So if we have this right, this is the largest one ever so far.
That's what experts.
That's a better way to say it. Largest one so far.
The biggest movement yet in total people coming this way. And we've already had 2 million cross over since Biden took office.
Now, all these people, if you're watching us on YouTube, all these people are coming to our border because they've been told, come on in. Now, if you're in the big cities right now, y'all tried to make the southern states and the border states deal with this, and now a lot of those governors are making you deal with it.
They wanted everybody to be part of the fun.
So we're all going to share in this. How does anyone not understand and you cannot wrap your mind around the fact that you cannot have this flowing unvetted into your country at these levels, that vetting these people is not evil, it's not wicked, it is actually incredibly wise.
And you just can't take this large number of people all at one time because they don't get absorbed into American culture. They form their own culture and become a country inside a country.
Well, Bubba, there also could be dangerous. I mean, we don't know what diseases they're bringing in. We don't know who's part of a crime deal. We don't know who are these people that are being used to undermine us by enemies of our country, to the story you got there.
Rick, the mayor of New York is now saying that immigration is the largest threat to New York City, that it's going to destroy their city.
Yeah.
And here come more. Here come
not
more.
Just a few more.
There's no end in sight, guys. This is just this will be the biggest caravan yet. Guess what? When this one gets here, there'll be another and another and another. As a matter of fact, some numbers are coming out. Like I told you, there's already 2 million have come in during the Biden term, at least, depending on whose figures you want to talk about.
Oh yeah, it's about 8.
It's 2 this year.
Oh yeah, 2 this year. Yeah.
U.S. border influx of 24,000 Chinese migrants crossing from Mexico in the past year. That is 10 times more than the year before. And right now, the largest group coming into the country is not Mexican, Venezuelan. Venezuela.
And why are they coming? I thought this socialist experiment is what we all should want to do, and it's just the number one. So
that caravan was comprised of many Central Americans and Venezuelans, like Bub was talking about. And the organizer of that caravan estimates around 5,000 people in that one group.
Just that one group. Did you mention the Chinese thing?
Yes.
And
24,000.
Yeah. So that's
10
a big.
times.
So if we sat down and we were just talking to a person that says, why should we vet people at the border? I don't think I would have to say anything more than illegal drugs come in unvetted that kill people here. It also creates a crime element with drug dealers that is very dangerous to all involved. Terrorist groups can come through the border and undermine our country's security, and all sorts of diseases can come through the unvetted border. Do you need anything more than those three reasons? Now, there's others, but just those three, it defies the mind that anyone says, I have to disagree with that.
You know, our immigration system used to, well, one, it was a lot smaller number was allowed in every year. The Congress set those numbers.
Mm-hmm.
And you had to bring something to the table. You had to have people here that would sponsor you, or you had to be bringing a talent or skill. It wasn't just open the door, do whatever. And we've really got away from that. And we've had, again, European countries got away from that, and they're reaping some negative benefits of that now, and apparently we're not learning anything.
Yeah, and then you think, well, what about those seeking asylum? Okay, well, let's vet out, and we have a standard, and let's make sure that you can't just scream, I seek asylum.
All right.
You have to actually prove that you need asylum, and we've always handled that. But if we would, and we've said it 1,000 times, if we want to try to see if we can't improve our legal immigration program, I'm all about that.
Yeah, I always want to improve that.
But having an open border of unvetted people for the reasons all mentioned here in this segment it makes us look like we have no wisdom or walking around intelligence.
Well, that has left the building. We haven't learned anything.
Yeah, that seems so elementary. That's not a deep point that was just made.
Again, it goes back to what is the goal here, and who are the people behind it, and all of this. There is a definite push to try to change Texas, one,
right,
and bring a bunch of people in just to make them voters.
So back to what we've said 1,000 times, when you're dealing with power-grabbing, tyrannical people, the end will always justify the means.
Well, let's hear a discussion on this. Cut 3, Adler. This is Representative Mike Johnson, now the Speaker of the House.
Yep.
And he is having a discussion with Jerry Nadler, who is also a representative, about the Democratic plan to turn millions of illegal immigrants into strictly Democrat voters.
And this is from back in May. So here we go.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman, you're from New York. Thanks to New York City's council, beginning January 9th, 2023, more than 800,000 non-citizens will be eligible to vote in municipal elections in New York. Do you agree with that policy?
No, nor.
Oh my God.
Non-citizens will not be eligible to vote in New York. They never have been. Well, they were in the 19th century eligible to vote in New York.
Well, no, this is a recent action. It was just passed in December.
No, that is not correct. Non-citizens have not been eligible to vote in New York, or as far as I know, in any other state since the 19th century.
That's not true. The New York City Council voted in December to allow this. It begins January 9, 2023. Cities in Vermont and Maryland already allow this, and similar measures are under consideration in Illinois, Maine, and Massachusetts right now.
If the gentleman will yield?
Yes.
I believe those are considerations of allowing votes in municipal elections only.
Right, but thank you. That's the point. Everybody wants to know at home, why would they allow this? Guys, they're allowing it because they're going to turn them into voters. They already are doing this in New York City, largest city in America, and this is the plan of our friends on this side to turn all the illegals into voters. That's it, folks. That's what's going on. That's the game. That's why the border's open. That's why they've dropped it. Look, I respect Ms. Lofgren and all her work in this arena. Yes, I'll yield, Mr. Chairman. I'd love to hear what you have to say about this.
As a New Yorker, I would love to think that New York is the entire country, but it is not. It is not, and consideration is being given to permitting non-citizens to vote in New York, and I believe in the capital city of Vermont. I forget which that is. But as much as I'd like to believe it, New York and Vermont are not the entire country.
But, Mr. Chairman, that's the whole point. This is what's going on, folks, at home. If you're trying to figure this out, if you're scratching your heads, you're seeing the video, you see droves of people, 2.4 million people coming over the border illegally, the president allowing, the Democrats in charge of Congress are allowing it. The deal is they're going to turn them into voters. You just heard it. They don't have any problem with that. They celebrate it. Here's the deal. We have a problem with it. The Constitution has a problem with it. American elections should be decided by American citizens. That's it. That's what this is about. That's why we're jumping up and down and screaming, my friends on the video who are commenting about this. That's why we're so upset, because our constituents are frightened that we are losing our country. We're losing our security, we're losing our sovereignty, because we're going to allow people from 160 different countries around the world to come in here and decide our elections. That's it. Here it is on record. You all heard it. I'm out of time. I yield back.
By the way, the irony that Adler is wearing a mask, and his people around him are wearing a mask while being for an open border.
Yeah, I know.
Do you realize the lunacy of that?
And keep in mind, too, to start with, he said, no, you're wrong, you're wrong. Then he turned around and said, oh, yeah, we're doing
Just
this.
municipal.
Right.
Just municipal.
That mask was struggling, too. Did you see it?
Well, you couldn't hear him hardly.
We'll be back. We got to ask you, the audience, to help us with an ongoing Rick and Bubba promotion.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Power pack?
Yeah, well, you remember on Bastille Day, you remember we had the demonstration of the guy flying around on a hoverboard with a rifle, and we were all kind of amazed at that technology. I mean, we thought, hey, this may be a step forward. Well, a second step in this, the inventor of this machine was going to try to demonstrate it crossing the English Channel, which is 22 miles long.
It is the Green Goblin. That is the Green Goblin.
And the problem is the range of this machine is about 11 miles.
Look at that.
So he had to try to refuel midair, and they were unsuccessful in doing that. So he basically crash landed into the English Channel about 11 miles out. He said he will try again. They're going to have to refine the refueling in air process, which I don't know how they did it to begin with. They don't give a lot of details.
Look at that.
But he said on Bastille Day, he said he used about 3% of the machine's ability to fly, and he said this will require 99% to make it all the way across the English Channel. But that, Rick, that's a game changer, I think, right there with his ability to control that. That's pretty impressive. Yeah. The guy's 40 years old. He's called Flyman by the French media. And he said he wowed the country on Bastille Day with their demonstration.
Well, yeah, he did.
I mean, that was impressive.
So this is different than the jetpack.
Yeah, oh yeah.
I'm standing on something.
This is more of a hoverboard type
He's
operation.
moving.
Hey, do I need to have some I mean, I know I got some expertise, but I mean, is it tough to balance on it? I mean, I'm standing up.
I would think.
This guy,
I know he's kind of leaning forward.
I'd love to see him the first time he tried it.
They say that you guide it by which way you lean, and then he controls the thrust with a controller that he's holding, so he can go the power of the unit. It's like 1,500 horsepower.
What's those things you
got a bunch of little jet engines
and your
on
feet pressure moving around? What's that thing? Hoverboard.
That's a hoverboard, and they can be dangerous.
Yeah. Or no, you're talking about
I'm talking about the things you drive around.
with the wheels on it.
Good night. What is it?
Segway.
Thank you.
So is that kind of combining the hoverboards, the segways, the stuff? It's got it all.
You got to admit that's a pretty cool looking deal.
It is.
I wish they had a better name than Flyman.
Well, that's
just what they're calling him.
Well, I know.
I mean, I think it'll be called a hoverboard, don't you? I mean,
I'd like them to have better nicknames. All I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you, that's not a great nickname.
That is.
He's
really
moving
cool,
on
though.
pretty good.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He's hauling.
So I'm leaning forward and I'm letting it. But why am I not falling off of it?
He must be strapped to it. Has his feet strapped to it. Let me
go back.
It has 5.
Now, when it crashes, does he parachute down? What does he do?
I think as it runs out of gas, he just sinks down into the water. The
I better
hoverboard.
get my feet out.
The hoverboard is powered by 5 small jet engines and has 1,500 horsepower, according to the news agency.
Let's watch him get off the platform. I want to really look.
See, the backpack must be part of the power supply.
It looks like there's a strap right there.
Yeah.
So his feet are strapped in.
Or it may be boots that he gets in. They're already on there.
The fuel may be on his backpack, Rick, and then the motor's actually on the bottom of the hoverboard.
Right hand, he's hammering down.
It looks like
he
he's got a controller on it. Yeah, some
Look
type.
at that. God, see, Greg, if we could fly to work like that, that'd be awesome.
That'd be fun.
Just far as knowing what it would take to fly that. And remember, the guy's 40 years old, okay? But he is a former ski champion. So he's got some balance there going. And
he kind of looks like he's on a ski jump when he's leaning out.
Well, here's what I'm thinking. Okay, like this at the 11 miles, we're limited. We're limited right now to 11 miles.
But
he's going to get it bigger. But what I'm thinking about
11 miles, I can go a long way on that.
Well, here's what I was thinking.
Town.
Here's where it'd work perfect.
Like where we
wouldn't get 11 with me on it. Okay, might get 8. Might have to throw a 6th engine on there too.
Yeah, that's
bogged down.
Let me tell you something. There'll be a different
Jake
model.
brake.
That's it. That's right. But so what I'm thinking, perfect example, like because I can get in my car and drive. It's gonna have to be things I need this. Either if it's not for fun, for functionality. When would this come in play over my car? I got it though. Yeah. So if you're in an area like we do, there's certain areas of town that bog down with traffic. I hate that intersection, all this kind of stuff. And your wife says, "Hey, can you go get the cleaning?"
That's it.
You know, and I go, but that's over there on for where we live. That's over there in 280. I ain't going to 280 this time of day. We'll go out there and use the
Flyman,
the Green Goblin. And I go, you know what? You're right. I'll bounce over and be right back. That's it. And then I
can
go,
see you holding the clothes.
I've got the clothes right here. I'm leaning down. You know what? I like that. You know, bouncing different stuff.
Yeah.
Search and rescue, though, that would be.
But then think about all the power lines you got to look out for. And
Well, you gotta
then
know
you
what
have
you're
other
doing.
people doing it.
You got to know. Yeah. Stranger stuffed me in an antique Cadillac. Everybody say it. He was dressed like 1950, half drunk and Halloween. So as we work our way back, we do want to ask you, the audience, looking ahead, though, let me give you a couple of pointers on things that are going on this week. If you want to see the real Greg Burgess this Friday, Birmingham, Alabama, 1047 WZZK. He'll be at Henry Hoover Auto Mall, gripping and grinning and enjoying lunch and
come on,
cutting some deals on some vehicles. So that's happening on Friday. Saturday, Speedy, Protective Stadium. He'll be with UAB versus Florida Atlantic. So you can see Speedy if you're going to be at that game.
FAU.
And then on Sunday in Birmingham, Alabama, I have the honor to preach at my home church, Valleydale Church. There, got 2 services. Let's see, the first one's 9:15. And the second one is it 10:45? I think. Anyway, 2 services on Sunday. And if you're in town, around town, or hey, you just like to come over and hang and let's enjoy the Lord's Day together, I'll be there. All right, so Bubba, we're believe it or not, we have crossed over, my friend. We are in the holiday season.
Watch it.
Thanksgiving is coming. I mean, it is rolling down the track. I mean, it's coming quicker and with as much impact as illegal immigrants headed to the southern border.
You know, it just seems like this year has really flown by, especially since 4th of July. Man, it's just
just
kicking gear like nobody's business.
So anyway, one of the how many years have we been doing 12 working days of Christmas? Any idea out of the 30 how many years we've been doing it?
12 days.
Most of them?
We've been doing a version of it for a large number of those. There may have been 1 or 2 early on, but I think even early on we were doing some kind of.
Well, where did we find it? It must have been gift certificates for.
The prizes are better than they used to be.
Which kind of gets us to the discussion that we need to have today, and that is we're getting to the 12 working days of Christmas. I mean, as you said, it's going to be here before we know it because.
Yep. It's time to shop.
We go on the end of the year vacation somewhere around mid-December, so we'll start early December, rolling out those 12 days. And the question before the audience is how we're doing.
Yeah.
Do y'all? Are there things you'd like to see in the 12 working days of Christmas we're not doing? Do you like how it's going now? Just keep it going. We like this kind of stuff, and I know we lean a little high tech.
Yeah, a little electronic oriented. We have some jewelry and issues, and I think this year we're probably going to have a real nice piece of jewelry.
Yeah,
involved.
I saw that.
So,
yeah, we're working on something right now. I just saw that email. So we usually throw in a few things, and it's okay for somebody to say, 12 working days working fine for me. I like this. Let's just continue this kind of stuff. Are there gifts we're not thinking of, and that we could go pursue or stay the course?
Sometimes it would be easier on all parties if we could just give cash, but that's hard to do. It's just not easy nowadays to do that.
So here's what we've done right in the past. We do lots of electronics.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Some jewelry.
The latest and the greatest. Jewelry.
Mm-hmm.
We do hunting stuff, Moultrie. They've thrown stuff in.
Yes. Yeah,
so the outdoors.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we have that.
Toys. Some of the electronics is just some of the most
maybe
sought after toys,
video
this year.
games, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, gaming consoles.
We've done that.
Yeah.
And we've also done what you mentioned, the version that I think people do like. We also do gift cards.
Yeah.
That total a certain amount of money. You buy whatever you want.
Right. We've done those.
Mhm.
We've given away pinball machines and big gaming things, and we just
I call that rec room stuff.
Yeah, rec room. Get some more ideas, or do we need to stay the course? Do we need to modify this a little bit?
I would say this. I think this is a fair question. We throw the jewelry in, but would you like to see us to have more chick stuff?
Yeah.
Is there not enough chick stuff? Because I know sometimes men and women like these electronic things, but I mean, you know what I mean.
Or a lot of times folks are wanting them to give to somebody else. Maybe another family member.
What a good one. Based on the state of our country, could y'all pay my utilities, buy my groceries, give me some gas? Our rent would be nice. How about paying our rent?
Well, that kind of goes
Food,
back to the
yeah.
just cash
Right.
deal. It's just hard to give cash nowadays,
Yeah, so that's a good one. They're saying,
Yeah.
hey, right now we need help with the basic things in life.
Yeah.
You remember when one of our influences, would pay your house mortgage, would pay your mortgage.
Oh,
for
yeah.
the
I
month,
know. For the month.
Yeah. What was that though? Don.
Dave Donnell.
Dave Donnell.
Yeah, and who worked with our group.
He'd
here for
pay
a
your
long
house
time.
note.
I met him, man. It was such an honor to meet him.
He'd pay your mortgage.
Absolutely.
Yeah, not the whole thing.
When
right?
I met him, I
But-
said, "How you gonna pay my house note?"
Right. Would he pay the whole thing, or would he just?
No,
pay
just that month.
Okay,
that's that month. Got you to another month.
Sure.
There you go.
Yeah, you remember that was one of mine.
Oh,
Yeah,
absolutely.
I mean, he'd make it happen. So
super nice guy.
Now, as far I will say, and I know it doesn't sound as flashy, and probably our affiliates and all of our partners don't like it as much because it's not as flashy to promote. But I'm telling you, and you and I've talked about this for years. Don't ever overlook the wonderful gift of a gift card. And some people call that lazy. I don't. I think it gives the person the buying power to go get what they really want.
Yeah, and a lot of times that's a more fun experience. I mean, like say if I get one and I'm wanting to go buy some tools.
Yeah.
I know what I need.
The right brand and everything.
And you get the things you want. I don't look at that as a negative at all, because it's almost like giving a gift twice. One, you get it, and then when you get to go and spend the money, it's fun too.
Steve in Illinois. Steve, how we doing? Where we going? You got any suggestions? Go ahead.
I think it's a great program, fellas. But I do have one complaint, and the phone format I would like to be changed, because if you go back through your archives and look at all the winners, they're all coming from about a 200-mile radius of you guys, and that's just a technology thing. And
we
guys
ship
from
them all
Illinois,
over the
they're out. We can't get in.
That's a numbers game. That's all that is.
Yeah. Now,
if there's more people listening in,
I don't believe that.
Oh well, Steve, that's common sense.
I'm sorry.
There's
If
many.
we go caller 30,
Yeah.
everybody's, you know what I'm saying?
But what I'm saying, Steve, is there's many more people that listen in those southern states than in Illinois. I mean, there's just not as many of you.
But,
I mean,
we do send them all over
the
the country,
yeah.
so they do get through.
Yeah, they've got the numbers on you, but but sometimes it does happen. No,
and we may want to change it up and draw something out of email or something. I don't know.
You know what? This is interesting.
I'm open for
this.
ideas.
I was surprised by this one in email. Sometimes we love some of the products, but the subscriptions, are not. We just don't have the budget for it. I'd love to win a year supply of Relief Factor or Field of Greens. Some of the sponsors say, "Hey, I want to use the product. I can't afford it."
Right.
So I mean, I don't know. That's stuff to think about.
Well, again, there's the devil is in the details in a lot of these
Right,
things.
yeah.
It would be difficult for us to pay for it probably and get it sent to your house, where if we just give you the money to get it, you could get it.
Right,
It would be
right.
easier.
Yeah.
They're not really set up for that, probably, or we've run into that in the past. Maybe it's better now.
Yeah, we would make the attempt to see if the sponsor would just do that and give you a free subscription. But like Bubba
We
said,
can check and see.
they may not be set up for that.
Hey, how about giving away Adler's hog?
Give away his motorcycle this year. Yes.
There it is.
I like that.
How would that?
Yes.
How would that work though?
Your phone call's next. 866 We Be Big. We'll be back.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Gonna be a mess, and you got people drunk doing it.
Oh yeah.
Well,
and they're all over.
not
the
for
place.
long. Not
People
for long.
trying to text, doing it.
Oh, yeah. Right.
Hitting trees.
Yeah, and I think y'all hit on that. They did
Birds?
They did the
Two
study.
birds.
They did this study. Yeah, birds are going to be an issue. Birds are an issue.
Mockingbirds will be just attacking you.
By the way,
you know how they are.
Oh, yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There it is. Yeah, the thing about my big old fingers and these phones, and the thing I've learned is if you got something out there and people keep looking at it and they keep liking it and it runs over the screen and you start trying to push the button and it grabs it and moves it, it's a little tedious.
Yeah,
but,
for big old fingers.
Yeah, but we got it going. It was there.
Big old fingers, big old toes.
Bubba, this is one of those times that over the years we have them where I feel like you and I have I've just kept on seeing you. It doesn't seem like there's been any break.
I know. It's been almost around the clock.
Yeah,
hasn't it?
Bubba and I spent time together with Frenchie. I was thinking about this.
Did Frenchie get up and come in with you today?
He did not.
I didn't see him.
Yeah, he is going fishing today with a member of our high school fishing team.
I hope he carries his sunscreen with him.
Well, we'll talk about that. It's well,
it was very cool yesterday.
Yeah.
And sometimes on a boat, when you're moving, you don't realize, maybe that you're getting.
How about him and Kalanja? Bubba?
God, that's good stuff.
But Indians didn't have beards, Rick.
But we'll talk. We'll talk about what happened. But can I tell you what's happened? I don't know if you know this. My wife and the two kids who are somewhat at home are still in Europe.
Yeah, when's that coming to an end?
They're supposed to come back sometime Sunday. But let me hit you with this.
I'll tell you, the Burgesses will go to another continent like I go to the lake.
Yeah,
really. Y'all are a traveling bunch.
But here's the thing that gets me about it is that now my life has become, what am I going to do about the dog and what am I going to do about Frenchie?
Oh, I know.
Now, I'm toting her.
I didn't think about that.
I got to worry about what I'm going to do with Buddy every day.
Do you make Frenchie stay in his place like you do, Buddy?
I do.
In your place.
Yeah. Well, I got to. If you don't have control over these things,
want us
run
to keep your dog.
Yeah. I'd rather you keep Frenchie for a while.
Don't let Ellen McClampett get a hold of her.
No, but I mean, you think about it. I mean, I'm responsible for this 17-year-old kid that's like in another country by myself.
You're just sending him off somebody today.
Well, I'm not good at this kind of stuff, and we'll find out again yesterday. Bubba and I, there's little things that
I think that'll be evident today when they witness how burned he is.
Yeah.
So y'all send him back out in the sun today.
Hey, I'll tell you one thing. His new nickname is French Fry.
Did y'all say anything to him about maybe a little sunscreen today?
Well, I thought he knew to put something on.
Well,
you got to help him, buddy.
Rick, they don't have sun in France.
Boy, you can tell. You could tell. Those little white legs took a beating.
Let me ask you this: when's the French start heading back? When's this time? Next week?
I think August 3rd.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do with yourself?
When
he's gone?
Well, the timing's perfect. He'll leave about the time I need to move two kids into college.
Okay. Yeah. Well, there you go.
So look for me to take a breather in September. It'll be a doozy.
So if I looked at him today and said, "Did you get sunburned?" He'll go, "Yes,
yes." I kept looking. And you ever have something happen where you know it has to be happening? Why are you not addressing it? I mean, I remember thinking a few times. He said it's sunny out here. I bet he might need to put some on them legs.
And, it was so.
Yeah.
It was so.
Even though it was comfortable, it was still
the humidity or the dew point.
He needs to do that today. And did you tell him today? Because evidently
Greg,
he has this thing.
He
about
really
sunscreen.
got red before we noticed it. It gets away from him because when the air's moving across, you don't sense that you're burning, and by the time somebody had said something, I thought, uh oh.
Yeah, and then Betty was with us, and Betty had that look on her face like you don't.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, here we go. 35 minutes past the hour. Speaking of Relief Factor, and that was a good idea. We're going to check into that. Relief Factor is, man, they've been with the show for a while. And man, we love this product. All natural, 4 botanicals. You're talking about your body's inflammatory response. A lot of these doctors and scientists, when we first met them years ago, they were like, we discovered this, and we were really working on the anti-aging process. What can we do to help people age more gracefully and still be active? And they started looking into these botanicals. They all had a history of doing pretty well for the body. And then they discovered that all 4 of them together really would help anyone, no matter their age, from the aches and pains and overexertion. And boy, the emails just continue to come in. The majority of the people that order the Quick Start Pack, that's a 3-week supply, for $19.95, go on to order more. I love the product, take it every day. And some of you have suggested maybe we're going to talk to them and see if maybe they want to participate in the 12 working days of Christmas. We'll look into that and some of our other sponsors as well. Get yours by going to relieffactor.com. $19.95 gets you 3 weeks, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. To Harley out of the free state of Florida. Harley, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, Biggins, I was thinking maybe for the 12 giveaway days of Christmas, you might could get to ride around in Adler's van for the weekend.
That's not bad. A ride in Adler's sweet van.
I like
it. Once again, how do I
You have a blast with a listener you never met before
make a new friend.
that asked you to drive it into a place where nobody could ever find your body.
Okay. I don't know about all this, guys.
I want to get in the salve.
Let's go.
So you still got the motorcycle, right, Adam?
I do, yeah. I've got somebody coming to check it out actually this weekend.
By the way,
Well, yeah.
By the way, I don't want them to buy our Christmas giveaway.
I need to sell it.
The guy's got a hog and a salve.
That's right.
Bring it on.
Adler, I want to update you on the drum set, too. I'm in this mode that Bubba's been in, now you're in. I have someone who says, I'll take it, but then that day isn't real until they actually drive away with it in their vehicle.
Yes, the exchange has to happen.
There's a lot of I'll take it, and I'll agree to the price.
I went through the
I know.
truck.
I was thinking about
incredible.
that. So I don't. Should I get some backup drum set buyers?
Yeah, I would.
This person's got to come all the way from Meridian. You think that's going to work out?
Yeah, what would you take for the motor?
Like it sits.
3,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was 2 something the other day.
Greg.
No.
That's your buddy.
I thought it was 26.
That's the Forerunner.
Oh,
demand's high right now.
Okay, I got you.
That's true. That's a
wow,
good price.
What's that face
I'd
you
give
have
you
on?
3,
Do you regret that
as a
number
bike
right
guy.
No, I'm good with it. I'm good. I got a guy coming to look at it this weekend for 3.
Okay.
Oh, well, that's a good deal.
Jeremy Gadsden, Z93. Jeremy, go ahead.
Hey, I think we need to give Adler a break, so let's go with a free day with Greg Burgess, preferably one when he's at the Hendrick Hoover Auto Mall.
Oh, I can make that happen Friday.
We continue. Brian in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Brian, go ahead.
And, the 12 working days of Christmas, just a thought. The 7th day is a day of rest. What about a Bible and in one of the blank pages for notes and everything, all you gentlemen autograph it for the lucky winner? Just a thought.
Okay.
Y'all have a good day.
Sure, thanks. That's it.
We've signed a few of those
Yeah,
before.
we have.
Bibles?
Maybe
Yep.
each person puts in there a verse that means a lot to them, and you got everybody's verse right by you, right there in the front of the Bible. Good idea. Alan in Texas. Alan, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, Green Acres.
Thank you so much for the call, brother. Go ahead.
Hey, that Bible's a good idea, and y'all can have Rick and Bubba show imprinted on the cover.
Well, we probably don't want to do that. The Bible's holy, and maybe
kind of got its own name on there already.
Maybe not. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Well, anyway, my call was about the phone calls. For instance, I listen on WLWI streaming, and it's about a minute and a half delay on it. So, the out-of-state callers usually don't get the opportunity to call until it's, a minute and a half into the calls.
But if you're calling 50.
Yeah, what I would say to that is what Greg was saying, Alan, and we understand that. That's why we do numbers like caller 150 or callers, we've been doing it 30 years. We take,
first caller.
And the reason why, honestly, if you start later, you're probably at a better advantage. The first callers are the people that really are the worst.
Yeah.
Because if you think about it,
they have no hope.
They have no hope of winning if you call quickly. The delay may actually give you a better shot when we do those big numbers, which is why we do those big numbers. But we may, come up with in the past I know one time we did, and maybe this is an idea, is that one of the 12 days is a registration only.
Well,
you put it on the website and everybody registers for it, and we draw a name out that day.
I like this idea because it incorporates both. Robert checked in. He said, you guys should do a sign up online by a certain date to enter the 12 working days of Christmas. Then each day, the computer randomly chooses a name from that list. We can make that happen. Then the person chosen has however amount of time that we determine to call in to win. So you still have to be listening to win.
Yeah.
And everybody gets a chance through registration. So I kind of like that. It's a good idea, Robert.
Even if you didn't do all 12 that way, do one or two that way. Yeah.
Pretty good idea,
That's a good idea. How about Robert?
A bunch of belly acres.
Let's go to Joshua. Thank you, Greg. You couldn't stop it, could you? Rude Tourette's is a real thing. It can't be stopped. Joshua Trustful, 104.7 WZZK. Go ahead.
Hey, I just wanted to add to the Bible thing is a really good idea. And Rick, I'm sorry to eat into your pocket, but maybe you could add one of the man church studies that you and Andy Blanks did along with that.
Yeah.
And maybe for women, maybe throw in Sherry's book or something like that. If woman winner.
Yeah, like a package. Like if we had a package that had a Bible that everybody put their favorite verse in on the show. You got one of the 40-week curriculum, in there. You got a copy of Sherry's book. She'll sign that for you all in a. And that's a good idea. Yeah,
I like that.
I think that's great. And maybe throw in the Transform 31-day devotional. So you have a little bit of everything. It's really a good idea. Yeah. Thanks. That's a great idea. And like I say, we give away as much as anybody helps us pay for anyway. So like all of our prison ministries out there, it's kind of cool. I hadn't give you an update on like that. We donate those to prison ministries. And some of the feedback we're getting from how these curriculum are being used in prison ministries and seeing these prisoners watching that and going through those study guides and some of the testimonies that are coming out of that are incredible. It really is.
Rick, I got a buddy weighing in. He said that this would be a gift that just keeps on giving. And every week we could have, this would be something that we all win, okay? Greg could just bash every caller that calls in.
No. Well, that's every day.
I know.
That's 365 days of Rick and Bubba.
I don't Only the
Did you see how he can't control it, though?
I know.
Well, I'm just saying.
I was sitting there thinking the exact same thing he said, and I thought, don't say it. No, you just made fun of the caller. Don't say another thing.
This is the beauty of Rude Tourette's, is that everybody's going, okay, yeah, thank you. I understand. I see that. Maybe we can try to find a way to give that a shot, and that might work. Yeah, maybe I can shut up some of the belly acres.
Well, my goodness.
But that's
the
how
calling in thing we've already addressed.
Let's go to Marshall in Alabama. Marshall, go ahead.
Happy Thursday, fellas.
Yeah, back at you.
I was just thinking, and to piggyback off the last couple of ideas, I've had a really hard time, me and my wife both, trying to get golden ticket seats, and so I think that would be a fantastic thing to sign up for, get a couple of gold ticket seats, and then when we get there, Greg tells us what we've won.
That's good.
I think it'd be fantastic.
That is good. Golden ticket seats a good idea. That's all good, and maybe put it all together in a package or something.
Yeah, add it to something.
Yeah. Someone says the ladies in the audience would like to know: can you give away whatever keeps Sherry Burgess looking like a teenager? Kimberly, I'm afraid that's just fineness. That is just
Field of Greens has nothing to do.
Right. As Sherry and I are aging, we're 6 years apart. But as we are aging, boy, that gulf is looking a lot. I mean, people look at me like, look at that guy.
Oh, gravy.
Yeah, and the one I get a lot right now, because I guess there's such a gulf between us now, because I'm starting to really, really age, is that people will constantly ask us when we eat out, is this on one ticket? Like I'm talking to maybe a salesperson or something, or I've got my daughter with me or whatever. We continue 866 We Be Big. Let's go to Jason in Bessemer. Jason, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey guys, love the show.
Thank you.
I heard you guys talking about gift cards. I just kind of want to throw out a bit of a consumer warning, if I can. My boss bought us some gift certificates for safe driving and stuff. And what it is, they got a new scam going on. You can't even tell the card's been tampered with. It's on a Visa gift card. You open up the card, and where the barcode's exposed, that's just a piece of photo paper. And then behind that is a blank card. So what they're doing is scanning that barcode. Yeah. That's going to a mysterious bank account somewhere. And then, unfortunately, you get the gift card, and it's no good anymore. So.
Yeah, Bubba said that in the break when we were talking about gift cards. You said, then you worry about whether they're really going to work or not. You know, are they straight up?
You got to keep up with receipts for that.
Jimmy Jam. Let's go to Benny in Alabama. I'm sorry. That wasn't what I was going to. Let's go to Dean in Alabama. Dean, go ahead.
I just thought it would be funny if y'all would just include the little copy of that couch story where it fell off the truck that was being delivered and the wife was at home waiting for it. That would brighten anybody's Christmas.
Well, if you just go to Apple or any of the streaming services, it's on one of our Best Stuff CDs. You can get that cut, and you can listen to it over and over and over again like most people want to do.
It's at your fingertips as we speak.
As we speak, and it is a dilly.
And, Rick, a lot of people are demanding the Jelly of the Month Club.
That's
funny. I know that's something we've all, been thinking about over the years.
You talking about the gift that keeps on giving?
Yep. Boy, some of the stuff in email funny. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Have any sunscreen on him? And I was like, I didn't think about it.
Oh, boy.
Well, it's a little red legs. Last night,
red arms, red face.
Face,
Not
arm,
face.
Face, arms, and legs just took it. They
Rick.
and the Europeans. They're not known for their tans.
Golly, and
he's going to be known for his peel now.
Yeah, he will.
Yeah.
Well,
let's throw him out there again today.
I couldn't believe he had to go again.
Last night, I put a little aloe vera on him.
Oh boy,
Rick.
Does that feel better? Yes.
Man.
Yes.
I said, your little legs burning? Yes.
I think he enjoyed our dinner last night, though.
He did. Let me tell you, the boy, and Bubba saw it firsthand. You weren't paying attention as much as I was. The boy has taken to anything that's cornmeal based.
Loves it.
He loves hush puppies. He loves cornbread.
Hush puppies.
Greg, that little man sat there and ate 8 hush puppies.
You'll be a little fella.
I looked at Bubba and I said, I'm at 8.
We counted 8. There may have been 1 or 2 got by us.
What did he eat? Fish?
He ate fish.
Yeah, swordfish, grilled swordfish.
Yeah, he was a little antsy about the fried catfish.
What?
Yeah,
They don't fry catfish?
Apparently not. But he ate the hush puppies. The biggest things I've seen him just eat continuously, like to the point that he stopped eating it when there weren't any more, is cornbread and hush puppies.
Yeah, he likes that.
And he'll like a biscuit too. He ain't got no problem with a biscuit. and you know what else he loves? Black-eyed peas.
Oh,
he's masterful with his. He'll get a butter knife and a fork.
Yeah, and he does this. I saw him.
You saw, and he works those things, and he'll clean.
They work together.
Yeah, he'll
like chopsticks.
He'll clean that plate. He'll clean that plate. The plate they ain't nothing.
Oh, ain't nothing left.
We got to weigh him again, don't we?
Yeah. Oh yeah. He's up to one. He's $140 now.
Gotta be.
Don't you think he's easily put on 5? Easy.
Oh,
easy.
Yeah.
He's coasting. He's coasting toward double digits.
So we'll break down our trip with Frenchie. He goes pontooning yesterday with Captain Bubba at the helm. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick, I have to show you a picture, and this is not Babylon B has just hit a home run.
I love them.
Oh, yes.
Is that not hilarious?
Cassio Cortez appears on Price is Right and guesses free for everything they put up there.
And it's got a picture of her down there,
with free.
placing her bid, and it says free.
That is a good one.
Yeah.
Rick, that is precious.
That is a dandy. All right,
Gosh,
so
I want to print that one out.
Lindell just appeared on Fox and Friends, and we think he announced that he's running. We had to stop the process to get back on the air. Now Dana and
we didn't hear him say that.
No. Dana.
That is gold. Thank you, Adler.
Thank you.
Gosh.
That's good. Dana in Tuscaloosa said she lived in Minnesota. Dana, welcome to the program. How are you?
Good morning. Fine. Thank you so much. How are y'all?
We're
great.
We're good.
I really appreciate what you stand for, and I'm pretty certain y'all are not listened to in Minnesota.
Well, you know,
we got an isolated pocket.
Every now and then, somebody will say, "Caught you on YouTube."
Bud Grant listens every now and then.
But to your point, do we have a rockin' Rick and Bubba radio affiliate that loves us there? Absolutely not. No, we don't.
We're huge in St. Cloud.
No, I can't imagine. But I did live in Minnesota for about 7 years. And I think they may be getting to the point where they would be willing to change their ideas. When I was there, first of all of the farms, all of the major producing, whether it's turkeys or pork or grains, they're all owned by white men in Minnesota. And so I hope they take offense to her statements first. But second, there are a lot of different groups, and the only one I'm going to mention are Somalis, just for the fact that it's the one I've had contact with. And the Minnesotans are becoming more afraid that their resources are being taken up by other people
I know
coming into their state.
Yeah, you see this happening in our country, in Minnesota, Michigan, and then you look around the world, London and Paris, and what happens is you start the all-loving, all-feeling. I'm more afraid for somebody to say that I'm racist or that, or I have the wrong kind of patriotism, and I don't want to look. But see, the fact is that is played against.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
Here we go, 9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Let me tell you, some other stuff coming in from the email. How about Speedy comes one Sunday to your local church and is a greeter? I mean, that right there is buddy, you talk about a greeter.
Hey.
There's greeters and there's Speedy.
I'll make them feel welcome. I can tell you that.
Yeah.
Come on in, let's worship. Let's go.
A trip to the Gulf of Mexico or to the mountains, just any kind of trip. I guess you put that in and put together some sort of trip. Those can be difficult to put together, but at least that's a good thought.
Mm-hmm.
I
had a ride and big lift.
Yeah, people. A
wanted that.
A lot of people saying, "Hey, how about just straight up, $500 or something that we can use to, and a gift card to go out and shop." And of course, they threw 1,000 there. That's a big number.
We could just Venmo it to them.
Could be, but that's a good one.
Don't Venmo it. The government will get a slice of it.
Right,
between friends.
Right. So there's some good ones.
Saw another one, Rick.
Mm-hmm.
A steak and a salad from Gary.
I mean, if y'all want me to make somebody in the audience a nice ribeye steak with a little bit of salad, I mean, I like a little salad. I mean, I'll be happy to do it.
I have a question. It was brought to our attention. Did you see the picture of Gary and his dogs?
Yeah. Yeah, I did.
In
saying that they had little
sweaters?
sweaters on.
Little French bulldogs.
Gary has dogs with sweaters.
I think Gwen made him do that.
No, I'm gonna tell you, Gary. I'm gonna tell you straight up, and I don't know. Have I ever communicated this on the show? Maybe not. Gary he's got a little bit of. There is a major soft spot with him when it comes to pets.
Well,
he was raising some kittens.
It's all fine to have animals.
But I'm talking, he would be a person who would have them in sweaters like that. I hate to say that.
Yeah, well, he's holding
Rick,
them pretty proudly.
I don't know.
It's hard to picture, isn't it?
Do we really know Gary?
No.
Is he some
I'm not sure
frou-frou guy, and he just puts on this facade?
Well, we saw him with the baton.
A guy that digs in his pocket and says Quebec and
yeah.
Quebec. Is he a mayor of a town? We don't know it.
Oh, okay.
That's a good one.
Well, here's what we know.
So
here's what we know. We did not know he had the baton skills he has.
Right.
We did not know that.
Right.
And no, the way he acts about his little pets and animals, and it's so weird because
that's fine.
But he transitions the way he treats deer.
I just didn't see him as a sweater. My dog. I mean, we're not talking about dressing up for Halloween.
I didn't either.
Were those his dogs?
Look. I mean, he's talking about how they're growing up so fast.
I'm gonna shoot it over to you here.
I can't get Instagram to work, by the way.
Yeah, you can't get Instagram to work. It's on his Instagram.
I
That's
can't get it to
sad.
work.
That's
Hey,
actually
he also
sad
put it on his
to see.
Facebook if you want that.
It's sad to see.
But Rick, it doesn't fit the the normal operating procedure.
No.
It's very similar, same way with this one right here.
Oh yeah, Greg's a little softer.
Greg's the same way.
But Greg wouldn't have a sweater on a dog.
Chloe.
Oh
I
yeah,
think he probably has had a sweater.
Were you involved in the way Chloe was dressed from time to time?
She didn't wear sweaters.
She didn't.
We had this tutu.
Okay.
They used to put
excuse
on her
me.
as a joke, but it calmed her down, made her quit barking at people.
And here he is.
See,
here in the
here's
parade.
Gary. This was part of Gary we didn't know.
This is maybe the most surprising.
Yeah, none of us knew that Gary had.
Look at the people of Clanton
Yeah,
smiling.
nobody knew Gary had these kind of baton skills.
It's
no
amazing.
And could
Hey,
cut a hip like
I
that.
started working on it when I was just a little fella down there at Clanton. This is me at Clanton High School for homecoming.
Oh, drop that.
For homecoming.
He even gets it gracefully.
You
Look
can't
at him.
even have a baton. And
Wow, look at that.
Oh, right in the face.
Bubba, I do see that he cut the sleeves off as usual
right.
of you what you had at Fat Fest '99.
Baked potato.
Yeah, right. That piece of video is a winner every time I can see it.
You know, it was brought up that I probably should have used that at Halloween for something.
Yeah, that's true. You could have gone as a baked potato.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Gary and that baton thing, I can watch that video.
I know.
But the sweaters and the dogs, that I just.
It just doesn't go with turkey caller and state record holder. You know,
It really, and I know more about hunting and fishing than the whole wide world.
Right.
You know.
And those particular dogs he had, them French bulldogs are very expensive.
Well, you can't hide it. You can try.
Oh, Gary's got
He
money.
can't.
Oh,
He's
I know
got
that, but I'm
something
just saying,
crazy.
investing that much when you,
Yeah.
you know,
He's paid off everything he owns.
as many dogs walking around Clanton you could just pick up.
Yeah. I mean, just droves.
Yeah.
By the way,
I mean,
And Gary will play.
all you got to do is put food out. You have all you want.
have all you want.
Yeah.
Trust me.
Gary will play that card like he's broke. That's something good. He's got,
I know.
He's cash heavy.
It seems like when I was dealing with the puppies, that because he had sent out a message that he was actually dealing with a bunch of kittens. I think he was like feeding.
Well, I
feeding.
found some little bit of kitty cats and then little bit of kitties.
Rick, now the donkey didn't turn out as well as
No.
Now Gary will draw a line apparently at
goats and donkeys and goats win.
at your on more of your farm type animals.
Right.
You know.
Yeah. I've had the pleasure of being at his house, and he'll walk you around, show his animals to you.
Oh, yeah.
He's proud of them.
Well, you know,
proud of them.
I usually keep me some little goats, and I keep me some chickens, raccoons, and little puppies and kitties.
So many dogs, I lost count.
He even had a deer at one time until the buck got too ornery back
That
there.
little dog that used to ride around with him, is it still living? I remember that one.
That one that knocked the car out of gear.
Sit right up in the seat with him.
I don't.
Trixie.
I don't. Is that what her name was?
I think it was.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna come over and work on that fence. You care if I bring Trixie? You know,
Bubba, somebody wants to win pumping gas with you.
that's good.
That's a good one.
That's a good one.
Bad memory. Sorry, Bubba.
Mm-hmm.
There's Gary. I finally got the picture.
There it is.
You know, we all have our little jokes. None of y'all's little jokes cost you $4,100.
No. There it is, right there.
That right there. And look at him standing in a place that looks so masculine.
Yes.
He's almost got one on.
That's down at the lake place. That's the lake place. That's a place down at Lake Mitchell.
He even matches what they're wearing. Look,
He does.
They have matching sweaters
They
on.
do, actually.
Gary Wayne.
Oh,
He's
my
dressed like the
goodness.
French bulldog.
Well, I like to take my little French bulldogs and we put on our sweaters. and I cut.
I brought this up thinking that we would get a little bit of this, and it's turned into the entire segment, which I love. By the way, I'm
Terry
sorry, Gary.
Terry and I were cackling about this yesterday.
We have our sweaters.
Rick, it came up
They
on my
match.
phone, and I
You
did
believe
one
it?
of those double takes. Like, is this some kind of AI joke or
Oh, yeah.
something? You know,
What is he? Is that French? Is that the name of the bulldogs? Is that what they're called?
Frentons.
I have
Two
no idea.
Frenchtons?
I don't know. Well, these little dogs, they like French, like parlez-vous rough, parlez-vous français.
Growing up fast, Rick.
They're growing up fast.
You know, they speak.
Gary's just the last guy I would think that would have his dogs in a sweater.
I hope Wynn did this. I mean, you know, but he didn't have to hold it and get his picture made with him.
Right.
You know, he
That
made
was
that decision on his
unnecessary.
own. He put that on his own Instagram, right?
Yep.
I mean,
Unless it's been hacked and we don't know
No,
about it.
Facebook too. All of it.
I'm quoting, you know, the pastor in Smith Station. Sometimes people take pictures of you that you didn't know were going to
Right,
come out. You know, but I mean,
Part of an internet prank.
but this guy actually, Gary put these out on purpose. right? Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Us, especially in places that are usually liberal, because they're more terrified of being called mean than they are to be right. And so what happens is, we've talked about the two approaches from the radical Islamic movement, and one approach is right in your face, and that's jihad. We saw that on 9/11. But the other is a little more passive, the more of a fodder approach, and that is we just simply move into the areas and we take over the neighborhoods, and before you know it, we're starting to kind of live out the way we think the country and the whole world should be in our community. Then we run for a local office, and because there's more of us here than ever now, then we get the votes we need, and then we go from the local office to a state office, and then before you know it, you're sitting there in Congress, and you're calling, you're saying that the thing that the Americans should fear more than Islamic terrorists is white men, and suddenly you've been elected, and so maybe to your point, the good thing about some of the different groups that are what I would call far left or radical in another way, they almost when they're being successful, eventually, if we're fortunate, they'll overplay their hand. And I hope that Omar's run as part of the squad, she's overplaying her hand. And to your point, if a Mike Lindell or somebody walks in, that there'll be enough people in Minnesota that will say, you know what, this is headed in a bizarre direction. There was a time that we were talking about in the kitchen, that video of her being interviewed in the past about Americans are fearful of Muslims because of Islamic terrorists, and she says they are to fear white men more than any Muslim. That would have been a video that people would have watched at work, and they would have said, hey, have you seen this woman and what she said? And everybody said, wow, that was kind of out there. And then what if you'd looked at him and says, well, she's going to be in Congress one day in this country? You'd have said, oh, come on, man, you got to be kidding me. It would have been a video everybody would have watched at work. Yeah. And now, because of the fear of being called a bigot or racist, that fear is played on for people that normally give you signs that you probably shouldn't give them the keys. You give them the keys. Please don't say I'm mean. And then before you don't call me a racist. And then before you know it, they got power. And then they're openly doing what they were showing you signs they were going to do anyway. But you were so afraid to be called mean that you were so afraid of that you wouldn't do what was right. And now you're in a bind.
And Gary Hart is standing on the back of the boat, monkey business somewhere, with his hands in there, going, "Hey, are you kidding me,
guys?" There's parts of London and Paris right now that they I talked to actually a policeman from London this week, and they say people are more afraid. There's like suburban places that people are more afraid of than like you would normally be being in the city, because what's happened is these radical Muslims have taken over neighborhoods and suburban places and basically live like it's Sharia law. And if you go in there and you're not one of them, you find yourself in a bind. And all of this has happened because they knew that political correctness is a weapon.
Yeah, we covered.
It was a weapon.
They've weaponized it.
Yeah, and
to use the term everybody throws around now,
and it gets you in a bind.
Yeah.
But so Mike Lindell, we think he said he's going to run. We don't know. We had to get rid of the audio before did they ever ask him? Did he officially say
I don't know if he ever said. He's got a book out too. So, but knowing him and as involved as he is, I can't imagine him sitting on the sideline seeing what's happening.
Well, and what are the odds? That's his book about his story, living out the American dream, and you hope that will resonate with enough Americans now when someone says, "I'm an example of reminding you why this country does not need to be changed into something unrecognizable, because stories like mine can only happen in this country." You certainly can achieve other. Not the level you can achieve here, because the other countries don't allow you and the liberty to maximize your potential through maximum liberty. And as the liberty gets crunched and crunched and crunched,
so does potential.
Mm-hmm. And so I hope that message resonates, because even if we don't benefit from the turn back to that, our children and grandchildren certainly will. And then if we don't turn it around, it also won't affect us that much, but it will grossly affect our children and our grandchildren. And so we'll see. We'll see what happens. But if there's anybody right now, modern day, that could get Minnesota fired up enough to go toward the right, it might be Lindell. And welcome back to Mike number 2. Minutes past the hour. From Sweet Home, Alabama to the world, it is another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Living out here on the bleeding edge of technology. Available live and archived on various platforms, America's boldest radio stations on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. Yes, I'll carry the show. That's a live option for you. Also, our TuneIn app is a live option for you. Our YouTube channel, a live option for you. Archive options, YouTube channel, podcast channel. And also a best of hour for all Blaze TV subscribers each and every day as well. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler, they all make up Team Rick and Bubba. And there is Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you. We only ask for 5 hours each and every day. That seems like a small investment.
Well, we've been making quite a few jokes about some of the people who don't seem to understand what the terrorist organization Hamas stands for. They just don't like Israel, so they think they should be with Hamas, not even understanding what they're getting into. We'll give you an example of that in a moment. But first, the update on the war. Hamas leader, whatever this person's name is, says that, and he's saying it in his own language, so it's going to be subtitles. But the bottom line is this. The Hamas leader says in response to everything they've done and Israel has done, that they will repeat what they did on October 7, and they will just continue to fight.
Until Israel is gone.
Yeah, so
which I don't know if that's
so he says they must remove that country. So that tells you because it constitutes a security, military, and political catastrophe. I couldn't say that word. Anyway, so
to the Arab and the Islamic State, we're not ashamed to say this.
With full force, and they want to teach Israel a lesson. We will do this again and again. And then it says it's just the first time. There'll be a second. There'll be a third. There'll be a fourth. He's basically saying that, and he's letting you know that the motivation for what he says will be ongoing attacks is that they want to eradicate Israel. They know that there's a price to pay. We're called a nation of martyrs, so that's their the way they see it. They don't want to harm civilians, but there's complications on the ground, which there always is.
Complicated.
And he said there was a party in the area with civilian population, as if they didn't know that.
Right.
Yeah. And so the bottom line is it's the same old garbage we hear over and over again, and that's the reason why we've said from the beginning to the end that in this particular situation, if you don't understand how this leader of Hamas, how he just laid it out for you, you have to understand that the Hamas organizations of the world, they do not want peace with Israel. They do not want to live alongside Israel. They don't want to divide up land. They want Israel to be eradicated from the face of the earth, and they don't want some of where Israel is. They want it all, and they want them to cease to exist. Now, if you don't understand that, then you should not even be involved in anything going on in this conflict in the Middle East, because to understand that is to realize that anything you're trying to do other than all-out victory by Israel and the removal of Hamas as the sitting government for this area, for Gaza, if you don't do that, then by his own words, the attacks will just simply continue.
Right. Hamas gives a cash bounty when you bring a person back, a hostage back. They give you $10,000 and an apartment. That's how Hamas works.
Yeah.
So the fact that the whole thing is they target civilians. They talk about targeting civilians. If you're having a hard time deciding who is the good guy or the bad guy here, one side tries to minimize civilian casualties. The other side pays people to kill and kidnap civilians.
And you have to educate yourself, because what will happen is Hamas will just say it's Israel that kills civilians and we didn't mean to. So it's all who has the microphone. But you better, if you'll look, you can actually find the truth in that.
Look at this too. If defenses were totally gone on either side, what would happen in that scenario? If Hamas or the Palestinians had no way to fight back, and Israel had what they have, what would happen?
Right.
They would be there.
Well, it's kind of like
if Israel had no defense and Hamas had what they had, they would run Israel into the water.
Correct.
They wouldn't allow them to exist.
Israel has the ability to eradicate them. They don't. If they had the ability to eradicate Israel, they would.
Right.
I mean, that's just true. And the other thing is, to talk about some of you sitting where you are right now in this country where we all live, if on 9/11, if that bunch had access to a nuclear weapon, they would have put it on us that day.
For sure. Absolutely.
Yeah. So that's the problem that you got to get. Well, here's the man on the street, as usual. The bleeding hearts of the world are completely uneducated on what they support. It's all emotional feel-goodism. And here's a man on the street taking them to task on whether they support Hamas in this conflict. And if so, would they please understand what they're committing to?
Yes, and he says, do you want to sign a petition that's in support of Hamas freeing Palestine? And people are all in. And then he says, okay, well, before you sign it, let me read you the terms and conditions of this. And it essentially just says what Hamas is and what they're about.
Oh, yeah, you're in? Easily. I just have to read terms and conditions just so you know what you're signing. Okay. By supporting Hamas freeing Palestine, you agree to the following. You agree that every Jew, Christian, and non-Muslim in the world must be slaughtered.
I don't know about that one.
You endorse making homosexuality punishable by jail or death.
What? Oh, no, that I don't.
You don't agree with that? You believe Iran should use Palestinians as puppets to spread radical jihad and destroy the West? No?
No.
I'm glad I read the terms and agreements. You support strict Sharia law, which bans women from showing their knees, hair, playing sports in public, not being able to travel without a man's permission.
I'm sorry.
Not interested? Oh, okay. You want a terrorist group that beheads babies and rapes girls to replace only democracy in the Middle East?
Not sure that's something to support.
So if I sign, I agree with this?
Yes.
Maybe no.
No? Okay.
Oh, no. Thank you.
No.
I don't support any of these two things that you just read to me, so
Okay.
I won't be able to sign this now.
That's fair. No, thanks for not signing.
So you see the issue. Do you think that Hamas should be the way that Palestinians are freed? You want Hamas to be their government. You want them to free Palestinians. Yes, I do. Okay, well, here's what Hamas stands for. Oh, no, I'm out. Well, you can't have it both ways. I mean, really the best chance for the Palestinian people is to not be under the rule of Hamas. And that is the goal of the Israelis, is to remove Hamas to where they don't exist on the planet, and then try to reset the situation for the Palestinian people there that do not want to be under their rule. But it's going to be an awful process, and there's always collateral damage to innocent people in the middle of all this, especially if one enemy hides behind innocent people.
Yeah.
I mean, there's only so much you can do. And that's been going on for a long time.
Yeah, and will continue.
And will continue. So this thing that somehow you can have war and nobody who is not involved get hurt, that's never been a possibility, and you minimize it as best you can. But you cannot get to where there were 0 people that were caught in the firing back and forth and what was going on. Unfortunately, it's not really possible to get to 100% on that.
Yeah.
You try your best. You minimize it. But when war is on, one group must completely defeat the other, or you never get to any kind of solution.
Yeah. And the other thing, too, is that the other side will say, those supporting Hamas will say that everything the Israelis are saying happened, that was just made up. It didn't happen. Yeah. Even though a lot of the Hamas terrorists were wearing GoPros and body cam footage, and when they were killed, that footage was recovered, and that's how the IDF has the footage now. Even though they show that, they still say it's not real.
Well, then I think this guy's approach is better. If you don't believe what happened. If you're supporting Hamas, you support these things.
Mm-hmm.
No matter what you believe, if you're with Hamas, then this is what they believe. Are you with them? And most people go, oh, didn't know that. Well, it's important to know that. Important to know that. 866 We Be Big is the number. So we'll come back. We'll get into some other topics today. We'll get to some of your phone calls again before we leave today. We're not quite done with that, so there's more opportunity. We'll be back right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Capitan himself. It's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Part of this Rick and Bubba cruise.
Oh, yes. If you're watching on YouTube, there's Bubba. Now, one of the questions Frenchie asked yesterday, those of you that don't know, they're Gabriel Marty. We've nicknamed him Frenchie because we do nicknames for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And he and his mother and my wife became friends. And through their conversation, she said her son, who is 17, wanted to come to America for a month, work on his English, immerse himself into America, and learn about America, and always wanted to come to America. And Sherry said, well, you know what? He can come stay with us for a month. Now, at that time, she had forgotten that over a year ago that she and 2 of my sons would be in Europe for Student Leadership University for 10 days of that time, and would leave me taking care of this young man and trying to keep him busy and entertained. And now this man has come to America to learn about America through us. And I said, now that's just by the grace of God. Yeah, you know what I mean? Because he could have landed in Minnesota.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know what I mean? But so anyway, that's been the process, and we've had many updates. But today, part of his American experience happened yesterday, and that was going to Bubba's family's location on beautiful Lake Martin and going pontooning. Now, first of all, when Bubba and I are going to pontoon, we put on our pontoon shirts.
That's right.
Greg, he comes over to me, these Columbia shirts. And Greg, he literally asked me this. He goes, what is, and he was pointing at Columbia. And he goes, why is everyone wear these shirts?
Rick is the official interpreter, too. I found myself telling Rick stuff to tell Frenchie with him standing there.
Well, when you're speaking to somebody, even though he's fluent in English, meaning he understands most everything
if you
say.
Stay in the middle.
Yeah,
and don't laugh while you're saying it.
But you have to say it. You have to speak. You can't go too fast, and he says you can't be laughing over what you're saying.
I tend to talk loud to him.
Yeah, well, you have to talk loud.
I know.
But what you want to do is you want to hit him with. You want to hit him. How are you? You want to hit him with the main points. Now, I'm not saying talk to him like you're Tarzan, but I mean, but me, Rick. You know, you just, but you don't get into. You don't become a ratchet jaw.
No, you can't just
say.
You just start throwing slang.
Yeah, I've noticed that you can't have a lazy mouth and you open your mouth. When you talk to him
yesterday on the pontoon at Bubba's. Did you have fun? Yes.
Right. Like when he was up at Mom and Dad's, when I walked in, I said, "What's up, Gabe?" He was like, what's this? What's up? And I said, how are you? You good? Yeah. What's up, guy?
Why don't you bust say what's up?
Now, right out of the gate yesterday, I told him.
Look at that little fella.
I said, you can relax today. I know you're tired. I know, running with Rick, you're wore out.
Yeah.
Just getting up early for a teenager's tough.
Where we run?
But
Buddy,
I said, look, there's not going to be any jokes. We're not going to pull any.
We're not
going
to prank you.
Well, maybe except for one.
Well,
and
that's true.
but we want you to relax and enjoy the day. And as Betty warns many people, I will ride on a pontoon all day. And you need to just tell me when you need to go back.
Bubba, I said this.
You're going to make it count.
I said this the last time that I went down to pontoon with you. I honestly thought that I was incapable of growing tired of being on a pontoon. I didn't think that was possible. I thought, how can you ever? It's like saying you get tired of ice cream.
Right.
You know, but I got to tell you, there becomes a point, I'm like, but I've never seen anybody that will ride their pontoon as long as you will. I mean,
there's a lot to cover. I had to show you a lot of stuff.
It was great.
We covered on the water yesterday, I know 75 miles.
Oh, my God.
Unbelievable.
What?
No, it's not exaggeration.
Yeah.
We on that boat a long
Y'all
time.
just riding around?
Yeah, it was great. But here's the key. I will say this, and I think you would have adjusted. I think you would have adjusted.
Do what?
Take him to the dam?
We did. We made it. We made him read the sign at the dam in English that says "Danger, hazardous waters," and then he would see that we were in them. I said, hey, Frenchie, what's that sign right there? Say, danger, hazardous water, and then just gets
looking around.
Why are we here? And so anyway,
it's a little late joke.
I think if we would have been still in the 98 degrees, 106 heat index,
yeah, it would have been tough.
It would have been.
It is 21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Thank you for being with us today. Don't forget Rick and Bubba University, the podcast coming out this weekend. Another installment of Letters from the Audience. Will your letter be addressed on Rick and Bubba University this weekend? Maybe. We'll do that, record that today. It'll be out, Lord willing, this weekend. Also, do you have your Rick and Bubba University sweatshirts ready to go? We have this in gray, and also you see me wearing the dark blue one here today. And if you want to get those, and some of you I see are going and grabbing those for the colder weather, you can show yourself as a Rick and Bubba University student or alumni by grabbing those at rickandbubba.com under the store. All right, so Bubba, Babylon Bee, we just discussed it in here as a staff, but it's a Babylon Bee headline. The Texas Rangers are the new World Series champions, first time in franchise history. Babylon Bee's headline, God rewards only team that doesn't have a pride night with the World Series. So that turns out to be factually true. So anyway,
coincidence?
They turned it They turned it around after losing 102 games even last year. And the thing too, Rick, we were talking about it before the show today. They got in as a wild card.
Yep.
So if the format for Major League Baseball had not been changed a few years ago for that extra round, they would have never got in the playoffs.
Right. They still wouldn't have one. And that's why you can't compare eras. I know we like doing that, but when rules change and the way that somebody got to a championship is different than the way you got there, and they're not apples and apples. But also that's no fault if you win the World Series under the rules that you were under.
That's all you can do.
That's what you do. Yeah. And you do have a harder road because the wild card does require you to do better in the playoffs, so it works itself out. But the problem is you can't compare it to an era of a team that couldn't even get in.
Mm-hmm. Well,
because the rules wouldn't allow them to
also
get
shows you how deep these teams are.
Yeah.
Throughout baseball.
Put out the Brewers, the Dodgers, and the Phillies. The Diamondbacks did. So even though they came up short, that's still quite the run.
Oh, so, no, it is. But if I was sitting here going, well, when I played, and if I had been in your situation, I couldn't even made the run because I wouldn't have been allowed to even try.
So you try to balance the teams that have done and how you reward this, and different leagues and different sports do it different. Your body of work for the whole year versus who's hot at one point.
Oh, yeah.
And I think it would be a fair discussion. Has baseball now moved to rewarding the teams that are hot at the end of the year,
more than the whole season because you have these wild card teams that are going all the way
I think it's
in.
always
and
been like that.
Yeah.
Huh?
I think it's always been like that.
You got wild cards in NFL and
Yeah.
pretty much every. Does the NBA have that?
I think for
would they
baseball
do, don't
though,
they?
it's always been to that extent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a valid argument with the teams like the Braves and that are having to wait out.
The Astros.
You know, they're taking days off when it's kind of cooled them off. I get that.
Have we ever had?
That's a valid argument that people are actually discussing in Major League
Right.
Baseball
Sure.
right now that actually follow it.
Yeah.
Because you had two teams that worked their way through the wild card, so it seems like it's really better just to get hot at the end than it is to have a good long season where you're winning. But you'll always have that debate for sure. But now I know it was brought up on the kickoff hour, Rick, the fact that this did not go to 7 games.
Right.
And we all know these things are fixed.
Correct.
Right.
You've made that very clear.
And, it's very clear. But I think the powers that meet, they can't let everyone go to 7 games because people will be on to them.
Right.
So they have to cut some of them short. And they looked at the ratings and they said, well, this series, it sucks. It doesn't have the ratings
it's
a
not
lot
worth
of
the
them do.
7. Yeah.
So this is the one we go ahead and get over.
Right. So people will, like Bubba out there.
Right. They won't be able to prove it. They won't be able to catch on.
It'll throw them off. But this one has no value to go 7
Yeah,
games.
you put the Braves or the Yankees or somebody like that, it's going 7.
Phillies,
every time.
Astros. Yeah.
One of those more, traditional that garners the audience. Plus, while the Rangers have a good following, and I think a lot of fans, but you have them and the Diamondbacks. It's 2 states. It didn't have the national appeal a lot of times it does geographically. So this was a good one to go 5 and be done with.
I mean, other than the Walker,
and it was cold. Everybody was kind of tired.
Other than the Walker family that you and I know, the Walkers. I don't know of any other Ranger fans. Do you?
Well, I actually
other
have
than George
relatives.
W. Bush.
I have relatives that live in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and they're big Rangers fans
Okay.
and have been their whole life. Some of them have gone on to glory.
Well, good.
Now,
How about
but
this? Good for them.
I have one that used to work at the stadium and sell popcorn for the Rangers. So I know Keith's happy today.
Well, the Walkers are already emailing us. They're fired up.
Well, they went to some games.
Oh yeah. Good for them.
Well, you better. I mean, when you have teams that don't win a lot, if they get in there, you better go.
I'll say this, Bubba. If you're on to something and you're right, I agree with you on this series. It needed to be over.
Yeah, right. Yeah. And you can always point to it and go, well, no, it didn't go 7.
I know.
Well, you see, they know. Look, these guys didn't get to the top of the game by being rookies.
Right.
I mean, they know when to pull the string on one. You know?
And who all is in on it, Bubba? I mean, because
a lot of people.
It's the cabal, the baseball cabal.
There it is.
They run everything. And Pete Rose got sideways with him. They kicked him out.
Right.
Yeah.
Bubba, you mentioned this earlier. So we do this game, this one game a year, or a couple of games a year that we go and play in Europe.
Yeah, and this is in Germany.
Yeah. So now Frankfurt, Germany will be hosting the Chiefs against the Dolphins, right?
Yep.
So Travis Kelce, that's Taylor Swift's
Taylor's boyfriend.
Taylor Swift's boyfriend. That's the Kelce brother that plays for the Chiefs. So Mama Kelce was traveling to this game and had a big reaction.
Well, you would expect that she would be popular because a lot of Chief fans are going, and which by the way, that's quite a road game.
Yeah.
If you're going to Germany,
Yeah, right.
But they said she got a hero's welcome, like standing ovation when they see her. She's become such a celebrity with the Chiefs and the Eagles fans now. It's funny, isn't it?
Yeah. Now they do want everyone to know, Swifties all over Europe, that Taylor is not coming. She will not be at this game.
Well, that's what they're saying.
Well, that's what they're saying.
You never know what she's going to do with her little private jet.
Right. So is this a applause of, hey, there's that woman that has the 2 sons that play in the NFL and played in the Super Bowl last year? Hey, there's the woman of our star for the Chiefs. Are there Swifties clapping for her? What's the applause
she has
about?
Hugged, she's hugged Taylor Swift.
Right.
She's hung out with
all
her.
that mixed
This
in?
doesn't happen 3 months ago.
Right. Okay. No. Okay.
Not at all. This is
Well,
all
I
about
think she
Taylor
would have
Swift.
got pats on the back,
Right,
from
but not
the
diehard
mom of
fans.
the star.
But this story wouldn't be out.
So her brand has definitely broadened.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, into Swiftie world. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Of course, the thing you have to worry about though, and I know everybody's thought about this. The Swifties, they're a force that can be pointed in a good direction or a negative direction.
Right.
If this thing goes south, and let's face
they'll
it,
be booing his mother.
Odds are it will.
Just look at the odds.
You got to go at past history here. I mean,
this same force could turn on the entire Kelsey family.
Yeah, oh yeah.
If Travis Kelsey's ex-girlfriend is right about him and this ends poorly, woo.
Well, you can't trust the ex-girlfriend.
I know. That's why I said if. I said if.
lie.
I said if.
She's trying to make. She's jealous.
But if he treats her bad and they have a bad breakup.
Oh yeah. Oh they'll. Oh my goodness.
There'll be some bad blood for sure.
Well, talking about that.
Phone calls.
You'll have to shake it off.
Are next. 866 we be big.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Right. But it was so beautiful.
Good yesterday.
God gave us the most beautiful. I mean, you could have ridden. It didn't. It was wonderful. It was never a point I was miserable.
I don't know what happened to give us that weather in July for the past 2 days.
Yeah.
But I wish we could get George Bush's weather machine and replicate this. Just maybe I would go for 2 days a month. I'd be happy with that in the summer. I mean, it's unbelievable.
I will tell you this: if this is climate change, I'm for it.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, I rode my truck a few extra miles to try to see if I can keep putting emissions into the atmosphere.
Now, Speedy, several. Go ahead, Rick. I'm sorry.
No, that was it.
Go back to the picture of us on the where it's me, Rick, and Frenchie in front of Goat Island, Adler.
Yeah. The Goat Island picture.
That's one of the landmarks there at Lake Martin, and you can see the sign.
That's picture of the day, by the
over
way.
Rick's shoulder.
Goat
there.
Island.
And Goat Island is famous. It's a place, I know this is shocking, where goats live.
Right, yeah.
And normally I wouldn't go around the corner here to see a bunch of goats, but for some reason on the lake it's fun to go see goats, and I don't know why.
I'll tell you why, because they're on an island.
It's also according to ESPN, the home of Bruce Pearl.
That's funny.
And so that's still funny. We get a big laugh out
He
of
did
that,
have a great line when they asked him about Goat Island. So, do you live on Goat Island? He says, no, the goats do. Yeah,
true.
That's why it's
Well,
called.
they were talking about Goat Island. He said, "Do you live there?" And Bruce says, "No, the goats do." He meant the lake, but it was funny. It was a funny exchange.
But what's funny about that is, have you ever? I don't know how many times you've ever been around people that have come to our country, or you're in another country and they're trying to understand certain things about America. And there's very few times you'll completely run into a roadblock that you just give up on it.
Right.
Goat Island, I gave up on.
Yeah.
Frenchie wanted me to explain why we have an island with goats on it, and I started out like I was going to try it, and then I realized I couldn't think of any way.
You just wave it off.
No way.
You know what I said? Let's move on.
There's goats on this island.
You know what I said? Look at that goat over there.
Of course, yeah.
I see the goat.
There's several boats there out petting goats.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't know why.
Plus, you get to do goat sounds when you go by there.
Oh,
That's why I go.
How are you?
Hey, I mean, if y'all want to bring little Frenchie, come over to say goats. I got goats.
Gary's got to go.
Boy, he
Frenchie
does.
love.
But anyway, so
I've never seen anybody love goats like Gary.
no,
Gary loves goats.
So when we come back, we'll talk about. We mentioned last hour that we were a little neglectful, didn't mean to be, and then we also took him through multiple experiences, including.
Now, far as time on the water, we started at 1 o'clock.
It's no exaggeration.
And we stopped to eat at 5.
Good night.
Now we did stop to fill up with gas one time because I was out.
Yeah,
and
you're gonna be floating.
Well, you've driven to Tennessee, and I mean,
75 miles. Bro.
Yep.
I'm not sure what
kind
of mileage you get on that.
It was
baby.
it. Yeah, I've noticed that unlike Tom Brady, Frenchie is not big about jumping off rocks.
He's not.
Did y'all try to get him to jump
Well,
off?
we did. Even when we went down to when he went down Lake Mitchell, they have one that
did
where you can
swing.
jump. It's not as prominent as the one at Lake Martin, but he did. He tried to swing.
Chimney Rock.
He let him be pulled behind a
which is actually Acapulco Rock, but I won't get into that.
Yeah, he went tubing and all that, but then when we got to the jump off the rock, he shut that down.
Ain't doing that.
And then when we went over by Chimney Rock this time, he gave me the signal. This is not even an option.
Did you get up there and do a can opener?
Well, no, I don't jump off. Big Papa's jumping off rocks days are over.
Yeah.
Boy, I'd like to see a can opener come out.
yeah.
I'd rather just
I bet it'd be a world record.
I'd rather just wade in.
Right. You know why? Because I got to get up there somehow.
There's a rope with knots in it, Rick.
Yeah, that's right. Watch me go to the rope with knots in it and go up. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We be big. Let's go phone trolling. Let's go. Helmsy is ready. He's jumping around. He's got energy. 866 we be big. No meaningless shout outs, no shameless plugs, no baby prediction. The buzzer will get you at 30 unless you're given a timeout by Bubba or Greg. Simply,
I got one?
Yeah, you got one because I don't know where Speedy is. There he is. Okay, simply, and Buzz, Speedy can be indecisive. Help Speedy. SimplySafeBubba.com. Go there right now. Look, the industry, I mean, the leader by far is now SimplySafeBubba.com. They've been voted the best security system again by 2023 by U.S. News and World Report for your home, for your business. They have advanced sensors. They now have this incredible new technology, the Smart Alarm Wireless Indoor Camera, and you team that with a 24/7 live guard protection. They can monitor your property and see what's going on as it happens live. And they can even interact if it's an intruder saying, hey, we see you, we know what you're doing, help, emergencies on the way or law enforcement's on the way. You get that quicker because they know it's not a false alarm. Hey, we see a fire. Hey, we see a leak. Hey, there's a medical emergency. So you can go right now to simplysafebubba.com and get your system. And if you go with this new technology, we're going to get you 50% off any security system with that Fast Protect plan. So go to simplysafebubba.com. There's no safe like simplysafebubba.com safe. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. To the phones we go. Let's start with David in Coleman, Alabama. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. David, go ahead. You got 30.
Well, I'm from the Metroplex and longtime Rangers fan. I was just going to let you guys know they led the division or their conference most of the season. They lost their standings on the last day of the season. I thought in my lifetime I would never see this, but Texas Rangers world champions.
Congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations. It's been a long wait, and you well deserved.
Yeah, and no one's saying they didn't earn it because the wild card road, you eventually earn it.
It's harder to go that way.
All we're saying is there was an era where you wouldn't have got the shot. That's it. Not that what you did wasn't.
That was it.
When you ended up winning it, you did earn it.
Right.
But there was a time you could have never got a chance to even try it. That's all we're saying. Yeah. And you can't compare those two eras. We continue. Let's go to Earl out of Butler, Alabama. Earl, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, real quick, Rick, Bubba, on these gifts for the 12 days of Christmas, I got 3. People want personalized stuff from y'all. I got 3 I want you to take into consideration. 1, a Mr. Lucky reunion private command performance in somebody's backyard.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, boy.
A Bubba Lake cruise.
Okay. Maybe sunset.
And then the last one, if somebody's taking vacation, Greg's pet sitting service. We can drop our dog off. He can take care of him for a week, and we come back and pick him up.
There you go, Greg. That's all.
I like it, Greg.
There are some good ones.
All of them except the last one.
We go to Jordan.
All right, Jordan.
I'm petted
Jordan,
out.
you got 30 seconds. Go.
Hey, Rick, I'm a contractor, been doing this for about 20 years, and you were talking Monday about building your house and it bothering the deer.
Yeah.
It doesn't bother them at all. I've seen many deer come up to the house while we're framing, hammering, shooting nail guns and everything.
So the curiosity factor of the deer, which we know they're very curious, overrides the noise going on.
I'm going to sit up on the edge of it.
Yeah, do I need to put a ladder stand right there where y'all are working?
Exactly.
Yeah, thank you, man. I appreciate that.
Yeah, because deer, they love. if you've been doing earthwork, moving dirt or whatever, they love fresh dirt.
Run
They'll get out there
Yes.
and stomp in that. Man.
Yes, I mean. We continue.
Get their footy prints all in it.
Tupelo, Mississippi. Tim standing by. Tim, go ahead.
Tupelo.
Hey guys, how we doing today?
Good.
Hey, listen, just wanted to throw something at you. I've been involved with 8-man football this past year and wondered how much you guys know about the 8-man game and as far as how popular it's becoming, especially for smaller schools across Alabama and Mississippi.
Yeah, I'm familiar with. We've had some relatives play in that that went to a smaller Christian school, and I've seen that before.
A lot of them in Texas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm like you. I'm aware of it. I've even gone to speak to one time. They had me out to a practice, and I don't know much about the game. I certainly.
I don't know how it changes it.
Yeah, I probably, if I didn't have a loved one involved, probably wouldn't go see one. But that's kind of the way I'm about all.
But I mean,
now,
some schools, that's all you can do.
Yeah,
I'd
I'd rather there be an 8-man opportunity than a no-man opportunity. So I think it's great. Johnny in Mississippi. Johnny, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, how you doing this morning, fellas?
I'm good, Johnny.
Well, Rick, I just want to ask you a question about your house. Did you ever look into building one of these barn dominium style houses? Seems like that's the craze lately.
Well, don't think there wasn't. I'll never get that time back because it was completely wasted. That that I didn't look at our barn and say, we could just turn that into a barn dominium, and I think that was considered by my wife about 10 seconds.
Well, listen, I've seen some that are they're really cool. To go and experience them, but I think. Too, on the bigger scale, they're not very good barns and they're not very good miniums either.
Right. Yeah.
You kind of leave a little desire on both sides.
Now, let me tell you where you got a good idea.
But there are some cool ones out there.
Let me tell you where it was a good idea. But I'm happy to report. Now, I don't want to. Well, should I even report it?
Sure.
I will say it in words that I think are acceptable in the way we operate. At this point, if I were to give a forecast, my forecast for Camp House would be that Camp House went from a tornado is coming, it has no hope, to it is cloudy and it might rain. But it's in much better shape than it was.
I like it.
And they're starting to be. We might just keep old Camp House.
Rick, where it is, it's perfect.
Come on.
Yeah. And it's a
booger
good
light for Greg,
buffer,
it'll be good.
and it gets you out of the big house.
Light. There's a few changes I need to make. So
when all of your outlaw friends come over.
Right, I'm looking for a green light to go ahead and make a few changes I need, like a booger light.
Get you a booger light, Rick.
Yeah,
I like it dark.
And the fact that
you can't even go back out, you're going to hit a tree.
And then, so we got that. And then the other thing is, but to Johnny's call, was that him? Yeah, my backup plan was
he's a schoolboy.
Not for us to live in a barn dominium, but that the barn dominium become the new Camp House.
There you go.
That we go out to the barn and we go. Wouldn't have to go that far for it to be that.
Yeah.
And so that actually had some potential, but right now it looks like Camp House may survive.
Yes.
Good.
We continue. Let's go to Bo in Hoover. Bo, 30 seconds. Go.
Thank you, guys. Hey, I wanted to ask, I need your help on a couple of things. There's several of us that coach in and around Birmingham, especially in baseball.
Mm-hmm.
And it's getting harder to get certain guys to come in and participate. We're talking about guys between 6 years old and 14 years old. And yesterday, when y'all jumped on baseball so bad, I had 3 of my guys call and said that they didn't want to play because Rick and Bubba was condemning baseball. So can y'all help us out? I mean, I don't what your feelings are going.
Condemn baseball.
Keep them to yourself.
Well, let me tell you this, Bo. First of all, I don't believe that for a minute. I don't think anybody makes their decision on playing baseball on Rick and Bubba talking about the
well,
the
you're
season,
wrong.
The
I'll tell you that you're wrong. When your mamas and your kids come there and tell you face to face.
Do you really think that a kid that would not play baseball because Rick and Bubba said the season goes into November and at one time it didn't, that would be the real thing that made them not play baseball? Don't you think the kid might have been looking?
No, but it would keep their mama from bringing them to the practice.
Do you want that kind of kid in your program that something that insignificant is deciding where they have a passion for baseball?
When we're trying to get inner city kids, I don't care what they tell them. We just want them to play.
You're telling me an inner city kid
on Willie Mays and with other significant guys.
let me ask you this: what was it that we were dogging baseball? We just said the
season has nothing to do
we
with
were really
games.
talking more about Major League.
Yeah, are you coaching a Major League team?
The Little League season doesn't go into November.
Right,
No, it's just
it doesn't even make sense. And plus, by the way, there's no way 3 or 4 kids come in and said that. No way.
Yeah,
no way.
We were talking about Major
I
League
don't think
Baseball.
one did.
Their mamas, I guess he wouldn't lie about that, but there's a much bigger issue than us talking about Major League Baseball. It's too long, and the game would be better and have more viewers and more people supporting it if it didn't compete with 10 weeks of football.
We're talking about professional.
And that's dogging baseball.
Little League Baseball, Rick. That's somehow affecting Little League Baseball.
And I said yesterday that it was the. I will tell you this: if y'all keep refusing to get baseball more exciting for this generation of kid, you got bigger problems than Rick and Bubba.
Hey, listen, I played baseball, love baseball. I would highly encourage everybody to play. But again, I don't think our discussion transferred to that.
He said, I mean, he didn't use this term, but he mean like trashing the game. Where is he? I get it if he's for soccer. We do trash it. That's a fact.
Yeah. The age group that he said that he was coaching, was it 6 to 14?
Yeah.
We weren't talking about that. We did talk about how high school starts a little early, and it does. For February 1, college baseball starts early, and it's freezing the first month. It is.
We're just talking about the weather conditions.
Youth baseball, normally, we're not. You got fall ball, but that's something separate. You sign
guys,
up
if
for.
you think for 1 second that anybody's kid said, I'm not coming because Rick and Bubba, that didn't happen. I hate to call the man to be dishonest. That did not happen. No,
because we didn't trash the sport anyway.
I don't.
And we were talking more about MLB than
because now this all happened.
That's all we were talking about.
This all happened yesterday. Don't forget that too. There's a timeline.
They're pushing it into November. I don't see how that translates to I don't want to play baseball.
That was Munchausen right there.
Yeah,
acting like I'm being attacked and I'm not.
That just feels dramatic to me.
I wish y'all liked America's pastime.
And I will tell you this program, I
love baseball.
Honestly,
I do too.
However we feel about something and our desire to talk about it is not going to be dictated by Bo, the Hoover baseball coach. We'll talk about whatever we want to.
Rick and Bubba.
We now Bubba there's 2 things that'll stop Bubba on the pontoon: lack of fuel and lack of food. And so now we were excited because look, French,
but Rick,
the French love food.
I did have it strategically planned, so we would go to eat at 5.
Yep.
We would beat the crowd and stay on my nursing home schedule.
It was perfect.
That's
it. Like Bubba and I say, we live the life of senior citizens. We're on their schedule. We eat when they eat. We sleep when they sleep. We go to see entertainment when they do.
It'll make the eventual transition easier.
Yeah, we won't even know the difference.
Nope. So y'all were able to float up on the boat to the restaurant?
Oh, yeah. Hey, look, if you're going to be at the lake and you're going to eat at the lake, you're going to park the boat, not a car.
Right.
You're going to park the boat. That's part of it.
Yeah.
So you know where we went, don't you?
Oh, no.
Famous restaurant at Lake Martin.
Elijah was a wooden Indian standing by the door.
Rick, he was so red, he looked like an Indian.
Well, Greg.
You know what that looks
Buddy,
like?
you can't
Adam
say
Goldberg went to eat at Kallaja.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like.
You know what? And I think I want to say another thing too. And this happens to us. I think you thought you could put that headdress on. You remember what we were told about the headdress? I don't think we're supposed to be putting it on.
Rick, hey, Bubba's got a headdress, got all it wants right there.
Yeah. There's Skipper.
Them feathers are hanging in there.
Right.
Hello?
Yeah. I'm not sure because remember when the woman came over.
look at Frenchie's and then look at that.
The difference in square footage.
People keep saying.
That's like a guard shack versus a den.
Listen, let me tell you what's funny. People keep calling and emailing saying it looks like Skipper and Gilligan.
Hey, little buddy. Rick, he's got his little buddy with him.
Hey, Skipper.
Guys, I got to go to the headdress again. Was it on the wall? Did y'all just take it off the wall?
And Bubba, I went with what you said. I went with what you said.
I've used it before.
A person uncomfortably very kind walks over because the person's glad we're there. You ever had to tell somebody something, but you don't want to come down too hard because you don't want to come across, hey, I like you, and I kind of hate the fact that you're
you're doing something that I don't think you're supposed to be doing, and I'm not sure how to address it.
I really don't want to call you.
Right, that's it. So she goes, well, let me tell you about that headdress y'all keep putting on.
In other words,
Rick, that's Stacy, the manager there. He does a great job.
Hey, now where were we?
Rick, Indians don't have beards. I'll tell you where we were. Telling Frenchie where we're going, and so we're playing. We're on the boat, and I said, "Now look, Frenchie."
We're trying to explain the name.
Yeah.
And you know
what is this? What is this, Calgula? And I was like, no, it's not Calgula.
No.
It's Kalijah. Why?
Well, he was a wooden Indian. That really threw.
Oh gosh.
Well, we started out with it's a song.
He thought he was a real Indian.
I could. How you explain a wooden Indian to a French person?
Yeah.
I said it's a famous Indian.
Yeah.
I left it.
We're not even going to deal with the wooden.
Yeah.
No, because if I'd have said. Because if you can somehow edit that, because that's what we. So Greg, listen.
But
so
now we've changed it.
This is right up your alley. Gerald Cates would have put me on his all-star team. We started. So we start telling Frenchie that they won't serve you unless you go collide.
Wait a minute, you can't eat unless you.
When they bring the plates, you have to do that, or they won't let you have it.
And he goes, "What? No." And I said, "Oh yes, you have to."
Rick.
I said, "You have to sing Kalijah." I said, "Start down Kalijah." Greg,
I bet he just stared at
and
me.
he looked and he'd go, Elijah.
And Greg, I've modified mine to roll it into a Braves chant at the end of it. So,
Okay.
I'd say, look, Greg, No. I said, yes, you have to. You have to. And then Greg, we put
That's
the
what we do in
Greg, put
America.
the headdress on. He goes, Greg,
Why didn't you film it?
They brought his food, and I said, here we go.
What do you
Here
say?
we go. And he goes, he looks, he says,
we
had him doing it over and over again.
The lady bringing the food caught on to what we were doing, and she'd hold it back like she wasn't going to get it.
What do you say? What do you say? What do you say?
And I said, this is what you got to say. Listen. I said, listen. I said, you got to say that. I said, you're starting too high. You got to start low and work, and you got to climb.
That's it.
I said, come down with it.
I wish you would have filmed it.
Greg. It was,
Well, we were too focused on eating then.
I'm gonna next time I see him, I'm gonna get him to sing.
Oh yeah. Can I tell you this? Boy, he took the hush puppies.
Hey
didn't
guys, I got to go back to something. I know we're flying through this.
Sure.
but Back to the headdress. I know.
So here's what happened.
Bubba in restaurants. I know. You remember you ate the lobster and it was the restaurant's pet.
Exactly.
You remember that?
This is it again.
I mean, where was this headdress?
Okay.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
It is 8 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We are back, and we thank you for being with us today. All right, so other things that we need to cover before we go. Bubba, we have a couple of stories we didn't get to. And if you want to, Adler, I think you can pull that up, the video 5. Video 5, we do have this story that Nancy Pelosi has been served papers. Subpoena papers.
Having to deal with the case of her husband, when he was attacked by the guy with the hammer.
Oh, yeah.
And the break-in and all that. But she was served papers while on the floor of the house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So here's video 5. Here we go.
Notify you formally, pursuant to Rule 8 of the Rules of the House of Representatives, that I, the Honorable Nancy Pelosi, Speaker Emerita and U.S. Representative for the 11th Congressional District of California, have been served with third-party subpoenas from the prosecution and the defendant to produce documents in a criminal case in the United States District Court for the Northern District of California. After consultation with the Office of General Counsel, I have determined that compliance with the subpoenas is consistent with the privileges and rights of the House, to the extent it requires.
Okay, there she goes. So
why is she reading it? I don't follow.
I guess this is, we have it set up that if you've been subpoenaed and you are part of the government, it has to publicly be told to everybody that you were served.
Oh, okay.
I'm just guessing.
Yeah, I think you're right. What was that title she gave Nancy Pelosi?
It was supposed to be Speaker Emeritus, and she called her Speaker America.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
But look, I got nothing to say. I would have done something.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't have got that far.
No, I probably couldn't have got that out.
I'd have done washed up on the beach.
You hit one of us with Emeritus, you better hang on. Yeah. But of course, I'm not standing there in front of everybody, the whole world. But of course, I guess in a way I am if they want to access it. By the way, I want you to know that Helmsley is still in there with Bo, the baseball coach.
Are you serious? Yeah. I was able to witness a lot of that.
So what's going on in there?
There's no
reason with Bo.
None at all.
Just move on.
He's determined what he heard and what he thinks we were saying.
So he thinks that the season being long for Major League Baseball is a problem.
No, you can't explain that to him.
I mean, but he thinks we said something besides
Greg,
that.
you explain that to him and go, hey, look, we landed on the fact that it goes into November and it has since 2001. And if they pulled it back into early October and wrapped up then, it would be better because it wouldn't be so much. Oh, he interrupts you and then goes into his built-in response.
And I think he made his story.
And he's really, and I'm not saying this because I'm looking at, he's really mad at you.
I figured he was. Well, I don't believe his story. I think he made it up. I'll stand there.
All right, his new.
I think he made it up.
Called you some names in there.
Listen, that's fine. That don't matter. That happens all the time.
His new character name is Baseball Bo.
I don't believe that anybody brought their children up there yesterday and said we're not playing because of Rick and Bubba. I don't believe that. I'm sorry.
All right, we're getting all kinds of emails saying the sad part about it is what he doesn't understand. What's killing local youth baseball is actually travel ball, not Rick and Bubba.
You want to call and complain to them.
Yeah. And then another person says, I don't think him calling the show is going to make kids want to play baseball.
No,
because he came across.
Nobody said nothing about
baseball
being a bad sport.
Well, that's if you're afraid of Bo, just say it.
Yeah,
I don't know. We're so popular with the 6 through 14-year-old youth baseball players. I know they listen to the show that much. Why are they not in school yet?
We didn't say anything about playing baseball or youth.
Do y'all know what I turned into in there?
Baseball Bo put you in your place.
He did.
Well, I don't believe the story, then good for y'all.
I turned into assistant coach in there because Hamzy was talking, and I would echo what he was saying and add my 2 cents in. That's not what we're talking about, Bo. That's right. We never said anything.
All right, let me.
I'm echoing.
Let me ask you this: is Helmsy just doing this for his own fun?
Well, I told him. I said, buddy, you got a lot of energy to give today, and you're draining right now, and he's just not giving up. At one point, he claimed it sounded like I'm talking to my dad. Helmsy said that to Bo.
I'm going to say this.
Bo, it's like I'm talking to my dad.
I think it is a shirt we should consider, and if not, I am going to make one for myself, and I'm going to get Helmsy one today because he'll be my first person I hope to win on this. I don't have much life left. I know that just by the numbers.
Yeah.
Just by the numbers. I've lived longer than I'm going to live. Okay.
Rick.
I don't think I'll be 120. I just don't think I'm going to make that.
Nice note for the end of the segment.
Right. So I have lived longer than I have left to live. Okay.
Right.
So here's the thing. I will not spend that time any longer. At one time I was willing, no longer. I will no longer waste my time trying to reason with unreasonable people.
Rick, please, you know what? I need to take that advice.
Right. And I'm going to put
very frustrating.
I'm going to put a shirt on.
It makes me want to bang my head against the wall.
I'm going to put a shirt on that says, stop trying to reason with unreasonable people. This will help you. If everybody take that to your life today.
Don't waste your energy.
Some of y'all got family members y'all keep trying to reason with. They ain't never going. They're unreasonable.
Yeah.
Until they become reasonable. And here's when you know you're dealing with an unreasonable person. Like this. Someone says, I make an accusation on you that you keyed my car and I'm mad about it. And you say, well, I wasn't even there yesterday. So why'd you key my car? Well, I wasn't even there. I wasn't even anywhere near that. I've explained where I was, and I didn't key your car. See, that should be the end of the thing. And they continue to go, well, let me tell you one thing. If you think I'm going to sit here and let you key my car, and you're like, wow, so I've explained myself, and I've answered your question, and you're still going.
Right.
And then somebody asks you why you did something, and you explain it, and they keep asking you about it, or they keep getting mad about it. You cannot reason with unreasonable people. You can counterpoint someone, and they keep staying with the point that you've completely annihilated, and they keep staying with it. You just have to move on.
Yeah.
And or you try to help somebody, and they keep coming back, claiming not only they're not going to change, they also claim you haven't tried to help them.
Yeah.
And then you're just like, I can't reason with that. I mean, it's
very frustrating.
I keep being made out to be the enemy here, and why am I letting you suck the life out of all I've got left?
That's right.
When there are other people over here that actually will listen, will apply, encourage. I benefit from their relationship. They actually are coachable. They're teachable. They desire to hear the point and go, okay, well, I didn't know that. So spend your time with that. You okay?
I tell you one thing, Bo does not know baseball.
He does too.
I'm gonna go this far. He didn't even hear the segment yesterday.
No, well, that was a discussion.
You're right, by the way.
Somebody told him.
Yeah.
Well, then you have no opinion. Then be quiet.
Somebody said, Greg.
Well, and quit making up stories about kids.
Listen, I tried, guys. I tried so much to be kind for about 8 minutes, and then about 8 minutes and 6 seconds, I lost my cool.
Okay.
And you know what? Rightly so. I gave you 8 minutes, and then just the things he was saying about y'all, and I don't take that lightly.
Helmsy?
I don't take it well when people start talking negative about my friends, and he's got it wrong.
Right.
That's the point.
And that's the thing.
key.
Completely wrong.
You made the mistake of trying to reason with an unreasonable person.
That's it. And that's on me.
Hey, you
Can't
did
get that
give
time.
effort.
Don't try to reason with unreasonable people.
You gave effort, buddy.
I think we may see why baseball is suffering.
If that's who's helping bring it to the youth.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Fat will get